Men were originally loyal descendants of the general's family, but they forced family members to be covered in various taboo tattoos. Grandfather had Buddha tattooed on his chest. Neza was tattooed on his back. Dad had Guangdong tattooed on both arms. Black dragons were painted on both legs. Even your long-deceased grandmother was dug up by you and tattooed with the third eye before being reburied. And you covered your whole body with tattoos of the entire heavenly court and the underworld. Simply because not long after, global blood descended. At that time, animals and plants began to evolve wildly. In just one night, the population of Blue Star was reduced by more than half, but the survivors were surprised to find that their own tattoos could bestow the host with tremendous power. Those with tattoos of Diochan summon Lubu to kill in all directions. There are also those with the Qilin tattoo, guarding a city with a cloud in hand. Although the family you were in your past life was the first clan of Dixia, but because the entire family had no tattoos, it led to surviving only a few days after the disaster struck. At this moment, in the meeting room of the Qin family in Jiangcheng, a plaque is hanging, attracting special attention. National hero, loyal and virtuous. Seeing this plaque, even if a thief comes in, they have to go in and out twice. Even the dogs on the roadside have to walk for justice. Righteousness entwined, echoing endlessly. Xiao Xiao is afraid. The glory of Dixia. Several generations of Dixia leaders have personally visited our home. That's why the whole Jiang city is proud to have the Qin family. But today, a roar echoed through the Datang Qin bureau. Say it again. What are you going to do? The one who roared is your father, Qin Jun, facing an angry father, your eyes filled with hot tears. But you still face all the wide-eyed Qin family members. Said every word with emphasis. I want to rebel. And all the family members must rebel with me. At this moment, even the experienced Qin family master was trembling with anger. Your brother got into Qingbei University. The whole family is celebrating this. You used to be cynical. Second brother, it's me. And when you're still playing around, father walks over with a stern face, the intimidating and powerful aura of the chief military advisor, imposing without being angry. His gaze is not directly on you, but at this time and place, your arrogance is a bit too much. Tattoos, that's a synonym for ruffians. The Qin family is full of loyalty and righteousness. Righteousness is like a dragon. In this city filled with the light of righteousness, you dare bring up tattoos, and even want the whole family to get tattoos. Father, if hitting me will make you agree to my request, then go ahead and hit me. You dare to be like Song, eyes blazing like fire. Now you want the entire Qin family to get tattoos. Tears even rolled down from the corners of his eyes, a sight the father, the leader of the Seven Wolves, had never seen in his son before. Brother, stop hitting. At this moment, Uncle Tu, holding a teacup, smiled leisurely and said, Qin Ju was just joking with everyone, but you shook your head. No, I want to have grandfather get a full back tattoo as well. It's better not to say. As soon as it was mentioned, Qin Jun was completely furious. Mentioning the Seven Wolves, he fiercely lashed out at you. Qin Jun roared, if you can take 100 hits, I'll take 100 hits along with you. You smiled. It's just a bit of physical pain. Who would have the guts to carry their father's body out of a sea of blood? Stop hitting, big brother. Yeah, stop hitting. Xiaoju is still young. Qin Jun, hit my grandson again and see. Qin's old man hurriedly used a cane to hit his father. Father whipped and roared with his head down. I'm disciplining my disobedient son. Nobody interfere. As he was hitting, Qin Jun eased up a bit. I know my own son. He's almost passed out. Anyway, I used to get beaten a lot, but you always smile mysteriously, silently enduring every lash. His back is as solid as steel, not a single bit of wavering. Seeing his father ease up, you looked up and smiled. Dad, 53 strikes, it's a matter of life or death. The Qin army roars in anger. A full-on 100 strikes. The strikes make the Qin army drenched in sweat. If you strike my grandson again, old Master Qin will roar in sorrow and anger. I'm going to be driven to death by your disciple. You turn your head and smile. Master, promise me, okay? Tattoo of fullback 8-armed Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong is also a political figure. Not embarrassing. Master, I promise you. Master, I promise you. Quickly apologize to your father. Stop hitting. But you smiled through gritted teeth and endured 100 strikes. Dad, you promised me. You stand there covered in blood, smiling with a face full of spring breeze. Looking at his son in such a state, the fierce and resolute father was completely stunned. You stood up with blood all over your back. Grabbing father and grandfather, I ran straight to the door. I've already figured it out. Grandpa, you tattoo a fullback 8-armed Huang Zhong, then tattoo a Buddha sitting in front of the chest. Dad, tattoo Guangdong with open eyes on both your arms. Tattoo a staggering black dragon on both legs. gradually moving away from the doorstep. You suddenly feel a fierce beast-like force burst out behind you, making it impossible for yourself to move. Take a look back. Father stood in place with a sullen face. This farce should be over. Father glared at you fiercely. I don't want to continue humiliating you in front of the whole family. Now this farce should be over. Take a deep breath, Father. You still don't believe me, do you? Your eyes suddenly turned cold. Then he walked away quickly. Dad, Grandpa, I want to tell you something. Facing the back of my father, you whispered, I can predict the future. This is self-destruction. This is self-destruction to save the beloved. Apart from self-destruction, you can't think of any other way to make my father and grandfather get tattooed and beaten. Even if I just took 300 lashes, my father will definitely regret it. This is an insult to my father's beliefs. This is an insult to my father's faith. So you can only choose the final method. Self-destruct identity. Of course, not the identity of a self-destructing reborn, but let me rephrase it. The future of education. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. 3 minutes later, the Jiangcheng Huaxia building is about to collapse. You grab your father's arm, calmly says, Father, wait for 3 minutes. Qin Jun frowns slightly. What are you up to? I don't have time to indulge in these meaningless things with you. Qin Jun tries to break free, but finds that his usually weak son has surprisingly strong arm strength today. His brow furrows even more. You're not yourself today. The old master of the Qin family looks at Qin Jun, then looks at you, bewildered. Both father and son seem off today. Suddenly, Qin Ju takes out his phone and hands it to his father. 32. As you count down to New Year's Day, the phone rings. This station's reporter reports. Just now, the Jiangcheng Huaxia building has experienced a serious collapse. Estimated affected population of over 3,000 people. The Supervision Bureau is coordinating with the fire department for full rescue efforts. Qin Jun quieted down. A quiet face shows fear. Qin Ju, you mother asterisk 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 to let me and your grandpa have tattoos. You actually planted a bomb in the Huaxia building. You're crazy. You're full of black lines. How come I never noticed before that Dad's imagination is so rich? I didn't plant the bomb. I can only see the future. You said lightly. Exactly 3 o'clock. There will be a large-scale cattle riot on the northern grassland. Exactly 4 o'clock. A magnitude 7 earthquake will occur in Linjiang City. Exactly 5 o'clock. The welfare lottery result is exactly 7.156 points. The top level of Daxia announced that the whole country is in a state of first-level combat readiness. You are like the judge of the Grim Reaper at this moment, continuously saying shocking and outrageous words one after another. Father's eyes went from shock to confusion, and then to being skeptical. Finally, locking eyes with Grandpa, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The next few hours. Father, dare you wait with me for these disasters to happen? Father fell silent for 2 seconds, brought a recliner for Grandpa. You smiled. He knew his words had struck a chord with his father. You better not try to deceive me, otherwise, I'll send you back to your mother's womb, the father said fiercely. Then he stood aside, clutching the military radio tightly. Even if I deceive the whole world, I wouldn't deceive you and Grandpa. You smiled faintly. Then, let's wait. As time passes second by second, the father's heartbeat grew heavier. He occasionally glanced at the watch. He was so nervous that he broke into a sweat. You smiled, glanced at the watch. Soon, the first time point has arrived. This station's reporter reports. The military radio sounded exactly at 3 o'clock. Large-scale cattle riots occurred in the northern grasslands. All the cattle and sheep are crazily attacking the local residents. Currently, the relevant departments have organized armed forces to go to the northern grasslands. Father's scattered gaze falls on you. Grandpa also stands up from the recliner in pain, staring at you with widened eyes. Do you want to continue waiting? You ask. Father grits his teeth. Wait, if I find out it was you who went to the northern grasslands to drug the cattle, I'll disable you. I'll disable you. You shrug. No rush. Anyway, time will prove who's right and who's wrong. This station's reporter reports. Today at 4 o'clock sharp, a magnitude 7 earthquake occurred in Linjiang City. The affected area is approximately 300,000 square kilometers. The number of affected people is approximately 3.2 million. The top department of the building has already organized a rescue team. As time passes bit by bit, the predictions you just made are slowly becoming a reality one by one. This time, Father didn't raise his head and roar, but looking at you with the eyes of how you view monsters. Xiao Ju, where did you know these things in advance from? I can predict the future. The moment I saw from the future. The decisive and resolute father stutters. At this moment, even if he is unwilling to admit it, he has no choice but to admit, let alone his own son, even if it's himself, absolutely not qualified to get the information of the national first level alert in advance. At this moment, the wind blows and the leaves fall. Father and grandfather are both dumbfounded. So this is why I insisted you come with me to get tattoos. You suddenly became fervent and teary-eyed. As if I could see those tragic scenes again. Tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock, the world will face an invasion of evil spirits, whether it's in the city or the countryside, or underground, or in the ocean. We'll all be filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. That's why I wanted you to get tattoos. It's to make sure you stay alive. I want you to stay alive. I want you to live well. The next day, early in the morning, only to see the three naked figures standing out at the residence of the national master painter Zhou Lao. An old figure stood up, the aged back full of bullet holes and knife wounds. A figure holding a tyrant's club. The old general, full of vigor, died with an angry glare. He is none other than the famous old general, Huang Zhong. On the chest is the first brave warrior, the father of Hua Tsubing. The Qin army is like the vigilant Guangong with open arms. The legs are like coiled black dragons. You even have the images of all the underworld creatures on your chest. And on your back are all the heavenly abyss members. I'm exhausted. Finally, it's over. Zhou Lao, drenched in sweat, collapsed on the sofa. You didn't disturb too much. Respectfully take my leave. They left with their father and grandfather. On the way home, father and grandfather's brows remained furrowed. No, I can't. I need to make a trip to Kyoto, grandfather suddenly said. I must report this situation to the highest authorities. The father also nodded with a furrowed brow. That's right. Generations of our Qin family have been national heroes. We have a responsibility to tell the country the truth. I just hope it's not too late. But you reached out to block their way. Facing the stern gaze of my father and grandfather, you said calmly, it's too late. Let's protect our own family first. Nonsense. Father's eyes narrowed. I am a senior military officer of Daxia. I am a soldier of Daxia. My duty is to protect my family and defend the country. Get out of my way. Seeing the resolute attitude of my father and grandfather, you sighed deeply. You know what kind of people your elders are, even though I witnessed it with my own eyes. In this world, the human heart is hard to predict. People are scarier than ghosts when they have something on their minds. Always be vigilant when facing people. But the old Qin family must turn a blind eye to the country's destruction and the family's ruin. You really can't think of any way. Okay, you look very serious. Your eyes leave no room for doubt. It's 10 o'clock at night now. You must come back before noon tomorrow. It's an absolute must. No room for negotiation. I know the detective's whereabouts. Father waved to you with his back turned. I and your grandfather will contact the whole family by phone. From today, the entire old Qin family, from the elderly to the young, everyone will obey your command. Remember, before your grandfather and I come back, make sure the whole family lives well. After saying that, grandfather and father called for a car. They rushed to the gathering hall of the Qin family ancestral home on the other side of the Daxia headquarters. Qin Jia's main sellers are your father Qin Jun and your second uncle, but there are several branches outside the main Qin family line. What the hell does the dog Tianju want to do? He wouldn't really take the old man to get a tattoo, would he? A gloomy and irritable man next to the second uncle stood up. This is your father's cousin, one of the branches of the Qin family, Qin Anan. Qin Gua, call your brother. Qin Anan frowned and looked at the second uncle. Ask them where they are now. The second uncle smiled, just about to take out the phone. The phone suddenly rings. Hello, second brother. It's me, Qin Jun, passing on dad's message. Wait until Qin Jun comes home. Everyone in the Qin family listens to his commands. That's it. I have something to do. I'll hang up first. Come home tomorrow. Second uncle is using speakerphone. Everyone heard what your father said. Qin Annan's face darkened visibly. Hung up. Second uncle looks puzzled at the phone. What did Junga say just now? Let's all listen to Qin Ju's commands. What kind of drama is this? The entire Qin family is in an uproar. The noisy voices are almost shaking the rafters. Uncle Tu regained his composure a bit. He gave Qin Annan a deep look. In fact, within the Qin family there is also a struggle between the main and branch lines. The representative of the main line is Qin Annan, who controls most of the official power in Linjiang City. Zhangcheng is under the jurisdiction of Tiannan Province, and under Tiannan Province, there is Jiangcheng, Linjiang, Fufeng, and the four major cities including Longcheng. Zhangcheng and Longcheng are absolute opposites. Jiangcheng is full of righteousness, while Longcheng is in constant turmoil in the martial arts world. Qin Annan has long controlled the righteous power of Linjiang City. In recent years, he has been expanding his influence in the martial arts world of Longcheng, resulting in the power of Qin Annan's line growing stronger and stronger. Gradually, there is a trend of breaking away from the control of the old Qin family in Jiangcheng. This time, it's said to be attending Qin Xiaogua's admission banquet to Tsinghua University. In fact, there's also the intention to show off and even lay the cards on the table. Uncle Tu is always mingling in the business world and can see through this. It can all be silently observed. But today, why did the big brother ask us to obey Xiaoju's command? Just then, a deafening roar sounded outside the Qin family's ancestral home. Everyone looked towards the sound. A 50-ton red heavy truck was seen parked at the entrance. As the truck's window slowly rolled down, your sharply defined face appeared in everyone's sight. All the men of the Qin family, come with me to Fufeng City to move the grain. You, the voice said coldly. Uncle Tu shivered all over. Just because of a moment ago, I actually saw endless coldness and indifference in the eyes of this nephew who has been idle for years. It's just like those underworld big shots in Longcheng who have been mingling in the bloody underworld for years. This is the look that my nephew is capable of. Just then, a slender figure in a black tailcoat walked out from the Qin residence. What do you mean by this? The young man smirked mockingly, looking at the red heavy truck. I didn't expect the old Qin family to have a truck driver as well. You look away indifferently. Of course, you know this conspicuous figure in a tailcoat. Get lost, you said indifferently. Tailcoat. The young man's face immediately turned liver-colored. He turned back to look at his father. Dad. Qin Annan, don't even look at Xiaowei. Why bother arguing with the waste from Yunga's family? Second uncle squints. Qin Annan, you called Xiaoju waste. So what if I did? Qin Annan puts down the teacup. Coldly chuckles. Originally planned to reveal it at the banquet. But since Yunga and the old master are only coming back tomorrow, then I'll say it now. You can convey it when they come back. Qin Gua, don't give me that dog-like look. You just have a little money in your hands. Donate a little money every year, right? What kind of philanthropist act are you putting on in front of me? Don't think I don't know you give money to the Bai family every year. And you guys. Qin Annan stands up, pointing at everyone in the Qin family with a disdainful smile. Each and every one of them is pretending to be a good person, hypocritical or not. The people of the Qin family are furious. Angry glares all directed at Qin Annan. Don't give me that kind of dog-like look. What's the use? Qin Annan casually threw out an auction agreement, pointed a finger at the table. See that? Without your old Qin family, I can still be wealthy and prosperous. This piece of land in the Linjiang high-tech zone development, I've taken it down. From now on, I am the king of Linjiang, always telling me that virtues and morals can make people wealthy and prosperous. Qin Annan put away the auction agreement, gave a faint smile. Xingua, wait for them to come back. Tell them, from now on, I am the Qin family by myself. Whoever wants to stay here can stay here now. Who's willing to follow me? I, Qin Annan, won't mistreat him, and that waste at the door. Qin Annan turned slightly, even though looking at you, but didn't even lift an eyelid. Too bad. The mighty general of the Qin army actually gave birth to such a useless waste. Ridiculous. As the words fell, one after another, people raised their hands and walked to Qin Annan's side. And for such a conspicuous leopard that won't survive in the tomb for more than 3 days, you can't be bothered. You push open the heavy truck door, slightly lower your head, step by step into the ancestral home. Someone else wants to leave. You didn't even ask. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to you, so you nodded, casually picked up the iron rod from the corner of the wall, directly smashed the iron rod fiercely towards Qin Annan. It was a powerful blow, knocked Qin Annan directly to the ground. You roll by yourself, or I'll make you roll. You half crouched on the ground, asked calmly. Qin Annan originally wanted to get angry and fight back, but suddenly saw a familiar cold murderous intent in your calm eyes. This kind of murderous intent cannot be disguised. He broke out in a cold sweat. But it's the look of someone who has killed before, and the eyes of someone who has killed many people. What are you looking at? Take another look. I'll break your legs. You gave Qin Annan a cold stare. The conspicuous bag immediately shrank and dared not look up again. You raised the iron rod expressionlessly. The next moment, dozens of people holding various tattoo equipment ran out of the rear compartment of your truck. Then, in front of everyone from the Qin family, you took off your clothes, revealing your full body of tattoos. Ah, Qin Jun, you really got tattoos. So many tattoos. Xiao Jun, you're crazy. Your dad will kill you when he comes back. You continued to undress, oblivious to the gasps around you. You turned a deaf ear to the gasps around you, while the young members of the Qin family looked at you with such a ferocious look. Unconsciously, there's a sense of awe in their eyes. Everyone, listen to my command. Every top tattoo artist tattoos the beauties. This moment caused a stir among all the Qin family members. Now I am the head of the Qin family. You, with fierce eyes. A surge of murderous intent like a sea of corpses and blood erupted. This made all the Chen family members quiet. But many people showed extreme resistance in their expressions. You don't care if they are willing in their hearts. Wave your hand. Let's begin. With 30 top tattoo artists working simultaneously, blood immediately filled the ancestral home of the Chen family, feeling their skin being tainted little by little. Most of the Chen family's descendants were in tears. We won't be clean from today onwards. Why did you let Lord Tianju command us in this battle, my lord? You stand with your hands behind your back, furrowing your brow. Walking among the descendants of the Chen family, the tattoos you gave to the descendants of the Chen family are all the same. The chest is all a fierce general from the Three Kingdoms period, like the General Pan Feng, Hua Xiong, Yan Liang, Wen Shou, and so on. The younger generation are all animals with higher defensive power, such as the black turtle shell. By the time all the descendants of the Chen family have finished getting their tattoos, it's already 5 a.m., and there are only 7 hours left until noon, the end of the world. The descendants of the Chen family are covering their faces and crying one by one. Their clothes are disheveled, as if they've been humiliated. Stop crying when you wake up. You have a serious look on your face. The mighty Dama sits before the ancestors ranking, each holding a fierce dragon scale sword on the left and right, plus that fierce tattoo from head to toe. Just striking a pose exudes an overwhelming fierceness. Uncle Tu sighs as he touches the tattoo of Hua Xiong on his body. Looking at you, Xiao Ju. It's time to explain it to us. Uncle Tu is clever. Just praise a few words, then the eyes look serious. Everyone, all the young members of the Chen family, Chen Ju's own siblings, please maintain a good mindset. Hearing this, Chen's young members no longer weep. They all show curious eyes. Your eyes carry an unprecedented sense of killing intent. The look in your eyes caught the attention of all the Chen family descendants involuntarily. The young man before us is the once carefree and unruly playboy. At noon, 12 o'clock, there will be a sudden and enormous change worldwide. During the day, legendary ghosts and monsters will descend to Earth. Metropolis, townships, both the common people and the court will completely fall. The descendants of the Chen family feel their scalp tingle. The crowd is furious. An icy stare. 2 dragon scale barrel knives in hand strike the ground, emitting a frightening buzzing sound, instantly suppressing the entire scene. But there are still people who can't help but raise their hands and shake them wildly. Chen Ju, stop making this kind of joke, the person shouted with a red face. You gave a cold laugh. Why do you think my father and grandfather suddenly went to the capital overnight? Why suddenly transfer the command of the family to me? The person was instantly speechless, staring with widened eyes, wanting to retort, but in the end, unwilling and desperate, closed his eyes. Yes, the Chen family and the old master wouldn't do something unreasonable, but the fact of the bizarre invasion is still too difficult for people to accept in a short time. Suddenly, the sound of the news channel came from the television. This is the Dasha Central Television Station. This is the Central Television Station. Received an emergency notice. National Special Level War Readiness Alert activated. All towns will be garrisoned by nearby military forces. Stay calm. Don't panic. Trust the country. Repeat it. Stay calm. Don't panic. Trust the country. Listening to the news on TV, Uncle Air's expression slowly changed from blank to shocked. Looking at your entire country. Such a big reaction. Could it be that what Xiaoju said is really coming true? Initiate the highest level of war readiness alert. Military troops are entering all towns. The young members of the Chen family are all shocked, starting to believe in your prophecy, but you just smirked silently. It seems that Grandpa and the others still haven't been able to completely gain the country's trust. It's at this moment. Your phone rings. It's your father who answers. Your expression gradually darkens. The sharp gaze gradually filled with boundless anger and coldness. This coldness made Uncle Tu, 3 meters away, feel a chill down his spine. Couldn't help but be even more shocked. Looking at you, Chen Ju. I am the king of the Chen army. Don't invite us for tea. But actually, they want to imprison and interrogate us, so we can't come back for now. You need to take care of the family. If there's a chance, your grandfather and I will find a way to come back. Father's words were very urgent. You can hear strong knocking from the other side, but there was a clear response in father's words over the phone. It should be a closed and quiet place, like a toilet or similar. Probably called me from hiding in the toilet. The tendons in the palm of your hand holding the phone are bulging. Uncle Tu asked anxiously. What's wrong? You slowly suppressed the strong killing intent churning in your chest. The second highest position in the highest department, Wang Gu. It's this high-ranking, selfish and busy old guy again. In the past life, it was this old guy, blind and ignorant, insisting on using modern troops to respond to the bazaar. As a result, millions of elite troops were annihilated by Super Bazaar in the Red River Valley. Since then, the power of Daxia declined rapidly. In less than half a year, everything collapsed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood replaced the green hills and clear waters. Countless dawns were slaughtered in the earthly purgatory, died in despair. Now it's this old Wang again. You slowly opened your eyes. Exhale a breath of murky air. Your eyes burst with a fierce and brutal aura like a scene of carnage. Only 2 hours left until the mutation arrives. By then, the military's conventional weapons will be no match for those mutant creatures. They will have no capability to fight back. And being within the military, those with tattoos are extremely rare. Although my father and grandfather are both scripters, but facing so many anomalies, they will surely be unable to survive and die tragically. At the thought of this, you can no longer suppress the anger in your heart. The next moment, you stand up and address everyone. All members of the Chen family, listen to my command. Follow me to Kyoto. But Kyoto is a full 1,000 miles from Jiangcheng. Moreover, doomsday is about to come. It seems that we can only deal with the immediate matters first. Preparing for the revenge trip to Kyoto. I hope father and grandfather can hold on. Now I am the head of the Chen family. You take over grandfather's position. Face as cold as ice. Xin Feng, Xin Jing, Xin Shan, Xin Shu. The four of you go now and close all the entrances and exits of the Chen family. Xin Jin, Xin Hu, Xin Long, Xin He. The four of you bring all the elderly, weak, women, and children of the Chen family to me for centralized care. Guard in all directions east, south, west, north. Notify me immediately if there's any movement. You give out orders in an orderly manner. That dignified appearance, plus the actions of these 2 days, actually made all the Chen family descendants willing to obey. Quickly execute according to the order. By this time, it's almost noon outside the window. It should have been sunny, but at this time, it's heavily overcast. Dark clouds press down on the earth, as if an ominous event is about to occur. As time passes second by second, finally, the bell for noon rings. Countless people on the street look up in astonishment. Why are the dark clouds suddenly so thick? Is it going to rain? Up to this moment, ordinary people have no idea of the strangeness about to come. Ignorance, fearless, pitiful, tragic. This scene falls in your eyes. Just feel sad. How did I suddenly feel better? A white-collar man with a briefcase walks on the street. Suddenly feel hungry. He didn't think much. Bought 2 hamburgers on the street. Swallowed a few bites into his stomach. Thought he should be full. But his stomach still made crazy rumbling sounds. Screaming with hunger. The white-collar man's eyes turned red. Ate a dozen hamburgers in a row. Gobbled up. Looks like a starving ghost from a previous life. Like a starving ghost. After finishing the hamburgers, he opened his mouth full of meat shreds again, devouring a whole roast chicken alive. First, sir, are you okay? The burger shop attendant's face was astonished, reaching out to inquire the man. But the man turned around the next second. Lee's eyes stared fixedly at the burger shop attendant. First, sir, are you okay? The burger shop attendant hadn't reacted yet. He was then tackled to the ground by the man. I'm hungry. I'm starving. The man bared his white, savage teeth and began to bite like a madman. The burger shop attendant was scared pale, frantically struggling, but found the man's strength astonishingly great. With a thud, the hamburger shop employee's shoulder was torn open by the man. He watched in horror as the man gruesomely swallowed the flesh from his shoulder. Murder! The customers in the hamburger shop fled in terror. Tables and chairs were smashed, vases shattered on the ground. Amidst the pitiful wails, the man with blood all over his face continued to devour hungrily. A moment later, covered in blood, the man with intestines wrapped around his shoulder burst out of the hamburger shop. With red eyes, he pounced on people in the street. I'm hungry. The street instantly fell into chaos, people fleeing everywhere. The man pursued relentlessly, like a demon. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the slowest running boy. Dad! The boy tripped over a manhole cover. Tears filled his eyes. Shaking his head, he kept curling backward. No, no, let go of my uncle. Don't eat the people who have already escaped. Looking back at this scene, all filled with unbearable pain. This is Jiangcheng. This is the righteous and majestic Jiangcheng. Damn it. Everyone, follow me and attack. A young man with a crew cut picked up a brick and roared. Several people responded in succession. But when they looked at the demon-like bloody man, the fear and terror still held the upper hand. Uncle, don't eat me. Uncle, don't eat me. The terrified screams of the little boy echoed through the streets. The crew-cut young man gritted his teeth. Take a deep breath. Roaring, he charged towards the man. But someone was faster than him. A dull, thunderous roar sounded. The office worker was thrown back as if hit by a train. He heavily smashed into the wall by the street. Nest, who is it? So fierce. The crew-cut young man widened his eyes and looked ahead. There was a slender figure holding an iron rod standing in front of the little boy. Ah! The little boy was so shocked that tears welled up in his eyes. You slowly turned your head back, looking down from a height, expression indifferent. But what really caught the little boy's attention was, there was a circle of bloodstains around the big brother's eyes in front of him. There was also a mysterious pattern on the eye, throat, and neck. The kid stood behind me. Your voice sounded faintly. The little boy instantly broke down and cried, tears streaming down his face. To him, this voice was no different than the voice of a god. Brother, Mang, the buzzcut youth who had been practicing excitedly stepped forward, extending his hand, wanting to shake hands with you. My name is Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu, who would rather die than surrender. You took a step forward, ignoring the buzzcut youth. This makes Feng Xiu jump up in an awkward yet polite manner. Cold and aloof expression. Jianbi's iron rod in hand attracted everyone's attention. The man smashed into the wall, struggling and shouting at you with a face full of blood, then the iron rod fiercely struck down. The terrible roar abruptly stopped, the man's head shattered like a watermelon, and a rain of blood filled the sky. White brain matter flying everywhere. The scene of rain falling on you directly dumbfounded everyone on the street, including Feng Xiu, the crew-cut young man who wanted to get to know you. Feng Xiu widened his eyes, stammering murmurs, dilated pupils. The little boy also dared not look up, just timidly said thank you, big brother, but got no response. The little boy finally trembled and looked up at your eyes covered in bloodstains. The little boy lowered his head like lightning, afraid to look at you, silently smiled. He patted the little boy's head. He left after saying a few words. Strive to become stronger in this changing world. The little boy suddenly felt an unprecedented courage rushing into his chest. He stood up. He grabbed the iron rod you had thrown, covered in blood. Trembling, he raised it high behind you. He shouted with all his might, I will become as strong as my brother. Just return to the surroundings of the family. The descendants of the Chen family swarmed in. They all just witnessed you instantly killing a man with a stick. The look in his eyes is both excited and panicked. Chen Bureau, you killed someone. Will the patrol bureau come to arrest you? Nest punishment, brother Jew. You are so fierce. One strike directly smashed the person's head. Uncle Air brought out a bucket of clean water, while cleaning the bloodstains on your body, while anxiously asking, will there really be no trouble? After all, you just killed someone. You must let the water wash over your body. Said lightly. If you don't believe it, you can try calling the police, although in a few hours, the Jiangcheng Patrol Bureau system will completely collapse. Uncle Air hesitantly tried to make a police call. Sure enough, battle present. Crazy battle present. He looked at you with a complex gaze. Closed plan indifferent. No speaking. The entire patrol system of Jiangcheng is indeed collapsing. Second uncle whispered. Even the janitors of the patrol bureau were sent out. There are over 2,000 emergency calls in an hour. Hearing this, the young members of the Chen family around were all silent. A sense of confusion and fear appeared on everyone's face. It seems that the world has really changed. Second uncle was confused for a moment. Take a deep breath. At this moment, he understood. You are the key figure who can save the Chen family. That decisive killing intent, resolute and courageous. The imposing appearance of military exploits, repeatedly savored in the minds of the descendants of the Chen family. Admiration to the point of prostration. During a brief rest period, you open your phone, start searching for external information. Prepare to find the opportunity to save dad and grandpa. Sure enough, the internet has already become a mess. No matter which platform or media, there are crazy people shouting everywhere. Suddenly, a different piece of information appears on the internet. Location, Jiangcheng. A super fierce person appears. In Jiangcheng, a madman ate a burger shop employee, then ran to the street and killed someone. As a result, the super fierce person took an iron rod and with one swing, smashed the madman's head. The streets are full of red, yellow, and green. This is the live scene. It's really intense. There are two pictures at the end of the message. It's the photo of you slaying the starving ghost. You are indifferent to the light. The ancient well is calm. Continue to browse other information. And at this moment, inside a rental house in Jiangcheng, the crew-cut youth Feng Xiu is passionately pounding the keyboard. I wish to describe every move of yours in detail. Ignite an image of your little fanboy, the OP's mom, spreading horror photos around. It's obviously a synthesized iron rod, can blow someone's head off. Watching the continuous flow of malicious comments, Fang Xiu smirked. Just want to say, blind as a bat. Fang Xiu thought for a moment. A rapid series of keystrokes produced a sentence. The world has changed. Can't you see crazies everywhere? Heroes are born in troubled times. What can you bunch of blind fools know? If only I could see that super fierce person again. Even if I have to work like an ox or a horse, I will stay by his side no matter what. Only fools like you would think of keeping a respectful distance. This statement sparked even more malicious comments. Fang Xiu didn't mind leaning back in the chair and stretching. A colorful tattoo peeked out on the arm. Fang Xiu is the kind of person in Jiangcheng who has brought shame to his ancestors, a small-time thug with tattoos. Because of his tattoos, he can't find a job at all. He can only live in a rented room, doing some game leveling to barely make a meager income, just enough to survive. Before, Fang Xiu was full of passion, thinking that having tattoos made him a big shot, but reality has hit him hard, and he doesn't know how to fight back. I wish I could still go to Longcheng. Fang Xiu seems to be recalling some past events. He sighs helplessly. Just then, he hears a muffled knocking at the door. Fang Xiu's heart skips a beat. He has no family or friends here. Who could be knocking? He can't help but think of those posts on the internet. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu gently grasped the iron rod he had picked up. He tiptoed to the door. Outside the door, on the dirty floor covered with colorful advertisements and saliva, there was a person crawling. Yes, crawling. Because this person's hands and feet are unusually long, like a crawling animal, not with the spine facing upwards, but with the belly facing upwards, head facing upwards, a sickly smiling face staring straight at the cat's eye above. Fang Xiu met eyes with the cat's eye. Fang Xiu, that I'm scared. Fang Xiu shivered all over, reflexively stepped back, bumped into the cabinet. His teeth were chattering. He gripped the iron rod even tighter. Large beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead. My lips trembled with fear. Damn it! What is that monster outside? He stayed still for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he took out his phone as if sealing something. He didn't call the patrol office. Instead, he called a stranger's number. This number is the one you left for the little boy after killing the hungry ghost. It was asked by Fang Xiu from the little boy's mouth, who was coaxed and deceived at the time. Hello, who is this? A frosty male voice came through the phone. Fang Xiu felt the air around him become much colder. It was as if the other end of the phone was the underworld. It's the Yama of Fengdu. I'm Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu said trembling. Brother, big brother, can you please help me? There's a lunatic trying to get into my house. He's banging on the door. He's not human. He's a monster. Stop. Calm down. Trembling, shut up. Then came the words that made Fang Xiu despair. In this deeply troubled world, I'm not obligated to save you. Fang Xiu felt hopeless. The hand holding the phone trembled madly. The tattoos all over the body were trembling along with the skin. Lost the former majesty, like a clown without armor. Not obligated to save me. Yes, strangers have no obligation to save me, even if he is a descendant of the Lao Qin family. Emotional secret. Fang Xiu biting his lip. Unknowingly, it's already blood-soaked. The crazy banging of the door next to him. I can see you with every sound. Amidst the swirling dust, the tottering wooden door is crazily breaking down Fang Xiu's mental defense line. Unknowingly, this 1.8-meter tall man is actually in tears. Tears uncontrollably rolling down. But then a second sentence came through the phone. The door hasn't broken yet. Fang Xiu subconsciously realized. Aha, what kind of door do you have at home? Old rental wooden doors are not worth much. Fang Xiu said stutteringly. Then what are you afraid of? Just use whatever to do it. The voice on the other end of the phone sounds a little impatient. A piece of trash that even takes time to break down the door. What are you afraid he'll do? Hanging up the inexplicable call. You furrow your brow slightly, thinking about how your phone number could have been leaked. Oops, forgot that I just went out to leave my number for someone else. You pat your forehead, feeling a little regretful. In this chaotic world, information leaks always come with some uncontrollable risks. In a past life, you met a kind-hearted couple, built a shelter in the basement, then posted the shelter information in the community group. As a result, the couple were killed that same night. The shelter was also taken over. Nestle, in this chaotic world, kindness and good intentions often don't end well. Only extreme ruthlessness can survive in this animal world. You are not naive. You have seen too much of the dirty side of human nature, and have suffered for your kindness. You have also encountered ungrateful dogs, so your gaze now is very cold. Thinking about finding Fang Xiu, either cancel this person's account, or just smash the phone completely. In Fang Xiu's previous life in Zhangcheng, have you not heard that this kind of person probably will die at the hands of some evil spirit? Thinking about this, you can't be bothered to cancel Fang Xiu anymore. The most important thing for you now is to rest, and then to save your father and grandfather. 3 hours later, your phone rings again. You instantly open your eyes. You glance at the phone. Your eyes instantly turn cold. It's Feng Xiu. This person isn't dead yet. Hello, you, the barrage asks. The other end of the phone is very quiet, but there's a heavy, rough breathing sound. After a moment, bro, I am Feng Xiu. I killed that monster. I killed someone. As long as you don't mind, I'm willing to do anything. Just hoping to stay by your side. Hearing this, you're slightly surprised. You smile. 3 days later, if you're not dead yet, should I go find you? Thank you, big brother. I am absolutely loyal. Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. I'm too lazy to listen to Fanxio's nonsense. You hung up the phone directly. Fanxio on the other end is still ecstatic. He's covered in blood. His chest is a wound torn open by teeth. But it didn't hurt the muscles. Just a skin injury. He staggered to look at the bloody mess under the iron rod. An unreal feeling surged into his heart, numbing his head. Just now, he swung the iron rod like a madman, bearing the monster's bite live, smashed this person into a pulp. Even the hardest skull was smashed to pieces. After killing the monster, Feng Xiu was stunned for a long time. Then he suddenly came to his senses, frantically contacting, hearing that as long as he persisted for 3 days, you would come to find yourself. Feng Xiu shouted, laughed, and shed tears like a release. But he didn't know that if he was still alive in 3 days, you weren't coming to save him, but to kill him in this chaotic world. You don't want to keep a time bomb that knows your contact information. The simplest way is to completely wipe out poor Feng Xiu. But you don't know. His mind was only filled with 4 words. Persist for 3 days to achieve this goal. Feng Xiu tried his best to move the bed frame and used the most expensive bed frame in the entire rental house to block the already shattered wooden door. He planned to hide here for 3 days. The power has already been cut off. So Feng Xiu dared not use his phone again. And to not miss your messages, he could only set it to the lowest power consumption mode, hoping this mode can make the remaining 30% of the battery last for 3 more days. And then, Feng Xiu then scoured for anything edible. The end of the world came too quickly. He didn't have time to scavenge the entire rental house. He only found half a bucket of instant noodles, half a bottle of soy sauce and a piece of chocolate. But these things were only enough for 1 meal. The nearest convenience store was not far away. But after seeing the monster lying in a pool of blood, Feng Xiu shivered all over. He would rather hide here and survive for 3 days than to go outside. The outside world was too terrifying. Having made all preparations, Feng Xiu is hiding in the corner, planning to tough it out. In front of us, these 3 days are just bloody and fleshly corpses. At first, Feng Xiu was still shocked. Gradually, he became numb. Even he didn't notice. His retina is already blood red. It's just that the wish is beautiful, but reality is extremely cruel. The upcoming event has completely plunged Feng Xiu into the abyss. It's the only light he can see. Inside the Qin family mansion on the other side, you took all the Qin family descendants on the large heavy truck you drove back. Qin Shui, bro, where did you get this intelligence from? Uncle Qin Feng sits in the co-driver's seat. Can't help but marvel at how things have turned out from the strange beginning to now. It's like you know exactly what to do. It's almost like a different person dreaming. Achieving these, didn't expect dreams to come true. Can you explain it simply? Yes. Uncle driving points the way to the Emperor International Star Diamond Hotel. Uncle is surprised. Do we really have to go to that place? The Emperor International Star Diamond Hotel is the most luxurious international hotel in Jiangchang, but it has nothing to do with the Qin family. It was built by an out-of-province group at a cost of billions. It can be said to be a landmark building in Jiangchang. For ordinary people, if there's a wedding or funeral, they can hold it at the Emperor Hotel. Then the MC who receives the betrothal gifts will have face. For any business, if there's a major negotiation, they're basically all arranged at the Emperor Hotel. And now you're leading the old Qin family to the entrance of the Emperor Hotel. The door is tightly locked at the moment. The entire Emperor Hotel is completely isolated from the outside world. You are not surprised at all. The previous Emperor Hotel looked like this, like a shy turtle. In the end, it's still bizarre. The internal mystery of the Emperor Hotel led to the shocking Jiangchang Emperor massacre that shocked the world. It is said that nearly 500 people died in the Emperor Hotel, but you know it's far more than 500. The Emperor Hotel alone has up to 1,000 waiters and staff. Bro, the door is locked. Xin Feng takes a look, turns back and says, but it's not an electronic lock. just the most basic mechanical lock, can be directly destroyed. Because of the power outage and network disconnection, the Emperor Hotel is like a giant, lost all its bones. Even the chain doors can only rely on mechanical locks, which are just common iron locks. People outside hear that the Emperor Hotel strictly prohibits outsiders from entering. Suddenly, the horn next to the main gate sounded. You glanced around the gate, looked at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel building. Sure enough, saw two security guards on the third floor. You reached out and pressed the ground, signaled the security to open the door and leave. Leave here. First warning. However, the two security guards seemed indifferent. After all, they can work as security guards at the Emperor Hotel. That's all about saving face. Your patience is completely exhausted. Turned to Chen Feng and gestured. Chen Feng understands it perfectly, pulling out the Tang sword and inserting it into the door crack. He fiercely strikes at the mechanical lock behind the door. The crisp sound of banging instantly spread throughout the entire Emperor Hotel. What are you doing? What are you doing? The hotel manager arrives with the two security guards from earlier. What are you doing? He glares at you from behind a thick and tempered steel door. This is the Emperor Hotel. What do you want to do? Chen Feng looks at you. You look around. No response. Chen Feng knows what's going on. Continue to hack at the mechanical lock. I'm warning you, if you cause more damage, I'll take you down. The hotel manager actually pulled out a dark gun from his back. Chen Feng finally stopped. But your speed is incredibly fast. The brown fur on the chest quickly wrapped around the fist. You step forward, rushed to the door at an unbelievable speed, waving a fist wrapped in black spiked thorns, struck a punch. The thick and tempered glass door was directly blasted out. The cracks are shocking to the eye, covered like a spider web. The hotel manager was horrified. Damn it, are people nowadays all monsters? Even a hydraulic press may not be able to break this tempered glass door. Go ahead, shoot. Through the spider web-like cracks. You're smiling and yet not smiling. Like a demon. The hotel manager was speechless for a moment. He must have noticed it too. If he wants to shoot, he'll have to open the hotel's reinforced door. Otherwise, the power of this simple pistol won't even penetrate the reinforced door. There's no talk of danger. But if he opens the reinforced door, look at the power of that man's punch just now. It's terrifying. The hotel manager really didn't dare to open the door to confront him. The two sides are at a stalemate like this. Kid, I don't care where you're from. Even the big shots from Dragon City have to give Emperor Club some face. You going after Emperor Club like this, you might be okay. But those with you who are old, weak, sick, and disabled, are you sure they will be okay? The hotel manager saw the group of women in the truck. Gritting his teeth, he made a threat. As soon as the voice fell, your fist pierced through the reinforced door, threatening the Chen family women. Your gaze was completely cold. Your strength, under the influence of Manhwa, reached a terrifying level. A punch pierced through the thick reinforced door that even a hydraulic press couldn't break. The fist went through the reinforced door, Manhwa. The brown fur grew wildly like a plant with added catalyst. In the blink of an eye, the dark spikes pierced through the security guard's body and the hotel manager's forehead. With a thud, the hotel manager fell into a pool of blood with wide eyes. The simple handgun also fell into the pool of blood. The chestnut horse-faced man broke the mechanical lock from inside the hotel. The heavy tempered steel door was pushed open. You stepped into a pool of blood. The elusive tattoos, along with your iron-blooded and cold face. You look like Yama, the king of hell. There's no one in the hotel lobby, but you know someone will come. Sure enough. 5 minutes later, a group of well-dressed hotel executives walked down the stairs. Their faces looked complex and wary as they stared at the three bloody bodies on the ground, filling the air with the smell of blood. I am Chen Long, the president of the Emperor Hotel. A well-dressed man, a handsome military officer, clearly a high-level corporate man, quickly walked up to you and extended his hand as a gesture of goodwill. I know people from the old Qin family in Zhengcheng. The manager was transferred from another province. Not sensible. You don't have to mind. You ignore. Chenglong's leader did not conceal his purpose at all. I want the top 3 presidential suites. Chenglong nodded immediately. No problem. You smiled faintly. Take the lead to the elevator. Quick, quick, quick. Move the Qin family's belongings to the top floor. Chenglong immediately called on the hotel's senior staff to help with the move. The elevator is ascending. Chen Feng said softly. Bro, why is the boss of D House so kind to us? You reminisce lightly. Don't bother with him. That's it. What do we do next? Use this hotel as a base. First, eliminate. Then, build an iron-blooded stronghold. Open your eyes. Look through the elevator to the chaotic battlefield. Whisper of light life. because next, Xia will enter a bloody era similar to warlord separatism. Warlord melee. Xin Feng and Xin Zhen looked at each other, a face of disbelief. Xin Feng is the third in command of the Zhangcheng Patrol Bureau. Xin Zhang is a public official of the Tax Bureau. Both are young talents who have believed in red ideology since childhood. It's hard to believe that in modern society, the kind of warlord melee that only exists in history books will appear. Xin Ju Gu. Are you serious? Xin Zhen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Right now, you're standing in front of the Emperor Hotel Suite's floor-to-ceiling window, hands in pockets, looking indifferent at the Zhangcheng Street view. In this critical world, nothing is impossible. You lie back into the soft and thick sofa, gently close your eyes and rest. Wave your hand and call everyone to the suite. You originally only wanted 3 presidential suites, but Cheng Long seems to be very attentive. He took out a total of 5 sets. Each suite has 5 rooms, plus 2 large living rooms, enough to accommodate 20 people. 5 presidential suites. The Qin family's residence is more than enough. But you only use 2 sets. The remaining 3 sets are all used to store food and other supplies. And all the female members of the Qin family have been arranged by you in the adjacent rooms to your own suite. Just in case, very soon, 30 young members of the Qin family stand before you. You nod indifferently. Your expression is calm and composed. You sweep your gaze across everyone's faces. Caught by your gaze, everyone involuntarily straightens their posture, as if they are in a military parade. Very good. You show a hint of satisfaction. Nod and smile. All are well led by Brother Qin. Just without Brother Qin, I'm probably already scared to death now. I never dreamed that I would actually use a knife to kill 2 ghosts. The young members of the Qin family are looking at you. Their eyes are full of respect and favor. It looks like your first stage is about to begin. Now, begin to awaken. You said, it seems like it. I feel a swelling sensation in my back. It's like constipation. Brother Qin Ju, do you see that I am awakening now? Xin Zheng takes off his shirt. The tortoise tattoo on his back has already developed a black layer of keratin. But not much, just a thin layer. The rest of the young members of the Qin family also take off their shirts, revealing the tattoos of the 3 kingdoms generals on their chests and the tortoise tattoos on their backs. And as they exert themselves, the black horny layer on the back will shrink into the skin. It can also appear on other parts of the body at any time for immediate use. A defense layer that covers everywhere. This has made the descendants of the Qin family overjoyed. Finally, they have some self-protection ability. Congratulations to all of you for officially becoming divine scribes. You stand up and applaud lightly. But the road ahead is long. It's only the beginning. You are still ants. Don't think that you are already superior to others. A few words extinguished the joy of the crowd like cold water, but you smile faintly. But follow me. You will step by step become divine from being ants. The joy of elimination erupts again. The descendants of the Qin family cheer and jump for joy, clustered around you. The ability to stir emotions like this is also one of the characteristics of a superior. Your eyes are indifferent, dampening the joyous emotions of the crowd. Start giving orders. From now until the next 7 days, you basically have the qualification to walk in the city now. Now I need you to split into 3 teams. The first team, Xin Feng, stand tall and proud. Take a step forward. Xin Feng's name, you are the captain. Xin Jing, Xin Shan, Xin Shu, the vice captain is in the second team. Xin Zhang, stand tall and proud. Take a step forward. You are the captain. Xin Hu, Xin Long, Xin He, the vice captain is in the third team. You're pointing at second uncle. The third team, second uncle, Xin Gua. Very soon, the 3 teams are clearly standing in front of you. Basically, every team is in the wetlands. You pout. Come up with a catchy name for your own team. Second uncle scratches his head. Xiao Ju needs to be louder. Anyway, as long as it's a name that leaves a deep impression on people. Everyone thinks for a moment. Xin Feng raises his chin. His gaze is resolute, inverting white sword for a homophonic pun, meaning to stay true to oneself in this absurd world. Protect the country and its people. After Xin Feng finished speaking, scratching his head awkwardly. Although I may not be qualified to protect the country and its people, you can nod in agreement. Then by Dao Qin Zhang took big strides out of our team. Call for Hubei. You nod. The fierce army Hubei charges, invincible in battle, unbeatable in attack. It's your turn, Uncle Air. Uncle Air just casually mentioned a name. After Heilung finished speaking, Uncle Air asked with a smile, since each team has a name, then our whole team should also have a unified name. Everyone looks at you. The meaning is self-evident. It's you who should come up with the name. Similarly, he is also the leader of the entire team. You didn't refuse either. Just put it in 2 words. Day by day. Second Uncle, chasing the sun day by day, that is to chase the dawn. In this deeply troubled world, chasing the dawn is really good. Okay, I agree too. Chasing the dawn day by day just fits our old Chen family style. Unified organization name. Day by day, it sets up 3 major teams: White Knife, Tiger Dash and Black Dragon. The old Chen family disappeared, but a new behemoth has risen. No one knows what earth-shattering changes it will bring in the future. You nod and look out the window. It's already been 3 days. These days, you've been leading the Chen family's descendants to hunt down the anomalies outside every day, helping them gradually become familiar with the power of the divine scripters. Just 2 days ago, they were still struggling. But today, each of them can hunt down the anomalies on their own in the current rental area of the southern city. Inside the rental house, there are piles of bloody corpses, and a blood-soaked young man holding a bent iron rod. Sitting on this pile of corpses, blood dripping, eyes lifeless, seems to be murmuring something continuously. This is the person that Brother Ju wants, right? Chen Feng frowned and glanced at the photo. That's right, it's this person. The foreign movement is quiet, breaking the silence of the rental house. Feng Feng lifted the pane, looking at Chen's subconscious desire to pick up the stick. What do you want to do? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and closed his legs. The majesty emanates, and Feng Xiu recovers consciousness. Look around, trembling with heart-wrenching pain. How did they come? Chen Feng crouched down and carefully examined. These bodies are all young men and women, ages over 25, but all suffered continuous blunt force injuries and died. Some bodies had their bones smashed. How heavy is this heart? Chen Feng looked up and rested. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he killed. The tang knife in his palm was tightly gripped too, but Feng Xiu didn't notice, just crying incessantly. He cried and said, I didn't want to kill them, they had nothing to eat. They conspired to kill me. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, slowly stood up, slowly listened to Feng Xiu's crying and complaints. It turns out Feng Xiu only planned to tough it out here for 3 days. Hold on until this super tough guy comes to pick me up. He took pity and let a group of young people hide in his house, then fed them some food. Those young people caused a fatality. After the fatality, the remaining trendy men and women behaved for several hours. But hunger is like a devil. As time goes on, it increasingly triggers the dark side of human nature. In extreme situations without food, the deceased leader, Chao Nan, gradually became the target of others. Of course, Feng Xiu still kept a trace of clarity. When Chao Nan was targeted by others, he dared not witness the scene of cannibalism with his own eyes. He then pushed Chao Nan out of the narrow window. He thought this would dispel the evil intentions of those people. Unexpectedly, all the hatred was instead directed towards Feng Xiu. He noticed that several people's eyes had turned green when they looked at him, occasionally licking his lips, while Feng Xiu was drowsy. Luckily, Feng Xiu was only dozing, struggled desperately after being discovered in time. Otherwise, you'll have your throat cut in your sleep. Shocked by this incident, Feng Xiu was furious. He wants to drive everyone out. At first, those girls were in tears, continuously pleading with Feng Xiu, even willing to stay here. A quite pretty girl lifted her tattered black stocking thigh, willing to use her body to stay here. But Feng Xiu dared not keep these beasts around. He always had a sullen face as he drove them away. In the end, all the men and women rushed towards Feng Xiu. Someone snatched Feng Xiu's iron rod, someone grabbed Feng Xiu's thigh, and someone bit Feng Xiu's ear. The sounds of fighting and shouting are getting more intense. Feng Xiu couldn't believe if it attracted a large number of monsters, what would happen to himself? So he started to fight back with an iron rod. This counterattack has continued to the present. 3 men and 5 women in total. All of them were smashed into pulp by Feng Xiu with an iron rod, lying in the rental house in a mess, like a purgatory on earth. I can't do it. I really can't do it. They want to eat me. They want to eat me up. They want to eat. Feng Xiu holding his head, muttering to himself as if in a frenzy. His body still trembled from time to time, like an overreacting response after suffering some kind of mental trauma. Chen Hu tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve. The two walked to the side. Chen Feng, brother, did the instructions really kill him? Chen Hu whispered. Chen's expression was complicated, glanced at the crazy eyes. After a long while, Feng Xiu, he called you. I'm Chen Feng. Feng Xiu killed 8 people. A little mentally unstable. Do you still want to continue executing the order? The phone fell silent. Chen Feng was not in a hurry, waiting quietly. After a long time, you give the phone to Feng Xiu. Chen Feng placed the phone in front of Feng Xiu. Hello, I can hear your voice on the phone. At this moment, as if a miracle happened, Feng Xiu was no longer crying and wailing, but a dazed look slowly appeared, looking towards the phone. Hello, I am Feng Xiu. trembling as I pick up the phone, as if holding a priceless treasure. My lips quivering as I speak. Tell me on the other end of the phone. How many people did you kill? 7, not 8. Why did you kill them? Because they wanted to eat me. So you killed them all. What else could I do? Fang Xiu suddenly lost control, crying out with tears streaming down the face. They want to eat me. They are not human. What can I do if they want to eat people? What can I do in the end? Silence on the other end of the phone. Fang Xiu regained his composure and shivered, wanting to apologize. But a faint laughter came from the phone. Can you still speak logically? You're not mentally unstable, just a daze. A sense of foreboding surged in my heart. Xin Feng heard this, also quietly raised the tang sword, vaguely aiming at Fang Xiu's neck from behind. But suddenly you spoke again. A bit of courage. Fang Xiu gives you a chance. Be a horizontal street ant, or be a dog under me that can survive until dawn every day. At the words, Xin Feng and the others' faces changed. Ju, bro, is the taste so strong? Enough. I'm willing to be your dog. Fang Xiu's tearful roar. I'll be your dog. I'll do anything you want me to do. Just let me live. I don't want to be eaten by others anymore. I really don't want to be eaten by others anymore. The whole corridor was filled with Fang Xiu's heart-wrenching cry at that moment. Dust and stones flying outside the door, accompanied by the thunderous engine sound. This is the 5th Infantry Brigade. The sound of a big horn appeared on the street. Xin Feng quickly ran to the door. Instantly, the pupils slightly contracted. There are actually troops on the streets. A large number of fully armed infantry, heavy brown tiger tanks, armored vehicles loaded with soldiers, flags fluttering in the wind. The army has arrived. When the terrified people of Jiangcheng heard the military's loudspeaker, countless people were overjoyed and in tears, rushing to the streets, watching those fully armed soldiers. Everyone felt a sense of security surge within them. And Xin Feng also followed your instructions at the first time. Took to the streets, running to the front of the army with people coming from all directions. At this time, an officer is speaking through a megaphone, mostly saying that we are victorious. Words of reassurance like, please rest assured. Xin Feng listened for a long time, couldn't help but raise his hand and shout loudly, will the military prevent the establishment of a settlement? After all, everyone is living in fear now, nowhere to live. Xin Feng's loud voice immediately attracted a lot of attention. That's Xin Feng, the senior inspector of the Qin family's inspection bureau. Xin Feng is the third in command at the inspection bureau. It really is Xin Feng. The officer looked at Xin Feng, also noticed that this person seems to have a significant status in the hearts of the people in Jiangcheng, then picked up the megaphone and responded, if it's necessary to establish a settlement, we will consider it. But before that, please rest assured, people of Jiangcheng, we will definitely maintain the city's stability. With us here, the city of Jian will not waver. Xin Feng shakes his head, quickly evacuated from the crowd. Emperor Hotel. You stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Mao Guan looks serious, unknown to the heart. Xin Feng pushes open the door, softly said, Brother Ju, the military currently has no plans to establish gathering points. They probably still want to maintain social order first. You look back. A faint smile. This smile sends a shiver down Xin Feng's spine. The whole city is full of eerie and sinister things. Can it be sustained by relying on firearms? The smile at the corner of your mouth carries a faint sarcasm. This is not aimed at the military, but a mockery of the high-level foolish decisions. If Wang Bu's men could listen to Grandpa's advice, the army wouldn't have to enter the city with just guns and cannons. You shake your head. Bring me the people I'm looking for. After a moment, Fang Xiu appears in front of you. But just as you were about to speak to Fang Xiu, you find an unexpected guest standing outside. Neat and clean military uniform, a high-quality hat, and a pair of shiny shoulder epaulets of a senior general. You must be Lord Cheng. I'm called Wang Bu. The officer solemnly extended his palm. I heard that you once killed a madman on the street with an iron rod. I think your combat power and experience are impressive, so I would like to invite you to the military for a lecture. Looking at Colonel Wang Dahai in front of him, Xin Ju's eyes were calm. Sorry, I don't have much experience. I just helped out when I saw an injustice. After speaking, Xin Ju walked past the officer. The rest of the Qin family's descendants also curiously followed. The officer watched Xin Ju leave, as if it was a normal encounter. It wasn't until Xin Ju and the rest of the Qin family's descendants completely left that the officer stood in the empty hotel corridor and said into his earpiece, Commander, I saw Xin Ju. Yes, he looks like a slightly strong young man, but nothing too remarkable. Yes. Mission complete, I'm coming back. On the other side, at the entrance of the hotel, Uncle Qin asked Xin Ju in a low voice, the military is looking for you, is everything okay? Xin Ju casually replied, it's nothing, It should be people from the Wang department. Wang department. Uncle Chen's pupils slightly contracted. Don't think too much. They probably just mentioned me when father and grandfather went to the capital to warn the higher-ups. Tianju said indifferently. They didn't reveal much, otherwise, it wouldn't have been a simple invitation. They would have taken me away when the military first entered the city. That's not important. The priority now is to go to the hospital. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, they noticed soldiers surrounding the hospital. The hospital gate was also cordoned off. Who are you? A soldier approached and said sternly, the hospital is sealed off, no civilians are allowed to enter. The hospital was sealed off? This was somewhat unexpected for Tianju. He stroked his chin stubble, his gaze uncertain. Could it be that the strangeness in the hospital had already appeared and alarmed the military? Is it you? Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Tianju turned around and his expression was somewhat helpless. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Wang Dahai looked surprised, curious, and asked, you went to the city center hospital just now? Tianju nodded, yes, why is it suddenly sealed off? Wang Dahai seemed a bit awkward and introverted. He smiled without saying anything. Tianju shook his head helplessly, preparing to turn back. It seemed that he would have to find another place to level up. Although the hospital was currently the best experience area. Wait! Wang Dahai suddenly spoke up, quickly ran to Tianju's side, and whispered, if you agree to what I said at the Emperor Hotel, I can find a way to let you all into the hospital. Tianju didn't immediately agree. He smiled and asked, aren't you worried that we will gather military secrets in the hospital? Well, forget it, I don't want to cause trouble for myself. Wait, actually, it's not really military secrets. Wang Dahai suddenly lowered his voice, vaguely saying, it's not just military secrets, otherwise, I wouldn't have let you in. At this moment, everyone was looking at Tianju. Tianju smiled faintly, it's just a speech, I agree. Great! Wang Dahai's face was delighted, and then he said something to the guards. In the end, Tianju and everyone else entered the hospital. However, after entering the hospital, Tianju learned why it was sealed off. It turned out that when the 5th Infantry Brigade entered the city, they encountered several strange attacks, with a few soldiers going crazy and committing suicide, causing panic among the troops. However, in order to stabilize morale and ensure logistical support, the 5th Infantry Brigade entered the city center hospital as soon as possible. This was because the hospital had the most complete and largest quantity of antibiotics in the entire Jiangqing city. This stuff was a level 1 military preparedness material. The 5th Infantry Brigade sealed off the hospital because of the military preparedness materials here. Zhuge, where are we going now? Qin Feng looked at the hospital corridor with soldiers stationed every few steps, silently watching them. This invisible pressure was quite suffocating, especially the shiny steel spears in the hands of each soldier. That thing is a natural enemy to humans, and anyone who sees it is terrified. Go to the 3rd underground floor, Tianju said concisely. The 3rd underground floor. The eyes of the crowd met, seemingly understanding Tianju's meaning. With Wang Dahai's escort, Tianju had a smooth journey. However, near the corridor leading to the pharmacy, they were intercepted by 2 soldiers who demanded that they take a detour. Tianju didn't waste any words and simply bypassed the pharmacy. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for himself. I'll leave you here. At the entrance of the 3rd underground floor, Wang Dahai stopped and said, below is the morgue. I've made it convenient for you, so don't cause me any trouble. Tianju smiled faintly and said, okay, we only have 2 hours. After 2 hours, there will be a leader inspecting, so it's best to come out before that time. Okay. Just as they entered the 3rd underground floor, they felt a chill. Zhuge, it's creepy and cold in here. I feel cold too. It doesn't seem like the temperature from the air conditioning. Suddenly, Qin Feng stiffened. He saw a dark figure at the end of the corridor in the 3rd underground floor. Zhuge, what is that? Tianju glanced and casually said, at most, it's just a ghost. There's nothing to be afraid of. After speaking, Tianju began to assign tasks. All the rooms on the 3rd underground floor are morgues, a total of 9 rooms, each capable of holding up to 270 bodies. Each team is responsible for 3 rooms, a maximum of 90 bodies. The bodies here are different from those in the crematorium. The difficulty and intensity of the bodies here are higher. If any team encounters a difficult problem that they can't solve, contact me immediately. Now, let's begin. Tianju sat down at the entrance of the 3rd underground floor. Qin Feng, Qin Jin, and second uncle exchanged glances, swallowed their saliva, and led their respective teams into the morgue. Morgue rooms 1 to 9. Qin Feng was responsible for rooms 1, 2, and 3. Qin Jin was responsible for rooms 4, 5, and 6. Second uncle was responsible for rooms 7, 8, and 9. In the cold air, Tianju stood like a door god, holding 2 tang knives made of dragon scales, watching as everyone entered the morgue one by one. His gaze, however, remained gloomily fixed on the dark figure at the end of the corridor. The dark figure was extremely slender and definitely not human in shape, but there was no movement, so Tianju didn't move either. The dark figure and Tianju were like 2 silent statues. Morgue room number 1. Feng led his team to inspect it, but found nothing unusual. All the bodies were lying quietly on steel beds, covered with white cloth. However, as they were leaving room 1, something unexpected happened. Report the head count. Feng shouted. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 11. Upon hearing the number 11, Feng trembled, and a chill ran from the back of his heels to the back of his head. The entire White Blade team only had 10 people, so where did the 11th person come from? Just then, the light bulb in the morgue flickered and plunged into darkness the next second. Even a pig would know what had happened at this point. Feng tightly gripped his tang knife and growled, "Everyone gather together, stand back to back, and report the count again." The group of people stumbled and stood back to back. Someone turned on their phone flashlight, nervously observing the counting process. Jin, 1. Shan, 2. Shu, 3. Everyone reported their numbers one by one, and soon they reached the 10th person. However, a voice that made everyone feel like they were falling into an abyss sounded in the air again. 11. It was calm, even a bit chilling, and echoed softly. Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. "Who is it?" Jin raised his hand, looking surprised. "Fengji, it's me." Jin. "How is that possible?" "Yeah, weren't you the first one to report?" Jin, "Are you intentionally scaring us?" The White Blade team exploded in an instant, everyone blaming Jin. But Jin looked aggrieved and said, "No, I wasn't the first one to shout. I was the last one, and I always thought we had 11 people in our group." "Bullshit. Did you just wake up? We've always had 10 people." "Exactly. Where did the 11th person come from?" Jin, "Enough. This joke isn't funny." "Yeah, shouting twice by yourself, is that interesting?" Watching Jin's continuous explanations, Feng suddenly realized a terrifying problem. Since Jin was the last one to count, who was the first Jin to count? At that moment, everyone's eyes widened, and they all turned to look at the first Jin who counted. Under the illumination of the phone flashlight, everyone could clearly see that the first Jin who counted was standing in front of them with a smile on his face. "Damn it! Who the hell is this?" Everyone looked at Jin again and saw that his face had turned pale. "I am Jin. Who is he?" Jin cried out in despair. Feng suddenly shouted, "Kill him." Everyone rushed forward and brutally attacked the smiling Jin. Soon, they turned him into a pile of flesh, and blood stained the entire morgue. After the killing, the panting group of people felt a sense of horror. "All right, let's go." Feng waved his bloody hand and said, "This thing can only scare people, it doesn't have much power. It's probably just a trick that can replicate faces." Everyone agreed and started to leave the morgue. As Feng looked back, he trembled once again. The Jin who had just cried out in despair, instead of leaving the morgue, was standing in place. In the dark environment, his face wore a creepy smile as he watched the group. Feng widened his eyes, and under his gaze, Jin's face began to twist and deform, turning into the face of a stranger. This face was pale, devoid of any vitality, as if it had been dead for a while. Jin. Feng let out a painful cry. Everyone shivered, showing an expression of disbelief. Did we kill the wrong person?" Suddenly, that stranger's face let out a cold laugh, a laugh that was piercing to the ears. "We killed the wrong person. We killed the wrong person." Feng shouted in despair. The first one to count was the real Jin. This bastard deceived Jin and disguised himself as him to fool us. The first one killed was the real Jin? At that moment, all the members of the group were in a state of confusion. In the midst of their confusion, they could only hear the triumphant and sharp laughter coming from the morgue. "Kakik, kakik." The pale-faced stranger's voice sounded sharp, like a mockery from an actor, mocking the audience's inability to distinguish between the play and reality. This drove Feng completely insane. All feelings of fear vanished, leaving only intense hatred and guilt towards Jin. He rushed into the morgue with his knife. The blade flickered, and blood splattered. The stranger seemed to have no resistance, and was instantly chopped into pieces by Feng. However, even lying in a pool of blood, his eyes covered in bright red, he continued to stare at Feng with a mocking gaze. Feng, consumed by anger, looked at those eyes that he despised. Suddenly, an impulse surged within him. He reached out his hand, wanting to gouge out those eyes and crush them mercilessly. "Your anger has clouded your judgment, Feng." Suddenly, Jin's cold and indifferent voice echoed. Xin Feng turned his head, his eyes red, and saw Qin Ju leaning against the door of the morgue. Brother! It guided me to kill Qin Jin. I want to tear this beast into 1,000 pieces. Xin Feng trembled as he shouted, in a literal sense, tear him into 1,000 pieces. Although sweeping through the crematorium had given Xin Feng great confidence before, killing Qin Jin by mistake had plunged him into an abyss. This abyss was called self-blame, and those who blamed themselves would be forever trapped in it. Qin Ju frowned slightly and glanced at Qin Jin standing behind him. Yes, Qin Jin, who was originally killed by everyone, was now standing dumbly beside Qin Ju. And the shattered corpse lying on the ground was still Qin Jin, his face filled with pain. Qin Ju narrowed his eyes, and the circle of bloodstains around his eyes became even redder. Could it be that the bloodshot eyes also had the ability to see ghosts? At this moment, Qin Jin was like a wisp of smoke, weightless, standing lightly beside Qin Ju, his dull expression resembling that of a ghost gradually losing its memory. Brother! Let me tear this beast's corpse to pieces. Qin Feng continued to shout. But Qin Ju suddenly noticed that Qin Jin's figure was fading, and then in an instant, like a whirlpool, it all poured into his own body. Qin Ju had a thought and took off his outer garment, revealing the long Naiha bridge from the center of his collarbone to his lower abdomen. Naiha bridge, countless ghosts, among them a small ghost that was obviously different in color from the others, its color thicker, deeper, and vast, as if it contained mysterious and inscrutable power. Kill! Xin Feng shouted in anger, swinging his sword. After hacking, Xin Feng held his head, sat on the bloody floor, his face filled with pain and regret. I killed Qin Jin. I actually killed Qin Jin. The thought of ordering Qin Jin's death made tears well up in Xin Feng's eyes. The faces of the Bai Dao members turned nervous as they looked at Qin Ju, intending to plead for Qin Feng. After all, no one wanted to really kill Qin Jin. It was all because this cunning trick was too ruthless. However, Qin Ju's indifferent and cold expression made everyone afraid to approach and speak. However, no one could have imagined that at this moment, Qin Ju was just testing the ability of the ghosts on the Naiha bridge. As Qin Ju mobilized all his strength and gathered it in his chest, the ghost pattern with the heavy color suddenly emitted a bright light, and then a ghost exactly like Qin Jin crawled out of Qin Ju's back skin, floating behind him like a summoned entity. Ghosts can actually be summoned? Qin Ju was slightly surprised in his heart. But the people couldn't see the ghost behind Qin Ju. However, with the appearance of the ghost, everyone felt the temperature in the morgue drop several degrees. A cold wind inexplicably blew on the back of everyone's necks. In my past life, I have never seen ghosts that can be summoned like this. It seems that this life is full of surprises. Qin Ju revealed a faint smile, but in the eyes of everyone, it shook their hearts. Qin Ju's decisive killing was something that everyone saw. Qin Ju, it's not Qin Feng's fault. Please, spare Qin Feng, brother Ju. We didn't mean to kill Qin Jin. We are all willing to take care of Qin Jin's mother. Everyone didn't hesitate and knelt in front of Qin Ju, crying and pleading for Qin Feng. Qin Ju ignored them and continued to test the ability of the ghosts. His gaze locked onto a body on an iron bed. Attack this body. With a thought, Qin Jin's ghost swiftly rushed out. Its eyes were filled with rage as it tightly gripped the neck of the body. Stop the attack. The ghost returned, and Qin Ju saw a clear bloodstain on the neck of the body, very deep, almost breaking it. Seeing this, Qin Ju smiled again. In theory, ghosts cannot launch attacks in the material world. But with the strange revival, the strangeness changed the realms of matter and spirit. This caused things like ghosts to be able to launch attacks on real objects. Just one ghost can strangle a body, then. Qin Ju lowered his head and looked at the Naiha bridge on his chest. When Zhou Lao engraved it, there were truly countless ghosts. Starting from the collarbone, the ghosts were relatively clear, becoming smaller and blurrier as they went down, and when it reached the abdomen, Zhou Lao used a small black dot to represent a ghost. From a distance, it looked like countless ghosts on the Naiha bridge. If I could fill the Naiha bridge with ghosts, wouldn't I be equivalent to the king of the underworld? As long as I think about it, thousands of ghosts will launch an attack together. This ability is simply abnormal. Qin Ju also had some doubts. But why didn't I encounter recently deceased ghosts before? Could it be that the ghosts that can be absorbed have conditions? Qin Ju pondered for a moment and caught a clue. The people he killed before, the first one, died of hunger, belonged to Gue. The second one, the girl in the white dress and the 8-foot-tall person, belonged to Gue. The people in the supermarket and the crematorium also belonged to Gue. But when he entered the Emperor Hotel, the hotel manager he killed was not Gue. Wait. What is the difference between the hotel manager and Qin Jin? Yes, the tattoo artist. Qin Ju's mouth curled up with a faint smile. So the condition for ghosts to enter the Naiha bridge is being a tattoo artist. Tattoo artists have the qualifications to resist the supernatural. their souls are stronger than ordinary people, so they can be absorbed into the Naiha bridge by me. Tianju admitted that at this moment, he had the idea of hunting down tattoo artists, but after thinking about it, he temporarily gave up. At this stage, where are there so many tattoo artists? And each tattoo artist is the foundation of human beings against the supernatural. Tianju didn't want to do anything that would destroy the foundation. Of course, unless some tattoo artists were beasts in human skin. Otherwise, Tianju didn't mind going in with his red knife and coming out with his white knife. Tianju, please, give Feng another chance. The plea in his ear continued. Tianju regained his senses and looked at Qin Feng, who was shedding tears, with a slight frown. Why are you crying? Sacrifices are normal on the path of resisting the supernatural, aren't they? Qin Feng cried even harder, but Zhu Gu, whether it's you, Qin Jin, or me, we could all die suddenly one day. It's better to get used to this unpredictable world sooner. If you get used to life and death, you can surpass them. If you mourn in spring and hurt in autumn, you will end up dead on the streets sooner or later. Everyone widened their eyes, as if what he said made sense. Qin Feng also stopped crying and seemed lost in thought. Alright, stop being so emotional. From now on, you'll be responsible for Qin Jin's mother. Yes. Qin Feng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I will treat Qin Jin's mother as if she were my own. Clear rewards and punishments were Qin Ju's style. He spared Qin Feng for now, but it didn't mean he was absolved of his crimes. I remember telling you that if you encounter trouble, come to me. Qin Ju's voice sounded again, making the White Blade group instantly tense. But fortunately, Qin Ju didn't continue. He just said coldly, next time, if anyone acts on their own, don't blame me, Qin Ju, for being merciless. Qin Feng trembled all over and quickly shouted, yes. Qin Ju's style completely conquered this third-in-command of the Zhongcheng Patrol Bureau. The rest of the White Blade group also hurriedly shouted, rest assured, Zhu Gu. Qin Ju nodded, ready to leave, but at this moment, Qin Jin's roar came from the adjacent morgue. Zhu Gu, come quickly. Qin Ju frowned and left his sentence, you guys continue to clean up. Then he went to the morgue number 4. Morgue number 4. Qin Ju couldn't help but take a cold breath when he saw the scene in front of him. On the white floor, there was a non-human monster crawling. This monster was composed of multiple human corpses, with the head of one human corpse behind the buttocks of another human corpse. 7 or 8 human corpses were connected to form a human centipede. And upon closer observation, one would find that the connection between the head and the buttocks looked like it had been welded together, with bloody and distorted flesh, causing a sense of physical discomfort just by looking at it. Zhu Gu, this thing is a human centipede that I saw in a movie. Qin Shen gritted his teeth, enduring the disgust. The rest of the tiger guards also felt nauseous. Retreat! Suddenly, Qin Ju shouted sternly. Qin Shen's heart trembled as he glanced at the serious expression on Qin Ju's face, realizing that he couldn't handle the human centipede on his own. So he quickly led the tiger guards out of the know. For morgue. The empty know. For morgue was left with only Qin Ju and the human centipede. However, the human centipede did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, the human heads at the forefront were in great pain and emitted a hissing wail. Qin Ju slowly raised his tang sword. In fact, the only reason he had the tiger guards leave the morgue was that the scene that was about to unfold would be too brutal. If Qin Ju remembered correctly, he had encountered a human centipede in his previous life as well. But that human centipede was even more terrifying, composed of hundreds of human corpses. However, none of this mattered. The most important thing was that the vitality of the human centipede was accumulated based on the number of bodies it consisted of. Unless all the human corpses were chopped into pieces, the human centipede would not die. Qin Ju rushed out with his sword. The mane of a horse's head surged out from his palm, quickly covering the dragon scale tang sword like fireworks. This caused the steel sword to be covered in black spikes, giving it the appearance of a tyrant's weapon inherited from the mythical era. When the human centipede had just formed, it was the most painful and weak. These bodies would feel the twisted pain in their souls, which is why they emitted a hissing wail of pain. And when they had just formed, the connection between the heads and the buttocks was not stable, making it the weakest point. Swish! The blade flashed past. Qin Ju's sword severed the first connection between the heads and the tails. The human centipede was instantly enraged, and its numerous limbs began to move rapidly, quickly approaching Qin Ju. Then, the 3 bodies at the forefront of the human centipede were lifted high, and the body at the very front opened its bloody mouth, while the other bodies extended their pale hands and feet, preparing to attack Qin Ju like face-crawling worms. Qin Ju did not dodge. His blade was merciless to the extreme. Bull head. Qin Ju's entire body, with a swish, appeared covered in a layer of black horn-like substance. It seemed like a black armor that enveloped his entire body. The human centipede opened its mouth wide and successfully bit into Tianju's shoulder, but it was also pierced by Tianju's blade once again. The human centipede frantically bit and tore, but it could only leave faint white marks on the bullhead armor. There used to be a game called League of Legends, and there was a very tough character in it called Alistar. Tianju's bullhead armor was similar to that character, with a similar effect. Beast, it's a pity that your level 2 weirdness has fallen to the point where you can't even break through my defense. Tianju coldly smiled, then raised his hand and brought down his blade, chopping all the human bodies of the human centipede into pieces. When everything was quiet, the no for morgue had become like a bloody hell, and the strangeness of the human centipede had all poured into Tianju's body. Along with the influx of strangeness, the second divine pattern of the underworld system began to gradually activate. The soul hook messenger. In front of the soul hook messenger, all the dead are equal. The strength of the soul hook messenger is slightly stronger than that of the bullhead and horseface. If they are both first-level divine patterns, the strength of the bullhead and horseface is 1, while the strength of the soul hook messenger is 1. 5. It's just that their evolutionary paths are different. The bullhead and horseface can evolve at most to the second-level divine pattern, while the soul hook messenger can evolve to the third-level divine pattern. It seems that the bullhead and horseface are only suitable for early use. After absorbing the strangeness of the human centipede, not only was the soul hook messenger activated, but the bullhead and horseface also began to move towards the second-level divine pattern. The bullhead and horseface at the second-level divine pattern would undergo a qualitative change. The armor transformed by the bullhead would possess the ability to rebound damage. The horseface could transform into a black warhorse, fearless of water and fire, and travel 1,000 miles in a day. Once the morgue is completely cleared, the bullhead and horseface will awaken to the second level, and the soul hook messenger will also awaken. Tianju nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the bloody ground, and then turned and left. Xinjin, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, quickly asked, "Zhuge, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xinju turned and left. Xinjin curiously wanted to go in and take a look, but Xinju's voice sounded in his ears. "I advise you to be mentally prepared before going in." Xinjin stiffened, then glanced at the Huben group. "I, Xinjin, have seen everything. Zhuge, you underestimate me too much." Xinjin felt that as the captain of the Huben team, he had to maintain his dignity. But when he entered the no for Morgan saw arms, legs, heads, flesh, organs, and pools of blood on the floor, his stomach churned, and he vomited everything he had eaten, including the millet porridge from last night. "Zhuge, this is too brutal." Time passed slowly. There was little time left until Wang Dahai's 2-hour deadline. Wang Dahai came over, looking anxious. But Tianju sat cross-legged at the entrance of the third basement floor, closing his eyes and saying nothing. "All right, I'll help you delay for another half an hour." Wang Dahai gritted his teeth. "After half an hour, all of you must leave this place." After saying that, Wang Dahai hurriedly left. At this moment, Tianju was quietly absorbing the eerie atmosphere of the third basement floor. Every 2 or 3 minutes, a fresh airy aura appeared, representing Qin Feng and the others killing new 0-level and 1st-level anomalies. Some of these eerie auras were automatically absorbed by the eye of reincarnation in Tianju's throat. Suddenly, at the far end of the third basement floor, there was movement from a long and narrow shadow. "Reporting, sir." Wang Dahai saluted crisply. In front of him was the entrance of the hospital, and at this moment, an ordinary red flag sedan was parked at the entrance. An old man in tang suit got out of the car, with graying temples and a thin face, and his eyes were calm and still. Behind the old man were 2 high-ranking military officers. "Is it here that the strong energy source was detected?" The cold wind blew, and the old man in tang suit asked slowly. Wang Dahai had no qualifications to reply and could only step back and stand aside, cursing in his heart. Who could have imagined that such an important figure would come here? Now he could only hope that Tianju and the others could evacuate quickly. "Yes, Sir Wang," a high-ranking military officer said respectfully. "The 5th Infantry Brigade has gathered all its elite soldiers here, sealing off all entrances and exits, just waiting for Sir Wang's arrival." Hearing this, Wang Dahai became even more nervous. The old man in tang suit looked at the hospital in front of him and murmured calmly, "That body excavated from Kunlun Mountain is indeed very mysterious. I didn't expect it to have signs of life again. It seems that this world is truly undergoing a tremendous change. Sir Wang, rest assured. The 5th Infantry Brigade is ready to fight at any time." The old man in tang suit nodded lightly with confidence in his eyes. "Whether it's the anomalies or the countries on the sea, our modern military is their deadly enemy. I have confidence in all of you. Thank you for your trust, Sir Wang." The high-ranking military officer waved his hand, imposing without anger. "Guards, clear the way." The guards cleared the way ahead, and the high-ranking military officer accompanied the old man. Wang Dahai looked at the direction the team was advancing, and his forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. Tianju and the others were still in the third basement floor. If they were caught on the spot, he would be completely finished. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth and was about to speak to delay the time when screams that tore at the heart and lungs came from the third basement floor. Roar! In an instant, the guards, high-ranking military officers, and Sir Wang all changed their expressions. What's going on? Sir Wang's eyes darkened. Did someone go down? It's impossible. I've already ordered the entire hospital to be sealed off. The high-ranking military officer turned his head and looked at Wang Dahai, who was in charge of security. After seeing Wang Dahai's terrified expression, he understood instantly. You have such audacity. The high-ranking military officer said angrily, not having time to argue with Wang Dahai. He turned his head and shouted, "Guards, engage the safety locks. Proceed with reconnaissance." Click, click, click. The sound of the safety locks being engaged rang out in unison. The elite soldiers cautiously advanced in groups of 3, back to back. The entire hospital was filled with tension. Lao Huang, it's best not to make any mistakes in this matter. Wang Lao's eyes darkened as he said, that corpse is related to the Gene Warrior program. If there's a mistake, you might not be able to keep that general's uniform on you. The military leader gritted his teeth and waved his hand to continue forward. When the elite guards entered the underground third floor first, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. In the narrow corridor of the basement, a monster with long, spider-like limbs was wreaking havoc, causing the entire corridor to tremble. The paintings on the walls were scattered and broken. The monster that the spider-like creature was fighting against was a humanoid monster covered in a black, armor-like layer of keratin. The intense battle between the two monsters sent chills down the spines of all the elite guards. The ground trembled, the brick walls cracked, blood splattered, and it was like madness. What's going on? The military leader of the region showed a look of astonishment. Wang Lao followed closely behind and frowned upon seeing the scene. Sir, the two monsters are fighting. The voice of the elite guard trembled. Humans naturally feel fear when faced with living monsters, especially in the early stages of this eerie phenomenon. The unknown and mysterious nature only adds to the fear. Watching the fights that could smash walls with their fists, one of the elite guard's legs began to tremble. Kill them all. The military leader roared, since they're monsters, kill them all. Wait. Wang Lao furrowed his brow and stared at the spider-like monster, then suddenly spoke, no good. Kill that monster. Wang Lao pointed with his finger, but not at the spider-like monster. He pointed at the monster covered in a black, armor-like layer. Upon receiving the order, all the elite guards raised their guns without hesitation and pulled the trigger. The intense rain of bullets instantly hit Tianju's body. It stung. Buzz. In the next second, the black monster kicked the wall hard, the muscles of its thighs bulged, and with the help of an astonishing rebound force, it instantly shot towards the elite soldiers. Ah! Seeing the black monster so close, the teeth of the elite guards were chattering. This monster is so fast. The military leader immediately covered Wang Lao and retreated. However, in the next second, the black monster raised its finger and pointed at Wang Lao. Wang Lao trembled all over, furrowed his brow, and stared at the black monster. Is this monster pointing at me? He didn't know that beneath the black, armor-like layer covering his head, Tianju's blood-red eyes were fixed on him. If you dare to hit me again, I'll kill all of you. The black monster spoke with a fierce and ferocious voice. The military leader instantly widened his eyes. It can speak. Wang Lao stopped, turned around, and said in a deep voice, "Are you human?" But he didn't get an answer because the spider-like monster had already rushed towards them again. Tianju glanced deeply at Wang Lao, turned around, and wielded his tang sword with horsehair tassels, engaging in a fierce battle with the spider-like monster once again. Don't shoot, everyone. Wang Lao suddenly spoke, also staring at the black monster intently. If this thing is human, how did it end up like this? Looking at the two monsters fighting fiercely without any distinction, Wang Lao fell into deep thought. How did a person transform into this appearance and be able to contend with the strange corpses unearthed from Kunlun Mountain? What exactly caused this transformation? Knife. As the battle dragged on, the spider-like monster began to show signs of fatigue. Tianju seized the opportunity and launched even more fierce attacks. With the high speed and explosive power of his blade, he gradually forced the spider-like monster to the end of the corridor. The spider-like monster was a substantial creature, purely a creature of strength. In this bizarre battle, it was a contest of who would reveal a flaw first. Slash, slash, slash. Several consecutive strikes caused the spider-like monster to suffer heavy injuries. One of its long arms was completely severed, and painful roars echoed in the bright red blood. While you're weak, I'll take your life. Tianju's eyes burst with a brilliant light as he struck the monster's throat with a single blow. Explosive kill. A single blow killed it. The spider-like monster's head rolled and fell into a pool of blood. Tianju stood tall in the pool of blood, his black armor-like body resembling a god of slaughter. All the elite soldiers couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this scene. Even the high-ranking military officials couldn't help but applaud after a brief shock. Not bad. Such a skillful move. It's even more impressive than the king of soldiers. The entire underground corridor was filled with eerie atmosphere emanating from the spider monsters after they died. Tianju glanced at the people in the army and didn't find anyone with a tattoo, so he withdrew his gaze. He didn't want to do the stupid thing of killing monsters and letting others absorb the eerie atmosphere. Most of the eerie atmosphere entered Tianju's body, while a small portion was absorbed by the Chen family members in various morgues. The color of the soul-reaping messenger's divine tattoo on Tianju's chest became completely rich and emitted a scorching temperature. The originally awakened ox-headed horse-faced creature also seemed to have undergone a second evolution, with a thicker and deeper color, and even its temperament became more majestic, as if it were a true underworld deity. "Young man, do you know me?" Wang Lao suddenly spoke. Faced with Wang Lao's question, Tianju did not respond. He just turned his black helmet, looked around, and glanced at the elite soldiers and Wang Dahai. Tianju sighed slightly in his heart. It seemed that Wang Dahai had ultimately miscalculated. "Young man, do you know me?" Wang Lao took another step forward, and the majesty that came from being in a high position was fully displayed between his frowning eyebrows, making the surrounding soldiers feel breathless. Tianju knew that in this situation, he would definitely have to reveal his identity, so he no longer concealed it. The black horny layer all over his body and the horsehair on the dragon scale tang knife quickly receded and retracted into his skin. This scene deeply shocked everyone present, especially Wang Lao. When he saw Tianju's face, his shock was beyond words. "It's you! Tianju, the legitimate eldest son of the Chen family." Wang Lao furrowed his brows tightly, looking at Tianju from head to toe. Tianju lowered his gaze lightly, calmly and indifferently saying, "Everyone, leave." The Chen family members in the morgue all walked out. "Let them go, Tianju stays," Wang Lao ordered directly. Chen Feng, Chen Jin, and second uncle looked worriedly at Tianju, hesitated for a moment, and then left. "Tianju, I didn't expect it to be you." Wang Lao furrowed his brows tightly and asked, "Where did you get your abilities? Is this the power of a genetically enhanced soldier? Have you undergone genetic modification?" "Genetic modification?" Tianju seemed to hear a joke and showed a faint mocking smile. "Where I got my power from, didn't my imprisoned father tell you?" Tianju slowly raised his gaze, calmly staring at Wang Lao, and said, "Wang Bu, the second-ranking official of the country." The Wang Lao in front of him was the Wang Bu mentioned by his father on the phone. He was also the culprit who caused the downfall of the Great Xia Empire, leading to the death of 1,000,000 elite soldiers in the Honghe Valley in Tianju's previous life. "What?" Wang Lao's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he fell into silence. "Your father is Qin Jun?" the high-ranking military official asked in astonishment. Tianju swept indifferently, unmoved. "No wonder. It turns out to be Qin Jun's son, Tianju." The high-ranking military official was delighted and praised. "Qin Jun was my old squad leader back then. I didn't expect him to have such an outstanding son." "Wait a minute." The high-ranking military official seemed to realize something and glanced at Wang Lao. After a long silence, Wang Lao raised his sharp gaze and said, "Tianju, what? Are you going to make a move?" Tianju's mouth curled up in a sarcastic smile, and the cold light in his tang knife was sharp. "Stop, this is Wang Lao. Tianju, have you gone mad?" The high-ranking military official was shocked and pale, reaching out to directly grab the blade of Tianju's knife. "Don't be impulsive. Your father is fine. Qin Laoyi is also fine. Wang Lao treats them both as honored guests." "Fine? Honored guests?" Tianju's indifferent gaze slightly fluctuated. He looked at Wang Lao calmly. Wang Lao took a deep breath and continued, "I have always believed that those with tattoos can achieve immortality and greatness only in their dreams during the day, but now it seems that when your father and Qin Laoyi came to the capital with tattoos all over their bodies to warn, it wasn't just an empty rumor. They both said that you are a prophet, is that right, Tianju?" Wang Lao raised his gaze, and his eyes were incredibly sharp at this moment. Just like two knives, piercing into Tianju's skin, seeing through his heart. If it were an ordinary person, they would have lost their composure under the intense gaze of the second seat of the trial. But who is Tianju? He is the demon who once fought in the sea of corpses and blood. He is the god-mark master who survived until the end in that world of mutation. The young man in front of him had an unusually mature and indifferent expression. In the face of Wang Lao's gaze, there was no ripple in his eyes. After a long time, Wang Lao withdrew his gaze. Qin Zhu, your father Qin Jun, and Qin Lao Yi, when they reported in the capital, the highest-ranking person happened to be bedridden with a cold. I listened with all the officials, and almost 90% of them thought that the old Qin family had gone mad. Wang Lao said slowly. But I think, even if the whole world goes mad, Qin Lao Yi would not. And the higher-ups asked during the meeting, why did they get tattoos, why did they know about these things? But the always upright and honest Qin Jun and Qin Lao Yi avoided talking about it, which ultimately led to a fruitless meeting. But after the meeting, I sensed that something was wrong, so I invited Qin Jun and Qin Lao Yi to my mansion. Wang Lao looked calmly at Qin Zhu and said word by word, I, Wang Bu, am an old man of the times, but I am also the backbone of this country. I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of 1.4 billion people. I do not allow anything that threatens our country to exist in this world. This is the conviction I have held since my youth in politics until today as an old man of the previous era. Qin Zhu, don't be surprised why I am defending myself. It's because I see alienation, indifference, disgust, and contempt in your eyes. I have never imprisoned your father and grandfather. If you don't believe me, you can contact them now. Wang Lao handed over his phone, the personal phone of several top elders in the country, and this sincerity was so great that even the military district leaders who were watching were wide-eyed. Qin Zhu looked at the phone in front of him, remained silent for a long time, and said lightly, the global magnetic field is in chaos, and the internet will be interrupted for the first time, approximately for 7 days. After that, there will be a 1-hour reconnection period, followed by another 7-day period of disconnection. 7 days of disconnection, 1 hour of reconnection, repeating in cycles. Wang Lao's gaze condensed. Is it another prophecy? No, this is reality. Looking at Qin Zhu's indifferent and calm eyes, Wang Lao smiled gently. Qin Zhu, I am glad for my sincere and serious words just now. I see those negative emotions disappearing from your eyes. Qin Zhu smiled indifferently. I just don't want this country to suffer. Wang Lao's face instantly became serious. Guards, how long has the global signal been interrupted? Reporting, sir, it has been 48 hours. Wang Lao turned to Qin Zhu. Is it a 7-day period of disconnection? Then, 5 days later, if what you said is true, there will be a global signal reconnection period. Qin Zhu, do you know that you will become the hope of this country? After speaking, Wang Lao left with his men. The military district leaders asked in a low voice, Wang Lao, that monster is dead. What should we do with the Gene Warrior program? Wang Lao didn't look back. Do we still need to continue? Interrupt. All additional plans are interrupted. Prepare the plane, send me back to the capital, I want to see Qin Lao Yi. Guards, clear the way with military vehicles. Within 5 days, all high-ranking officials are required to arrive in the capital. Brother, are you okay? Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the hospital, nervously asking. Qin Zhu shook his head slowly and said softly, you guys go back to the empire, you can kill the enemy on your own. What about you, Zhu? Me? I'm going to try to awaken the souls of the world. Kyoto. Wang Lao hurriedly walked, his expression solemn, and behind him, several fully armed soldiers followed. Bang! The wide and huge door was opened, and Wang Lao stepped in, unable to bear the shock in his heart, and shouted loudly, Qin Lao Yi. I have seen Qin Zhu. Buzz. In the depths of the old house, Mr. Qin suddenly stood up, his eyebrows and eyes bursting with vitality, and his elderly body appeared strong and powerful like a young man. Have you seen Qin Zhu? Yes, Mr. Wang's eyes were shining, unable to hide his excitement. I have informed the top officials of the country. If, as Qin Zhu said, the global situation really becomes what it is after 5 days, then your grandson will become the hope to save the entire country. Although the words were passionate, Mr. Qin frowned, lost in thought. Mr. Qin, please forgive my previous recklessness for the sake of the entire country. Suddenly, Mr. Wang bowed deeply to Mr. Qin, sincerely saying, when I first heard about the theory of using tattoos to save the country, I thought it was absurd. It was called an invitation, but it was actually imprisonment. I sincerely apologize for my reckless and ignorant actions. It turned out that Mr. Wang had indeed imprisoned Mr. Qin and the Qin army. Qin Jun walked out with a grim face, saying, you treated our warning as a joke before, but now you suddenly come to apologize. What did you do when you saw my son? Mr. Wang sensed Qin Jun's anger and quickly explained, I didn't harm Qin Zhu, but from him, I truly saw the hope for humanity's survival. I have already investigated everyone in the Qin family, and their records are clean to the point that I admire them. However, besides you, Qin Jun, no one else has years of combat experience. And your son, Qin Zhu, actually killed a strange corpse dug out from Kunlun Mountain with his tattoo. Even a king of soldiers would find it difficult to kill such a powerful corpse. Shinju's strength has shown me a glimmer of hope. Enough talk, please tell us in detail about tattoos and the strange occurrences. Please, Mr. Wang bowed deeply with his graying temples. Looking at the high-ranking officials who appeared so disheartened, Shinjun finally felt a hint of sincerity and a desire to save the nation. Father? Mr. Shin nodded. Come in, Mr. Wang's face lit up with joy and he respectfully followed behind Mr. Shin. At this moment, Jiangcheng had already entered a period of strange outbreaks. There were no longer any living people on the streets. Everyone who was still alive either hid in their homes or gathered around the 5th Infantry Division. Inside the Emperor Hotel, the Qin family descendants who had returned from hunting in the hospital had gained abundant strange energy and had all become first-level tattoo masters. However, because of this, everyone was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep as soon as they entered their rooms. The Qin family women had already prepared towels, hot water, and healing ointments, and they were divided into pairs to provide post-battle care for the Qin family descendants who went out to hunt. Women, be careful. These are all men from our Qin family. They are all fighting for the safety of our lives. Grandma's determination was unparalleled. She acted as the leader of the women and constantly cheered them on. It could be said that as long as Grandma was in the rear, the men of the Qin family would always have a warm and stable haven. However, in a corner of this busy scene, there was a scene of sorrow. It was Qin Feng kneeling on the ground. Mother! Qin Feng knocked his head on the ground and said in a deep voice, "From now on, you are my second mother. Qin Jin cannot continue to filially serve you, so let me, Qin Feng, do it. As long as I am alive, I will always treat you as my own mother." Qin Jin's mother was in extreme grief and was taken away by Grandma, who comforted her with kind words. Grandma said, in that era of the previous century, countless young talents sacrificed their lives for their country. In the Gusong River, there were 3 million Xia men who shed their blood and left their bodies. She had also welcomed the bodies of her family members and witnessed the world of natural disasters and man-made calamities. Now, it seems like the cycle of the world, death and sacrifice are traumas that everyone must experience. Our child has not died, he has just found another way to silently accompany us. Qin Feng bowed deeply to his grandmother, then went to the bathroom exhausted. After 2 hours of fighting in the hospital, Qin Feng was almost drained of energy. The image of Qin Jin's death kept replaying in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng shook his head, untied his belt, and prepared to urinate. Suddenly, he saw a pale, colorless head slowly floating up from the toilet. The head cracked a smile at him. Damn it! Qin Feng's scream echoed throughout the suite. The smiling man in the toilet continued to watch Qin Feng silently. When his grandmother rushed in and saw Qin Feng holding a tang knife, she was both frightened and heartbroken. She hugged Qin Feng and tried to persuade him, but he seemed possessed, relentlessly hacking at the toilet. His crazed appearance and furious red eyes terrified his grandmother, but she also felt immense pain for him. Qin Feng, panting heavily, finally calmed down after smashing the perfectly fine smart toilet into pieces. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? His grandmother anxiously asked. Facing her worried inquiry, Qin Feng's eyes were empty and scattered, constantly gasping for breath, muttering incomprehensible words. He's clinging to me, still clinging to me, he's not dead, that thing is not dead, that thing is not dead. No! Qin Feng suddenly shouted, breaking free from his grandmother's embrace and rushing out of the door like a madman. But after running a few steps, he stopped. No, I can't go, I can't go. Looking at the worried and nervous faces of the Qin family women, Qin Feng swallowed his saliva, wiped away the cold sweat on his face, and then hugged the tang knife tightly, like a possessed statue, nervously guarding the living room. His bloodshot eyes, exhausted and tense, glanced around from time to time, as if something terrifying could appear in the room at any moment. Meanwhile, the 5th Infantry Division officially took over the central hospital. Large quantities of antibiotics were loaded onto military trucks. The military leaders in the region nervously stared at a tactical map. The Huaxia building was surrounded by a red circle on the map. Guard, report the reconnaissance information. Yes. According to the intelligence, a large number of unknown figures suddenly appeared in the collapsed Huaxia building. At the same time, the Jiangcheng Fire Brigade reported that nearly 500 victims were found inside the Huaxia building and immediate rescue by our military is needed. The Huaxia building. Xin Zhu had accurately predicted the collapse of the building in front of his father and grandfather. And now, the collapsed Huaxia building was shrouded in mist. In the empty corridors of the ruins, eerie screams, running footsteps, and wailing could be heard from time to time. At this moment, the street in front of the Huaxia building was cleared for military vehicles, and hundreds of fully armed soldiers nervously advanced. Captain, the Huaxia building is right ahead. A voice came through Wang Dahai's earpiece. Taking a glance at the ruins of the building in front of him, Wang Dahai took a deep breath. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but the power of firearms gave him enough confidence when he looked back at the fully armed soldiers, prepared to launch smoke grenades. Several smoke grenades exploded in the ruins of the Huaxia building. With a large amount of smoke billowing out, the soldiers began to enter one by one. However, the unexpected came fiercely. Just under 3 minutes after the soldiers entered, heart-wrenching screams echoed from the ruins of the Huaxia building. Hearing those tragic sounds, one could imagine the cruel torture the soldiers were enduring. "What's happening?" Wang Dahai anxiously asked. However, all the soldiers who entered the ruins of the Huaxia building lost their voices. "Damn it! I forgot that the global magnetic field is in chaos now, and radio waves can only work within 10 meters. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth and selected a dozen elite soldiers to personally lead the team into the Huaxia building to search for the dozens of vanguard soldiers who had lost signal. However, when Wang Dahai entered the ruins of Huaxia, he was instantly pale with fear after seeing the scene inside. The military quality he had developed over the years quickly crumbled, even collapsing. In the ruins, steel bars pierced through the concrete, exposed on the ground, with one end of each steel bar pointing towards the sky like a javelin. There were a total of 7 steel bars, each with 7 or 8 soldiers impaled on them. The soldiers who entered the ruins of Huaxia first were like candied haws skewered on the steel bars, their expressions filled with extreme pain. The cries of agony just now were the result of their bellies being pierced by the steel bars. Wang Dahai could hardly imagine what kind of terrifying force could cause these highly skilled soldiers to die in such a horrifying manner. The steel bars are pointing upwards. Each dead soldier has to jump up first, then align their abdomen with the ground in order to be impaled by the steel bars. Upon reaching this conclusion, Wang Dahai was instantly filled with a chilling sensation. This was definitely not suicide. Absolutely, it couldn't be suicide. There must be something strange in these ruins of Huaxia. Just then, Wang Dahai noticed someone walking beside him. He turned around and saw his deputy, his brother of many years, with a vacant look in his eyes. He walked up to one of the steel bars, then slowly bent his knees. Wang Dahai widened his eyes, sensing something, and shouted as he rushed towards his deputy. But it was too late. The deputy jumped high into the air and, under Wang Dahai's gaze, landed on the tip of the steel bar like a block of tofu, piercing through his abdomen and coming out from his back, blood splattering all over Wang Dahai's face. Wang Dahai stood frozen in place, his pupils trembling. He witnessed his comrade being impaled by the steel bar. This impact ruthlessly washed over his body and mind. At this moment, the deputy suddenly regained clarity in his eyes, looked down, and saw the steel bar piercing through his body. He let out an incredibly agonizing scream, like a slaughtered pig, but after just 2 or 3 seconds, his head tilted and he lost all signs of life. At this moment, the sight of steel bars impaling soldiers, the bloody and horrifying scene, shocked the eyes of all the surviving soldiers. What is this situation? One soldier trembled and spoke. But in the next second, his eyes glazed over, losing focus, and like the deputy just now, he stiffly walked towards the steel bars like a wooden puppet. No! Wang Dahai hugged the soldier, fearfully shouting, "Everyone retreat! Get out of Huaxia! Retreat!" However, in the next second, Wang Dahai stood frozen in place. All the soldiers who were alive just a moment ago now had their eyes turned white, losing focus. Over a dozen elite soldiers, all walking towards the steel bars like zombies. Seeing this scene, Wang Dahai's body went weak, completely collapsing. He watched as one by one, his comrades jumped onto the steel bars. He heard the sound of flesh being pierced, chillingly echoing in his ears. "Ah!" Wang Dahai screamed in madness. Why? Why is this happening? His heart-wrenching cries were filled with tears and despair. But in the next second, faint hoofbeats sounded. From far to near, they became increasingly clear. Amidst his tear-filled breakdown, Wang Dahai, with blurred vision, faintly saw a black knight slowly approaching. But Wang Dahai was already broken, already numb, already trapped in a deep abyss of pain. His limbs trembled unconsciously, unable to react in any way, only his lips quivering, emitting meaningless wails. Tap! The faint sound of hoofbeats stopped beside Wang Dahai. A pair of cold, indifferent, yet slightly sorrowful eyes gently cast upon him from atop the horse. Seeing Wang Dahai trembling and writhing on the ground like a madman, after a long gaze, a faint sigh came from the horse's back. Encountering intangible anomalies, how much sense of security can modern weapons truly provide? In the faint sighs, Wang Dahai no longer wailed. He got up and walked like a zombie towards the steel bars. He jumped high and was pierced by the steel bars, becoming a member of the bloody gourd. Tianju, wearing black armor, flipped off the horse and took out a white handkerchief, gently covering Wang Dahai's bloodied face, slowly covering his eyes filled with fear and despair, like a white flag. "At least we had some fate together. Then I will clear this Huaxia building for you." Tianju slowly stood up, his hand covered in black armor no longer gripping the Tang sword, but unbuttoning his suit jacket, revealing a chest full of tattooed patterns. At this moment, on the Manhwa bridge, the Soul Reaper holding a black sickle had an extremely solemn expression. Buzz! In an instant, Tianju felt his vision go black, but after just 2 or 3 seconds, he opened his eyes, his gaze still indifferent and cold, but with a hint of excitement and killing intent. I've seen through all your little tricks a long time ago. Tianju grinned. He slowly raised his head and looked at a child with skin ashen and cracked, lying on top of his head. Get down from there! Tianju suddenly attacked, pulling the child off his head. You can see me! The child, who was originally grinning, widened his eyes in shock, looking at Tianju with an astonished expression. I can even see those things. Tianju stood amidst the terrifying scene, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, his smile gradually turning from excitement to ferocity. What qualifications do you have to make me unable to see you? The child in front of him had dark blue skin all over his body, with a terrifying scar on his stomach resembling a centipede. Hey, Wang Dahai, please respond. Angry shouts came from the earpiece in the ruins, indicating that Wang Dahai's loss of contact had caught the attention of the 5th Infantry Brigade. Soon, outside the ruins, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard as a large number of fully armed soldiers advanced step by step. Due to the inexplicable loss of the vanguard team, each soldier had beads of sweat on their faces and nervousness in their eyes. They saw it. The soldiers saw the scene inside the ruins. Comrades pierced by steel bars, bloody corpses, like a string of human candy apples, deeply piercing the eyes of every soldier. Some people gagged, but more people had boundless fear in their eyes. How did they die? The soldiers turned their gaze to their commanding officer. He was an old squad leader with a glorious military record, but at this moment, his face was full of tension, not knowing what had happened here. Suddenly, a dazzling flame appeared deep in the ruins, like a stunning shooting star, and then disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette in the mist. What is that thing? In astonishment, more flame silhouettes appeared. The crackling flame silhouettes were like the sword swings of a domineering king, rendering an extremely imposing light and shadow. As the soldiers approached for a closer look, they widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. It's a sword burning with flames. Such domineering swordsmanship, fierce and powerful. Who is it? The soldiers stood outside the mist, unable to see Tianju inside. If they could see, they would witness an invincible sword god in reality. Tianju's eyes were indifferent and cold, his long hair by his temples dancing in the wind, and his wrist with bulging veins swung the Tang sword fiercely. The back of the Tang sword was burning with intense flames. He was like an ancient god, performing a domineering sword dance. Every swing and turn of the sword was filled with ancient and mysterious charm. The reason why the Tang sword could ignite flames was that the Soul Reaper's weapon, the sickle, burned with the fire of the underworld. When manifested in reality, it enchanted the weapon, giving Tianju's Tang sword the power of flame. An ancient battle dance, calm and plain slaughter. Even though there is a thick fog over the ruins, it still deeply shocks every soldier who witnesses this scene. Why do you have to oppose me? Why? Why does everyone want to harm me? I'm tired. I want to cry. I really want to cry. Blood. Death. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoes in the fog of the ruins, sounding like a child screaming at the top of their lungs, filled with an unsettling tone, sinister, violent, abnormal, and bloody. In that instant, many soldiers are momentarily stunned. Then these people all see the same scene, a dilapidated home with very few intact pieces of furniture, glass shards scattered all over the floor, and a man passed out drunk. Suddenly, the door opens, revealing a timid little boy, carrying a worn-out backpack, poking his head out cautiously, peering into the house. Outside, warm sunlight pours in, and even though the boy's school uniform covers his arms, various bruises and scars can still be seen. When the little boy sees the man passed out drunk, he breathes a sigh of relief, then tiptoes into the house, gently picking up the old broom and starting to clean up the broken bottles on the floor. He doesn't blame his father, he knows his father is also hurting inside. If it weren't for his mother fighting naked with another man in the next room, which his father discovered, his father wouldn't be feeling this way. He just doesn't know if his mother is cold in the refrigerator. After cleaning up the bottles, the little boy walks in a daze to the refrigerator, opens it, and looks at his mother's face with closed eyes. He smiles sweetly, then takes out a certificate from his backpack, proudly showing it to his mother's sleeping face. But his mother is still asleep, which makes the little boy feel a bit sad. He closes the refrigerator door, lowers his head, and walks to his small desk. He tears off the head of the certificate and puts it in his mouth, chewing on it incessantly. The white fur is stained with blood, but the little boy finds it delicious. His happiest thing is being able to find a new certificate for himself in his sister's house next door. His sister starts yelling again outside, saying that she has already called the police and will definitely catch the thief who stole the cat. She keeps yelling, and the little boy feels annoyed, so he closes the window. The white window makes a bang sound and falls apart, with a pale bone falling down. The little boy brings a chair and puts the bone back into the window, muttering that he must listen to his father and make his mother's bones into the most beautiful window, so that the neighbor uncle can see his mother's most sincere appearance every day. After doing all this, the little boy returns to his desk and stares at his first certificate, lost in thought. Suddenly, the door is opened, and what follows is his father's bloodshot eyes, drooling mouth, crazy shouting, and a sharp steel bar like a spear. With a splutter, the little boy is stabbed through the chest by the steel bar. The man, who went insane after discovering his wife's affair, lifts his son, who has been stabbed by the steel bar, and jumps off the building from the window made of his wife's bones, committing suicide. This was a shocking and horrifying case that happened 30 years ago in Jiangcheng, which even shook half of the country at the time, terrifying countless people when they heard about it. And now, the deceased have come back to life in some form. The steel bars that were strung together like candied haws on a soldier, like beautiful colored bubbles, warmed the hearts of children. However, all of this is torn apart by the burning Tang sword. I don't care what your reasons are, as long as you appear in front of me, I will cut you into pieces. Tianju bursts into a ferocious laughter, his eyes on the verge of splitting. Why do you have the right to harm others just because you've been wronged? The grievances I've suffered, they are 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than yours. The child sensed the taste of death and screamed at the top of his lungs. Then, all the soldiers who entered here rushed towards Tianju like puppets. Such a despicable magnetic field affecting the soul, dare to show off in front of me, who specializes in soul summoning? Ha ha ha, give it to me, open. Tianju raised his hand and lifted the fierce fire tang knife, using the knife as a pen and the fire as ink, waving an ancient Taoist pattern in this ruins. Danshukoshin, Tui Chufan, Shishin Zhangluan, Tong Ming Yangshin, Luoqian Shishin, Kxiaoasian, Hoshin Huben, Shishin Jin, Xianshin Dan Yuan, Lingwa Tongjin, Sishin Lianyi, Dao Chi Chang Cun. Summon souls, expel evil, capture the mysterious, swallow darkness. Please, gods. Shinju closed his eyes, opened them, and transformed into a slender Yin god. His eyes were cold, his features blurred, his figure slender, and the tang knife in his hand turned into a huge black scythe emitting a faint gloomy fire. At this moment, the child with gray skin was completely panicked. I'm not even considered a demon, and I actually encountered the underworld Yin god. This is so unscientific. When Shinju transformed into the soul-reaping messenger carrying the huge scythe, all the mentally confused soldiers instantly regained their clarity and also saw Shinju's appearance. The huge black scythe, draped in a black robe, could it be the legendary Grim Reaper? Why would the Western Grim Reaper appear in our eastern region? At the very least, it should be our eastern Zhongkue. Grim Reaper, it's really the Grim Reaper. I saw the Grim Reaper, does that mean I'm going to die? The soldiers with weak resistance were already on the verge of collapse. Just now, I felt someone forcibly implanting a scene in my mind. We really are as powerless as ants. A newly enlisted soldier cried in despair. We are just ants. Someone forcibly implanted a scene that doesn't belong to me in my mind. It's too terrifying, the scene is too terrifying, this whole thing is too terrifying. I can't take it, I really can't take it anymore. He's coming, a soldier suddenly shouted. The next second, all the soldiers became highly tense. Even the experienced old squad leader was so nervous that his fingers holding the gun turned pale and blue. Shinju, shrouded in a mysterious aura, carried a huge black scythe and walked steadily, stimulating the last psychological defense line of every soldier with a sense of oppression and terror. Step! The heavy footsteps approached, as if the Grim Reaper was getting closer, causing almost all the soldiers' foreheads to sweat profusely. Step! The second step was taken. Shinju's towering jawline was pale and lifeless, like an earthly Yin god walking in light and shadow. Under the rendering of the dust, it exuded more ancient, vast, mysterious, and legendary charm. Gulp! Someone swallowed their saliva. Step! The third step was taken, and all the soldiers were mentally stretched to the limit, to the point where some even dropped their guns, which they considered their lives, due to nervousness. Time seemed to slow down. Everyone seemed to hear the ticking sound of a pendulum in their heads. The sweat on their foreheads slowly slid down into the dust. The closer that figure approached, the more oppressive everyone felt. It really felt like the Grim Reaper was approaching step by step. However, in the moment when Shinju passed by the soldiers expressionlessly, time seemed to return to normal and suddenly accelerated. Who? Shinju walked past himself. It was like the Grim Reaper passing by. Every soldier couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They turned their heads and looked at Shinju's back. Under the sunlight, the dust in the air cleared, and the flames and scythe of the Soul Harbinger merged into two black waves that surged into Tianju's chest. This scene once again widened the eyes of all the soldiers. Are you human? The old squad leader hesitantly reached out and asked. Tianju stopped, turned his head, and his indifferent gaze was like a river covered in frost, making the old squad leader shiver. It wasn't just a river covered in frost. Beneath that icy surface, there were countless corpses. It wasn't just a specific gaze, but the old squad leader saw a brutal and ruthless scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Tianju's eyes. Terrifying. Where did this terrifying character come from? Sort of, Tianju said indifferently. Then, the dust from the ruins swallowed Tianju once again. The disappearance of that human god made all the soldiers breathe a sigh of relief, their faces covered in sweat. At this moment, they only had one question in their hearts: who is that powerful godlike person? The high-ranking officer of the military district pushed open the door to the command room in a hurry, his expression filled with anxiety. He had just received news that the 5th Infantry Brigade had suffered heavy losses in Huaxia, and it was said that more than 10 soldiers had been killed. What's the situation? Are there any casualties? The high-ranking officer of the military district entered the room, only to find that the atmosphere in the command room was strange. Everyone stared at the large screen in shock, as if they were watching a horrifying video. What video? The high-ranking officer of the military district looked up and was also stunned. On the large screen, it was Tianju wielding the Tang sword of fierce fire, which instantly transformed into a black giant scythe. The fiery red light of the flames and the black light of the giant scythe kept flickering on the face of the high-ranking officer of the military district. After a long time, the high-ranking officer's eyes burst with astonishing brilliance. A roar came from the command room. It's him! The person personally interviewed by Wang Lao. Guards! Find him! I want to personally invite him. The adjutant next to him curiously asked, General, why are you looking for Qin Jun's son? Didn't you see his formidable combat power? Didn't you see how he dealt with those strange and powerful moves? The high-ranking officer of the military district's eyes turned red. If I can get his training, my soldiers will definitely be the strongest legion in the country. The guards and the adjutant instantly showed respect for Qin Ju in the video. At the same time, Qin Ju heard the cries for help from humans in the ruins of Huaxia. He glanced over and saw that they were coming from an office blocked by a boulder, with both men and women, and quite a few of them. Shinju casually swung his sword, and his powerful strength split the boulder in half. Only then did Shinju see the situation behind the smoke. This office was definitely a leadership office, constructed with advanced steel materials, and had not become ruins in the collapse. Instead, it had a large space for survival. In the office, there were more than a dozen people, mostly ordinary white-collar workers. The women were beautiful, like female internet celebrities in short videos. The men, mostly programmers in plaid shirts, had dull and sluggish expressions. Among them was an obvious middle-aged man who was a leader. He looked wealthy but had an air of dignity. Although he was in a sorry state, his eyes still carried a sense of stability and maturity from having experienced storms and waves. What's happening outside? Who are you? The middle-aged leader furrowed his brows slightly and began to reprimand. Are you rescue personnel? Do you know how long it has been since the incident? Which unit are you from? What is your leader's name? A series of questions were thrown at Shinju, accompanied by the unique air of superiority and dignity of a middle-aged leader. However, in Shinju's eyes, whether male or female, they were all weak like pigs. He glanced indifferently, then turned and left. Stop! The middle-aged man took a step forward, his brows furrowing even more. Shouldn't you be leading us out of here now? Shinju turned his head, but suddenly smiled faintly. And everyone in the office looked at the middle-aged man who walked out of the office with a terrified expression on their faces. A greasy red tentacle appeared above the middle-aged man's head, twisting like a hostile snake. What's that expression on your face? Are you laughing? What are you laughing at? The middle-aged leader frowned at Shinju, instantly displeased. As someone with high status and power in Huaxia, he controlled over a dozen departments and hundreds of employees, and had long been accustomed to flattery and deference. Shinju's mocking smile at this moment was like a sharp knife, making him feel uncomfortable. Be boss. Suddenly, a female internet celebrity with big wavy hair trembled and said in a quivering voice, on your head, your head. Before she could finish her sentence, the red tentacle stabbed down. The middle-aged leader instinctively looked up, and his face was directly pierced. The red tentacle pierced into his nose and came out from the back of his neck. Bright red blood instantly sprayed out from the shattered major artery, splashing in all directions like a fountain. The female internet celebrity was instantly sprayed with blood on her face. After a 2-second daze, she screamed like crazy. Ah! The screams instantly filled the entire office. The red tentacle wriggled, its slightly transparent skin layer constantly surging with hot blood. This tentacle was crazily absorbing the middle-aged leader's blood. Ugh! The middle-aged leader turned around and reached out his trembling hand to Tianju. Save me. Tianju strolled forward, leaned in front of the middle-aged man, smiled ambiguously, and whispered softly, "In this damn world, it's best not to be so arrogant." However, the middle-aged man could no longer hear him. His body collapsed like a collapsing huaxia building, falling into a pool of blood. The red tentacle that emerged from the depths of the ruins continued to wriggle and absorb the middle-aged man's blood. Tianju looked up but couldn't see the root of the red tentacle. The men and women in the office had already started screaming and running away. But in the next second, more red tentacles pierced out from the depths of the ruins, like red daggers, accurately piercing into everyone's bodies. Everyone was like lambs to be slaughtered, lifted into the air by the red tentacles, trembling all over as their own blood was sucked away. Each person suspended in mid-air by the red tentacles. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Tianju stood still, looked around, and grinned. This level of attack seems to be at least level 2 weird, right? The collapse of Huaxia building. I knew it wasn't just a simple construction accident. It seems that there is an even stronger monster hidden in this Huaxia building. Tianju grinned, flames bursting out from his tang sword in his hand. His skin also emitted a black-brown armor covered in sharp spikes. Then, a gray mist spread under his feet, forming a robust and handsome black warhorse. Riding on the horse's face, wearing a bull's head, and wielding the soul-hook tang sword, Tianju walked into the depths of the ruins like a killing god, until the dense dust slowly swallowed him up. At the same time, in the command room of the 5th Infantry Brigade, after the top military leader left, the highest civilian military officer showed strong dissatisfaction. Tang Wen looked at Tianju in the video, his face full of discontent. Does the general really need to attach such importance to this ancient warrior? Isn't he just a swordsman? It's as if he can save the entire 5th Brigade. Tang Wen, I have something else to do. Can I ask you to take care of recruiting Tianju? The deputy hurriedly walked in, anxious. The logistics team just sent a message saying they encountered some logistical transportation troubles. I'll go check it out first. Can you go find Tianju for me, please? In a sense, the deputy represented the top military leader. Although Tang Wen was the highest civilian military officer in the brigade and outranked the deputy by half a rank, he still had to comply with the top military leader's request. Alright, you go ahead, I'll go find Tianju, Tang Wen casually said. Okay, then I'll go first. You must find Tianju. After the adjutant hurriedly left, Tang Wen pursed his lips and did not immediately get up. Instead, he leisurely drank a cup of hot tea before calmly putting on his bulletproof vest and other equipment. At this time, the 5th Infantry Brigade had already dispatched hundreds of soldiers who entered the ruins of Huaxia one after another. The tense soldiers found that the search mission was unexpectedly smooth. There were almost no casualties, and dozens of survivors were found. What's more important was that they hadn't encountered anything strange for a long time. The silent Huaxia suddenly seemed to become completely safe. Tang Wen led a group of soldiers to continue moving forward and also noticed this abnormal situation. Almost all the soldiers who entered Huaxia in the first wave died, but now it's smooth sailing. What's going on? Tang Wen looked around in surprise. A soldier beside him reminded, maybe we have too many people, sir. Please remain vigilant, it's dangerous here. Tang Wen impatiently waved his hand. Alright, quickly find the mission target. Suddenly, Tang Wen felt the ground tremble. An earthquake. Another aftershock. Tang Wen quickly took cover under a huge rock, his face tense. According to the intelligence, the Huaxia building collapsed because of an earthquake. The trembling only lasted for a few seconds. The soldiers stabilized themselves and looked at Tang Wen hiding under the rock with strange expressions. Although administrative officers were not good at combat, since they held military ranks, how could they hide when faced with a threat? No one said anything, but the soldiers all thought that Tang Wen was a bit of a coward. Perhaps sensing the soldiers' strange gazes, Tang Wen coughed and sternly said, "What are you all looking at? Continue searching for the mission target." If they continued searching in the direction of the recent aftershock, they would see a shocking scene deep in the ruins of the Huaxia building. A bloody flesh lump crawled in the debris, its enormous size comparable to an elephant. The flesh lump was covered in red tentacles that resembled venomous snakes. On the other side of the bloody flesh lump, Tianju launched an attack like a god of death. Soul hook. Soul annihilation. Tianju's blade carried raging flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. Armor break, heavy injury. Holding the soul hook fire sword in one hand and dragging a spiked elbow in the other, Tianju smashed into the bloody flesh lump like a black cannonball. In this lightning-fast moment, Tianju's eyes twisted with excitement. Hunting, I am the taboo. In this lifetime, I am the taboo. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I am the taboo. Splatter! Pieces of flesh and blood scattered in the sky. Tianju stood in the blood rain, listening to the eerie screams of the dying second-level peak. A large amount of eerie energy surged into his throat like a tide. The eye of reincarnation in his throat activated at full power, turning blood red due to overload. Ah, this feeling. Tianju laughed maniacally. His clothes had long been torn, revealing his tattoo-covered body mixed with the pouring blood and flesh, creating a visually shocking effect. The Grim Reaper pattern on his collarbone became even more vivid and textured due to the strange infusion from the bloody flesh lump. Suddenly, Tianju widened his eyes, lowered his head, and looked at the tattoo of the bull-headed horse-faced guardian. Originally, it could only be cultivated to the second level. Now, the color had become even more intense. Could it be? Tianju squinted. This small tattoo can break through its limits? A third-level divine tattoo of the bull-headed horse-faced guardian? Does it really exist in this world? According to Tianju's speculation, the bull-headed horse-faced guardian could only evolve to the second level. In theory, the second-level divine tattoo was the limit for the bull-headed horse-faced guardian. But now, there were signs of evolution appearing in the bull-headed horse-faced guardian. This is not normal. Definitely not normal. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for the bull-headed horse-faced guardian to evolve to the third level. There must be a reason. What could it be? Tianju walked around the bloody flesh lump, suddenly stopped, and his bloodshot eyes emitted a strange light. In the body of the bloody meat bun, there lies something that looks like jelly, pink and wobbly. Tianju seemed to understand something suddenly, turned around, and searched through the ruins, finally finding a small piece of broken mirror. He used the broken mirror to shine on the bloody meat bun. As he looked, his expression gradually became serious, and after seriousness came a faint laughter. In the broken mirror, there was no sign of that pink and wobbly jelly. In other words, this jelly can only be seen with blood eyes. Tianju turned around and took out the jelly. It felt really tender and smooth, but the next second, the jelly instantly melted into a pink liquid and merged into Tianju's skin. Buzz! In an instant, the originally second-level divine pattern of the bull-headed horse-faced figure seemed to break free from some kind of innate shackles and rushed into a higher level that didn't belong to it. Third level. Tianju's pupils contracted. The black-brown bull-headed armor slowly turned into black gold, and on the surface of the armor, numerous black gold lines appeared. All the black gold lines converged on the back of the armor, forming an armor that resembled a deity, a slightly lowered deity with two long and narrow horns on its head, a pair of domineering and cold eyes embedded in the gaps of the armor, as if Tianju was carrying a statue of a deity on his back. This is the bull head. The bull head has actually manifested on the armor. Tianju's eyes were bright and full of spirit. He exerted a little force, and the form of the soul hook messenger covered his whole body. He lifted the black scythe and fiercely slashed himself. In theory, the current power of this scythe could easily cut through marble, but only a crisp sound was heard. The scythe was withdrawn, and there was only a shallow white mark on the black gold bull-headed armor. Third-level divine pattern, bull head. It can already withstand the attacks of a first-level divine pattern, soul hook messenger, without injury. Getting this practical result, Tianju was satisfied to the point of wanting to laugh out loud. Then he immediately tested the horse face. Thick gray mist surged up from under Tianju's feet. In the mist, the sound of a horse neighing was heard for the first time. Then, a black ancient warhorse covered in golden armor carried Tianju high up. The thick and lush mane danced wildly in the wind like a lion's mane. The muscles of the warhorse, as if cast from steel, were filled with visibly explosive power. The black gold warhorse stepped on the ground, and cracks appeared in the marble ground as the warhorse trampled on it. Seeing this scene, Tianju finally believed that he possessed the third-level divine patterns, bullhead, and horseface. He laughed heartily and slapped the black gold warhorse's buttocks with force. At this moment, he, Tianju, had become a third-level divine pattern master. Originally, he thought that reaching the level of a third-level divine pattern master could only be achieved through the soul hook messenger. But for the soul hook messenger to evolve to the third level, it also required a large amount of strange and eerie chi from the second and third levels. Unexpectedly, he became a third-level divine pattern master simply by using the bullhead and horseface. This made Tianju feel surprised for the first time since his rebirth. But what is the reason that the bullhead and horseface can break through the limits? Tianju, who had calmed down, recalled the jelly from earlier. The jelly was produced by killing the second-level peak strange creature, Bloody Neat Chunk, and it can only be seen by divine pattern masters who possess blood eyes. Could it be that this is an evolution tool hidden by the world? Tianju's mouth curled up. It seems that I have found a way to break through the limits of divine patterns. Wearing the black gold bull-headed armor, riding the black gold ancient warhorse, and holding the dragon scale tang knife stained with fierce fire, Tianju looked around and didn't find any strange presence. After confirming that the Huaxia ruins had been cleared, he turned around and slowly left. However, as he walked, he heard voices. Useless! What use are you? My foot is broken, can't you make a stretcher? In front of Tianju, a group of soldiers slowly appeared in the mist. But the faces of these soldiers seemed very annoyed. They were carrying a military officer on their backs. The officer was still angrily scolding the soldiers. I knew that carrying it like this would cause secondary damage to my feet. Were you all born with a silver spoon in your mouth during basic training? Tang Wen angrily scolded. Just a moment ago, another aftershock occurred, and this time luck was not on his side. A sharp stone hit and broke his ankle, preventing him from moving forward. He had to be carried by the accompanying soldiers. However, Tang Wen was not satisfied with being carried and demanded that the soldiers make a makeshift stretcher. But this place was in ruins, with stones and twisted steel everywhere, making it impossible to find materials to make one. Tang Wen cursed and suddenly saw Tianju ahead. After all, Tianju's attire, resembling an ancient and mysterious knight, was too eye-catching. Sir, the target has appeared, a soldier said in a deep voice. Damn, what a show-off. Tang Wen already had a bias against Tianju, and now with his foot broken by a stone, his mood became even worse. Seeing that Tianju was not polite at all, he impatiently shouted, Hey, you there, I am the Chief of Staff of the 5th Infantry Brigade. We have something to discuss with you. Sir, Deputy Officer Zhang told us to be more polite to the target, the soldier reminded in a low voice. Tang Wen widened his eyes. Do I need you to tell me what to do? The soldiers took a deep breath, lowered their heads, and remained silent. Tang Wen turned around, but Tianju had already approached. Riding on a towering black and gold warhorse, exuding a strong sense of oppression, Tianju walked past Tang Wen. Covered in dust, Tang Wen couldn't see his face, only a figure of an ancient and mysterious knight. Tang Wen was stunned for a moment, then realized that as the chief of staff of a brigade, he was actually intimidated by a horse-riding swordsman. The feeling of shame made Tang Wen angry, and he pointed at Tianju's back and shouted, Stop! The sound of horse hooves abruptly stopped. The towering black and gold warhorse stood still. In the dust, Tianju, covered by a black and gold helmet, turned slightly. His gaze was as cold as someone who had experienced countless battles. It once again intimidated Tang Wen, freezing his outstretched hand in midair. Ha! A faint mocking laughter slowly dissipated. Tang Wen snapped back to reality, but in front of him, there was nothing but emptiness. The towering black and gold warhorse and the ancient knight holding a knife were nowhere to be seen. Swish! The thought of being intimidated twice in a row as the chief of staff made Tang Wen's face turn blood red, and he angrily clenched his teeth. What are you all looking at? Tang Wen glared at the soldiers around him in anger and shouted, Everyone's gone, what are you still looking for? Return to the camp. Report, General. After 3 hours of searching, the entire Huaxia has been cleared. We found 73 survivors and over 2,000 human corpses. The extremely tragic data reached the ears of the military district leader. But the first thing the military district leader said was, Did you find Tianju? No. The military district leader's eyes immediately showed dissatisfaction. But at this moment, the sound of crisp horse hooves came. The military district leader, standing near the ruins of Huaxia, turned around and happened to see Tianju riding out on a black and gold warhorse. Under the sunlight, Tianju, riding on the black and gold warhorse, looked even more like an ancient Eastern knight from a mythical tale. The visible calmness and strength emanating from him deeply attracted the military district leader's eyes. Afterwards, Tang Wen was also carried out of the ruins of Huaxia by the soldiers. Tianju, what an excellent nephew! Under Tang Wen's gaze, the military district leader quickly walked up to Tianju. Tang Wen gritted his teeth. For some reason, an inexplicable annoyance towards Tianju surged within him. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, General, I invited Tianju, but he looks down on our 5th Infantry Brigade and completely ignores me. Tianju, sitting on the black and gold warhorse, glanced sideways, looking at Tang Wen with eyes that seemed to be looking at a dead person. Tang Wen felt a chill all over his body from that gaze and shouted even more angrily, General, it's really inappropriate to invite such a madman. The big shot of the military district stood in place, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Tianju, completely ignoring Tang Wen's words. Tianju lowered his gaze, and his black gold warhorse beneath him turned into a gray mist and disappeared. He stepped on the ground and calmly said, General Huang, I am just an ordinary citizen, without such high ambitions or strong abilities. There is no need to invite me, let alone. Tianju glanced at Tang Wen. It seems that the chief of staff of your department doesn't welcome me. Tang Wen stumbled over, pointing at Tianju's nose, panting heavily, You ruffian, you think I don't welcome you? Clearly, you are arrogant and completely ignore my invitation, and in the end, it becomes that I don't welcome you? I didn't expect you to be so good at distorting the truth, huh? Tang Wen was only in his 20s, yet he had already become the chief of staff of a brigade. It was enough to show that the forces behind Tang Wen should not be underestimated. But Tang Wen forgot that it was precisely because of his youth that he had not clearly understood the great national families that had once dedicated themselves to the country. Who do you think you are? Tang Wen shouted with red eyes. You're just good at wielding a knife and a gun. Can you withstand a bullet? What qualifications do you have to pretend in front of me? You're a bastard who was born without a mother and raised without a mother. Buzz! With Tianju's eyes turning bloodshot, the blade instantly swept across. The burning Tang sword accurately and without error slashed towards Tang Wen's neck. This sudden cold light caught Tang Wen off guard. However, just as the big shot of the military district was about to intervene, Tianju quickly retracted his blade. The blade only cut into the skin and did not reach the bone. Otherwise, this strike would have definitely taken the life of the big shot of the military district. Fresh blood oozed out from General Huang's shoulder. Tang Wen widened his eyes. Tianju's gaze slightly fluctuated as he withdrew his blade. Guards! Guards! Tang Wen shouted like a madman. Guards! You attacked a general, you're finished. Your whole family is finished. I want your whole family to eat bullets. Tang Wen pointed at Tianju and cursed loudly. But in the next second, General Huang reached out his palm and fiercely slapped Tang Wen's face. Smack! The powerful slap made Tang Wen's face swell like a pig's head. General! Tang Wen instinctively covered his face and was directly stunned by the slap. General Huang, holding his injured shoulder, said in a deep voice, "Apologize to young Master Chen." General! Apologize! Do you want to anger me to death? Under the roar, Tang Wen lowered his head to Tianju in a dazed manner. But Tianju did not look at Tang Wen, he just helped General Huang up and silently walked into the command room. The conversation between the two of them pierced Tang Wen's ears like a knife. Tianju, my good nephew, I'm fine, let the guards retreat. That strike of yours was really powerful. Clearly, it was a life-threatening strike, but in the end, it only injured my flesh and skin, without touching my bones. Your control over strength is truly amazing. In all the years I've been in the military, you are the most formidable. Good nephew, please don't mind. You really can't kill Tang Wen. It wouldn't matter if you injured me, but if you kill Tang Wen, it will really bring you a lot of trouble. Tang Wen, with his face swollen like a pig's head, stood in place. Clenching his fists, his eyes turned bloodshot as if they could drip blood. Bastard! I've already apologized to you, and you still ignore me. Tang Wen's gaze became crazed. In the command room, after General Huang finished bandaging his wound, he smiled apologetically at Tianju. Good nephew, uncle really begs you for this favor. I originally thought that my army could easily guard Jiangcheng. I didn't expect that in just a few days, more than 30 soldiers would die. The casualty rate is even higher than in actual combat. If this continues, the morale of the troops will definitely waver. Consider it a plea from uncle. General Huang gritted his teeth and knelt down to Tianju. However, along the way, Tianju gently helped him up. Tianju's eyes were calm, his palms were like cast iron, and he forcefully helped Huang Jiang up without any doubt. Huang Jiang gritted his teeth and looked at Tianju. If he was helped up, it meant refusal. He was willing to kneel down again until Tianju agreed. A national general kneeling before a 20-year-old youth, this would be unheard of in peacetime. Tianju sat at his desk, his gaze lowered, indifferent and silent. Huang Jiang gritted his teeth, preparing to kneel down again. But Tianju suddenly spoke up. As long as you don't act like that idiot just now, I can help Huang Shu once. Huang Jiang was overjoyed, 3 times. No, just once. Twice. Good nephew, twice. Once. Once. Half. Once. Alright, once is once, it's better than not knowing anything. Then gather the soldiers, I'll finish speaking as soon as possible. Alright, I'll inform Huang Shu. Tianju left the command room and paused when he passed the staff meeting room, because he heard something that made him very unhappy coming from the staff meeting room. Chief of Staff, are you really going to do it to Tianju? Chief of Staff, we were all promoted by you, we will definitely listen to you. Yes, Chief of Staff, whatever you say, we will do. That's right, anyway, I don't like that kid named Tianju, always with a sour face, acting like he's the boss. The Chief of Staff personally apologized to him, but he still ignored it? Huang Jiang even hit the Chief of Staff for that kid. I can't swallow this anger. Suddenly, Tang Wen's voice rang out. Alright, then follow Tianju, wait until he's far away from the military camp, find a place with no one around, find a high point from a distance, and snipe him. Before the words fell, the door of the staff meeting room collapsed with a bang. In the dust, Tianju walked in carrying a burning Tang sword, grinning at the panicked group of people. Everyone else, leave. Tang Wen, stay. Seeing Qin Ju walking into the meeting room with a knife, Tang Wen laughed out loud. What? Bringing a knife into the staff meeting room? Tang Wen sneered, drew out a pistol from his pocket, aimed it at Qin Ju's forehead, and laughed mockingly. Believe it or not, I have the power to kill you right now. The dark barrel reflected the sunlight. Qin Ju remained calm and composed, saying, It seems you, this idiot, haven't heard a saying. Who the fuck are you calling an idiot? 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the fist is faster. Qin Ju also had a mocking smile on his face. Guess, between us, is it 2 steps or 3 steps? Tang Wen's heart trembled for a moment, feeling guilty under Qin Ju's words. What are you talking about? What are you pretending? Tang Wen widened his eyes, bringing a knife into a military stronghold. I can kill you right now. As he spoke, Tang Wen's index finger, which was pressing on the trigger, began to exert force. But in the next instant, a flickering blade light had already attacked. Outside the staff meeting room, Tang Wen's group of trusted followers. What do you think? If we just run away like this, will the chief of staff make things difficult for us? Now is not the time to worry about that. Qin Ju brought a knife into the meeting room. What if the chief of staff gets hurt? Hey, you're overthinking it. Even if you give Qin Ju 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to fight with a regimental chief of staff in the meeting room. Does he want to sit in jail or get shot? No one dares to do that. The speaker shook his head repeatedly. But behind them, the window of the meeting room suddenly splattered with blood. Splashing, bright red blood, accompanied by cries of pain. Everyone was stunned in place. A chill ran from the back of their feet to the back of their heads. Just then, Huang Jiang passed by and curiously asked, What are you doing here? Huang Jiang, it seems like the chief of staff was attacked. Huang Jiang's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. Inside the staff meeting room, Huang Jiang kicked the door open and suddenly stepped on something strange. He looked down and saw a football-like object covered in blood. But when he took a closer look, he was horrified to realize that it was Tang Wen's head. Huang Jiang looked up and saw Qin Ju standing calmly on Tang Wen's head, holding a blood-stained Tang sword. Their eyes met, and Huang Jiang's eyes were filled with shock. Did you kill Tang Wen? Yes. I. Huang Jiang stuttered, then took a deep breath and turned to Tang Wen's confidant. Take these people and lock them up in the military camp. No one is allowed to release them without my orders. With no one around, Huang Jiang smiled bitterly. Uncle, please explain to me the real situation. Qin Ju calmly said, I passed by here and heard that Tang Wen was planning to assassinate me. I entered with a knife, and Tang Wen pulled out a gun to confront me. In the end, my knife was faster. Tang Wen was planning to kill you, and you both had a knife and a gun facing each other. This. Sigh. Huang Jiang looked up at Qin Ju with a complex expression. Qin Ju's face was covered in blood, but his expression was incredibly calm. It was as if killing Tang Wen was as casual as killing a pig. All right, I'll trust you this once, uncle. Huang Jiang stood up suddenly, his gaze becoming resolute. There are surveillance cameras both inside and outside the conference room. The truth can be easily investigated. But since you are so emotionally stable and confident, the real situation must be similar. As for the forces behind Tang Wen, I'll cover for you temporarily. All information will be sealed. If any clues are discovered, we'll say it was killed in battle. Didn't you talk to Wan Lao? As long as you get on his huge ship, the forces behind Tang Wen won't dare to do anything to you even if they find out the truth. Huang Jiang clapped his hands. All right, that's settled. The soldiers are all assembled. Let's go out first. Qin Ju nodded indifferently. Okay. Have you heard? Yes, I heard. The general actually said he found us a mentor for all the officers and soldiers. This is crazy. We have several warlords in our 5th Infantry Brigade. What kind of person can be a mentor for the entire brigade? Could it be some young prince who came to seek fame? Ha ha ha. While the soldiers laughed, Qin Ju, dressed in black sportswear, slowly walked in, holding the dragon scale Tang sword. In that instant, some people were shocked, and the stunning ancient sword dance from the ruins of Huaxia resounded. Others widened their eyes, their faces filled with indignation. With such a young face, without any signs of aging, he was indeed a young prince seeking fame. The scene erupted in commotion. Huang Jiang silently stood in the corner, watching Qin Ju. His footsteps, posture, back, and expression were all calm and composed, as if he was casually going to the market to buy vegetables. It didn't seem like he was facing thousands of soldiers filled with killing intent. He truly is the eldest son of the old Qin family. Huang Jiang couldn't help but sigh. This calm and confident demeanor, built on a foundation of great strength, is something ordinary people can never imitate in their entire lives. Ding! Amidst the commotion, Tianju's dragon scale tang sword touched the ground, producing a crisp sound that reverberated throughout the venue. What are you pretending for? The indignant soldiers became even more indignant. Tianju looked around, calmly speaking, but his first words caused an even greater uproar. I have limited time, so I'll only speak for 10 minutes. Whoosh! Damn! This brat is so arrogant. He's seeking fame and still so arrogant. He's too arrogant. Where does he get his confidence from? However, the soldiers who recognized Tianju as the master of the ancient sword dance in the ruins of Huaxia and the ancient knight were now filled with excitement, forming a stark contrast to the disgruntled soldiers. Hey, why don't you guys seem angry at all? Look at that rich young master seeking fame, aren't you even a little angry? Shoo, be quiet and listen to him. The soldiers with fiery eyes stared at Tianju and whispered, being taught by him is what I've been longing for these past 2 days. The angry soldier had a puzzled expression. At this moment, Tianju's voice rang out. As you can see, the world has changed drastically, with strange resurrections. Global modern weapons will be scrapped, and the world will regress into the era of machinery and cold weapons. To become stronger, the only way is to first carve patterns on your body with blood, then confront the strange with the patterns on your body, kill the strange, and obtain the strangeness. The strangeness can activate and strengthen the patterns, giving humans various unimaginable powers. 10 minutes quickly passed. Tianju didn't care how many people didn't understand. When the time was up, he turned and left. Behind him came a deafening noise. There were doubts, confusion, excitement, and requests for guidance. Huang Jiang approached with a pleading expression. Can't you explain a little more? Tianju casually replied, when the time comes, the higher-ups will explain in detail. But, smack! A notebook was slapped into Huang Jiang's hands. Tianju waved his hand and left, saying, this thing is more useful. Huang Jiang opened it and instantly his expression changed, his eyes filled with excitement. On this notebook were various divine patterns drawn by Tianju himself. Thank you, nephew! Huang Jiang shouted from behind. Tianju mounted his black gold warhorse and disappeared into the bustling streets. Tianju had just returned to the Emperor Hotel and hadn't even entered the elevator when he ran into Chen Long in the hotel lobby. Tianju, you're finally back? Chen Long smiled flatteringly. Tianju glanced at him and already understood what Chen Long wanted, so he said directly, I can't help you with transporting those things. Chen Long instantly panicked and hurriedly followed behind Tianju. Tianju, I beg you this time. As long as you help me, I'll give you whatever you want. Didn't we agree on a 10-point reward for you? I'll raise it to 20 points now. 20 billion. How about it? Tianju suddenly stopped and looked back, his eyes indifferent and ruthless. Perhaps it was because he had just killed someone, but Tianju's eyes were extremely cold, exuding a bloody and domineering aura. This gaze made Chen Long tremble all over, feeling fear, but he gritted his teeth and still wanted to persuade Tianju. If you say one more word, I'll cut you down right now. Tianju lifted the bloody tang knife made of dragon scales, his eyes devoid of emotion, with a hint of a smile that wasn't a smile. Don't think I don't know what the things you're transporting are. Chen Long instantly froze in place, his heart trembling. How could Tianju know his secret? According to reason, only he and the people from Longqing should know about it. Seeing Chen Long remain silent, Tianju sheathed his knife indifferently and turned to leave. Chen Long looked up at Tianju's back as he entered the elevator. His face, which had been full of flattery and smiles just now, had become twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. No, I can't let this trouble continue. Chen Long walked to a corner and dialed a phone number in Lijiang City. Hello, brother and Nan, I've made up my mind. I'll give you 50 billion as a reward to help me transport the things from Longcheng. Chen Long's call was to Qin and Nan, who had been expelled from the Qin family by Tianju. Yes, I must have these things. You want 70 billion? Hearing Qin and Nan's exorbitant price increase, Chen Long's forehead veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth, saying, fine, I'll give it to you. 70 billion. But those things must be delivered to me intact. After hanging up the phone, Chen Long took a deep breath, calmed his excited emotions, and looked at the elevator with a cold gaze. Then he beckoned to his followers. After the things are delivered, shut off the power to the presidential suites of the Qin family. Chen Long gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, then take the things and kill everyone in the Qin family. Leave no one alive. The follower was shocked. Chairman, kill them all? Isn't that unnecessary? Chen Long regained his sanity slightly and took a deep breath, saying, then let's drive them out. After all, once the things are delivered, I don't want to see those people from the Qin family anymore, especially Tianju, that bastard, appearing in front of me again. If they don't leave, then kill them all. Anyway, the world has long been chaotic. Yes. Walking out of the elevator, Tianju suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood. He furrowed his brows and followed the scent of blood to the door of Qin Feng's room. Pushing open the door, all the female members of the Qin family were intact, which relieved Qin Ju. But the next second, a bloody figure rushed out from the corner of the wall and pounced in front of Qin Ju. Ju Ji. It's not dead. It has never died. It has always been hiding by my side. Crying and howling, it was Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng looked extremely disheveled, with his clothes soaked in blood. Among his messy hair, there was a pair of eyes on the verge of collapse, clinging to Qin Ju's thigh and shouting incessantly. Qin Ju frowned and looked at his grandmother. What's wrong with him? His grandmother's eyes were full of pity but also confusion. I don't know, Xiao Feng has been acting strange these past 2 days. Sometimes he says there's a head in the toilet, and other times he says the pillow has turned into a face. It seems like he's been possessed. Possessed? Qin Ju raised an eyebrow and helped Qin Feng up, giving him a hard slap. Smack! The powerful slap made Qin Feng regain a bit of his sanity. Who is it? Qin Ju casually asked. Qin Feng's eyes went from bewildered and on the verge of collapse to gradually clear. Seeing Qin Ju's inquiring gaze, he suddenly felt like he had found his backbone and gained confidence. It's the one who tricked me into killing Qin Jin. Qin Feng's face was covered in blood, gritting his teeth and saying, It's not dead. It has been following me, from the hotel 2 days ago until now. It appears and disappears mysteriously, constantly attacking me. When I go to the toilet, it sticks its head out of the toilet. When I sleep, the pillow silently turns into its face. Even when I'm eating, the food sometimes turns into its flesh. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. I've been trying to attack it, but it has no effect. Instead, I end up hurting myself. I suspect I'm under its illusion. If I catch its true form, I will tear it to pieces. Looking at Qin Feng, whose eyes were filled with blood, Qin Ju first smiled and then took the knife from Qin Feng. Ha, if tearing it to pieces could kill it, it would have been killed at the crematorium long ago. Alright, just stay by my side, and I'll take care of this thing for you. Watch closely, learn well, and I'll give you this knife when you fully recover your sanity. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling completely relieved. He even felt that as long as Qin Ju was by his side, no matter how big the problem was, he no longer needed to be fearful and confused. Strange, bizarre, but they can generally be divided into several major types. Qin Ju looked around, observing every corner of the hotel, and suddenly asked Qin Xiaowen, who was sitting on the sofa, Xiaowen, you should be able to say it, right? Ah, yes. I can. Qin Xiaowen suddenly became excited and began to count on her fingers, saying, whether it's urban legends, folk legends, or mythological legends, all the strange things have one common point, and that is, they are not human. Qin Ju was speechless. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, this is just a joke to ease Qin Fengji's tense emotions. Qin Xiaowen stuck out her pink tongue and said seriously, the strange things can be basically divided into mental rule type, physical rule type, mental killing type, physical killing type, mental curse type, and physical curse type. Like Sadako from the small island country, that's a physical curse type. The curse is spread through the videotape, and the videotape is a physical object in reality. For example, like Godzilla, it belongs to the category of physical slaughter, pure power, pure killing, with strong monster characteristics. It's very terrifying, unless a stronger monster appears. Like the category of mental slaughter, it becomes twisted. There was a super weird song in the West called Black Sunday. It is said that anyone who hears this song will commit suicide within a week, in various strange ways. But the ultimate outcome is death upon hearing it. The category of mental rules is also twisted, like playing the game of Pen Fairy, where a group of people hold a pen and use the rules of the game to gradually induce the tense mental state of the group, which can summon the Pen Fairy. The category of physical rules is simple. For example, at midnight, kneel on the street holding a bowl of white rice, insert 3 incense sticks into the rice, wait until the incense burns out and mixes with the rice, then eat the rice, and you will be able to see some terrifying things. For example, if you encounter a yellow weasel, it asks you whether you are like a human or a god. No matter how you answer, you will die unless you can smash its head with a black donkey hoof on the spot. Anyway, whether it's the category of rules, slaughter, curse, or mental, they are all much more difficult to deal with than the physical category. In all the strange legends, there is still a glimmer of hope when dealing with the physical category, but when encountering the mental category, except for the main characters, almost all supporting roles will die. Qin Xiaowen stuck out her tongue and said, I'm talking about movies and TV dramas. What kind of entanglement do you think Qin Feng is facing? I think it should be the category of physical curse. Qin Xiaowen had a confident expression. Qin Feng brother was deceived by this curse and mistakenly killed Qin Jin, which belongs to the physical category. And the lingering spirit is often the curse category, so combining the two is the category of physical curse. The most effective way to deal with this kind of strangeness is to replay the plot and transfer the curse to the next person. Transfer it to the next person? Qin Feng hesitated. Isn't that like causing harm to others again? Don't be self-righteous. Xin Zhu gave a simple lesson, you just need to watch and learn. You are entangled because you were deceived by it. This strange creature feels that you get along well with it. That's why it has been following you. Therefore, if you want to break this curse, you need to make it feel that you and it are fundamentally incompatible, that you two cannot cooperate or have any understanding. Then this strange creature will naturally stop bothering you. Qin Zhu glanced at Qin Xiaowen. You are still too young to understand the problem. Qin Xiaowen blushed. Qin Zhu poked Qin Feng and said, go to the bathroom. Ha? Oh, okay. Qin Feng walked to the toilet, took a deep breath, loosened his belt, and sure enough, a tiny man's head slowly emerged from the toilet. According to before, Qin Feng should have been frightened and then smashed the toilet into pieces with a knife. But Qin Zhu's words kept echoing in Qin Feng's mind. You need to make it feel that you and it cannot be in the same boat, that you two are not compatible. Then this strange creature will naturally stop bothering you. Qin Feng took a deep breath, started to urinate, and the rushing urine, carrying hot steam, poured all over the smiling man's face. In an instant, the smile on the man's face seemed to freeze. Qin Feng closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and urinated with great satisfaction. When he looked down, he couldn't see that damn smiling face anymore. Instead, there was a man's face with a stiff and vacant expression. Seems to be stunned by urine? Qin Feng pulled up his pants and left the bathroom without saying a word. Continue, go to bed. Okay. Qin Feng lay on the bed, and the soft pillow unknowingly turned into a man's face, but that familiar smiling expression was gone, replaced by a cold stare at the back of Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng estimated that it was about time, so he turned over and looked at the man below his head. The two locked eyes, and the man slowly smiled. Isn't it time for him to scream and roll around in pain? However, Qin Feng coughed twice after a moment of eye contact, and spat a mouthful of phlegm into the man's eyes. Is it fresh? You bastard? Qin Feng laughed loudly, and there seemed to be screams from others in his ears. Since then, Qin Feng has never seen this weird person again. Alright, problem solved. Qin Zhu leaned against the doorframe and said lightly. Qin Feng got up from the bed with lingering fear. Zhu, I didn't expect it to be so simple. I was almost driven crazy by this bastard before. This is the most troublesome method. Is there a simpler way? Yes, just kill it directly. Qin Zhu casually said, this thing is not physical, it is spiritual. Qin Xiaowen, you listen to me carefully. The core of dividing it into physical and spiritual categories. It depends on whether this weird thing will die when the physical body is destroyed. If the physical body dies, it is really dead, that is the physical category. If the physical body dies and still haunts people, then it is the spiritual category, also known as the soul category. As he spoke, the deafening sound of helicopter propellers suddenly rang outside the hotel. Qin Zhu looked indifferently towards the window. At this time, the global magnetic field was in a state of chaos. The helicopters outside were indeed old-fashioned mechanical helicopters from the last century. They only had the function of simple navigation. The sound of the huge roaring propellers echoed throughout the hotel. Almost everyone looked shocked towards the window. In the sunset glow, more than a dozen old-fashioned mechanical helicopters hovered, and there was also an elite special forces team fully armed on the ground. Each special soldier's arm was engraved with a metal pattern, an ancient and majestic Eastern dragon hovering. That's the Dragon King Hall of Kyoto. Chen Long rushed to the windowsill, full of shock. The Dragon King Hall that claims to sweep the 16 countries of the Northern Territory. The sword that protects Xia, the Dragon King Hall that is above 1 person and below 10,000 people. How could it appear in the small Jiangcheng? Ta-da! A burly man with a missing left eye jumped off the helicopter, smashed the top floor window with his knee, and jumped into the corridor. That's one of the 4 royal guards of the Dragon King Hall. Chen Long's pupils contracted suddenly, and he hurriedly ran out of the room, bowed and knelt in front of the one-eyed man, and said anxiously, I am the chairman of this hotel. I didn't know that the royal guard was coming. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. The one-eyed man completely ignored Chen Long and walked straight to Qin Zhu's room door. He extended his finger and lightly tapped it twice. This action made Chen Long dumbfounded. You should know that lightly tapping the door twice symbolizes respect and courtesy in traditional etiquette. One of the 4 royal guards, the pillar of the country that sweeps the 16 countries of the Northern Territory, is rumored to be unruly and arrogant. At this moment, he actually showed a respectful and polite attitude? Chen Long looked at the room number and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This room is the presidential suite of the old Qin family. The door was opened, and it was Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood sideways at the door, and in the center of the spacious coffee-colored sofa behind him, Tianju sat with his legs crossed, looking indifferently at the newspaper. "Who are you?" Qin Feng frowned and looked at the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man looked up and glanced at Tianju and sighed. "I am one of the royal guards of the Dragon King Hall, Xiaolong." The one-eyed man slightly lowered his head towards Tianju in the living room and said in a deep voice, "Under the instructions of the number 1, the Dragon King, and the 3rd King, I invite you to come to Kyoto." Chen Long's eyes widened instantly, looking at Tianju in disbelief, his lips trembling. He shouted in his heart, "What kind of luck is Tianju having?" Grandma and the Qin family's women came out and watched. When she saw Grandma, the one-eyed man slightly lowered his head again. "Royal Guard of the Dragon King Hall, Xiaolong, I have seen Mrs. Qin." Grandma smiled and nodded, then looked worriedly at Tianju. "Grandson, what's going on?" "It's okay, Qin Feng, Qin Jin, and second uncle, you all take care of the family. You can take turns going out to hunt the weird things, but there must be a team staying at home." "Yes. Don't worry, nephew." Tianju stood up, his tall figure swallowed by the sunlight. The large area of tattoos on his chest gave him an extraordinary aura, earning him even more respect and seriousness from the one-eyed man. "Please." Tianju walked to the windowsill, casually bending his knees, then burst with astonishing jumping power, leaping to a helicopter mountain in mid-air, about 7 to 8 meters away from the windowsill. "Impressive." The one-eyed man couldn't help but whisper in admiration. No wonder he was invited by the top 3 levels of the country at the same time. Stepping onto the helicopter, Tianju's overly young face stunned the pilot. "You see, everyone qualified to be picked up by this helicopter is without exception a super big shot in both the military and political circles, each having experienced the vicissitudes of life, with an age of at least 50. Even the current Dragon King, who is known as the highest in the military, is already 51 years old." In the rearview mirror, Tianju's face remained calm as the wind, his muscular arms crossed in front of his chest, his well-built muscles flowing like water, and the black scabbard hanging from his waist seemed to conceal an extraordinary blood knife. Suddenly, Tianju's gaze lightly attacked. The pilot quickly averted his gaze, unaware that cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. "Let's go." The one-eyed man, Xiaolong, stepped onto the helicopter and said in a deep voice, "We need to reach the Kyoto military airport in 3 hours. Mr. Tianju is urgently needed there." The pilot quickly started the helicopter. Accompanied by the roar of the propellers, the entire fleet of helicopters surrounded Tianju, acting as escorts, taking off in an awe-inspiring manner, shocking everyone who witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and then flying towards Kyoto. Crossing mountains and rivers, passing through the blue sky and white clouds, the journey was silent. However, Xiaolong, the one-eyed man, had been silently observing Tianju all along. His posture, demeanor, and aura were all unfathomable. Xiaolong's pupils slightly contracted, and after a long period of covert observation, he came to a conclusion: this young man by his side definitely possessed extraordinary combat power and willpower. Tianju glanced lightly out the window, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, and said in a neither light nor heavy tone, "Look ahead." Xiaolong trembled all over, realizing that his covert observation had been discovered. How powerful his observation skills must be. Xiaolong dared not casually observe Tianju anymore. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto military airport, today, the winds stirred the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Helicopters from all over the country rushed here. Old men covered in merits began to descend upon Kyoto. Grand Marshal Jiang Zhong of the North Sea, guarding the North Sea for 10 years, outstanding merits, now triumphantly returns to the capital. Grand Marshal Huang Gan of the Southern Frontier, guarding the Southern Frontier for 8 years, hard-working and highly meritorious, now triumphantly returns to the capital. Grand Marshal Zhao Xuejiang of the Snowland, guarding the 8,000 miles of snowland for 15 years, regarded as a belief by millions of snowland people, full of merits, now triumphantly returns to the capital. The Great Xia Military Department, the highest position, the Grand Marshal, the pillar of the country, the 3 Grand Marshals, all return to the capital today, symbolizing the return of millions of troops from all over the country to the embrace of Kyoto. Wang Bu, leading all the national elders of the Imperial Academy, stood quietly in the cold wind, waiting. At the first sight of the 3 Grand Marshals, Wang Bu's worried expression finally showed a hint of relief. As long as the country still had the 3 Grand Marshals, this nation would not waver. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Bu remained standing in place. Zhao Xuejiang frowned and asked, "Wang Bu, are you waiting for someone else?" Zhao Xuejiang, Jiang Zhong, and Huang Gan, the 3 Grand Marshals, were all present. And the Dragon King was also accompanying Wang Bu. Could there be someone else, someone worthy of Wang Bu's respectful wait? Wang Bu smiled and said softly, "Waiting for the hope of this country." The 3 Grand Marshals looked at each other, unable to understand what Wang Bu meant. The other high-ranking officials of the country also looked at Wang Bu in surprise. Under the heavens, besides the three grand marshals, who else could be worthy of Wang Bu personally welcoming them? Just at this moment, accompanied by the sound of propellers coming from the south, Wang Bu's face showed intense agitation. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, Wang Bu took 3 steps forward in a hurry. The last helicopter arrived at the scene, and with the cabin door opening, Qin Zhu's figure fell into the eyes of all the top officials of the countries. "You finally came!" Wang Lao exclaimed excitedly. At the same time, the eyes of all the top officials were shocked and confused. Who is this young man who suddenly appeared and is worthy of being personally greeted by Wang Lao? For a moment, various strange gazes fell on Qin Zhu. But Qin Zhu was like a mountain that had experienced vicissitudes of life, and these strange gazes were like strong winds that couldn't shake the mountain even if they came from powerful figures. Qin Zhu nodded indifferently. I'm here. Kyoto, the highest national Congress hall. Under the red flag, the hall was solemn, with stars gathered and big shots standing. At this moment, all the top officials of the countries frowned and looked displeased. It was because the person standing on the podium of the Congress hall, which symbolized the center of highest power, was the same young man who was personally greeted by Wang Lao. "Hello, everyone, my name is Qin Zhu." However, Qin Zhu's expression remained indifferent and calm from beginning to end. It was as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, there would be no emotional fluctuations. Wang Lao smiled with satisfaction, revealing a content smile. The true hope of the country was to remain calm and composed even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. "I can predict all the major changes worldwide in the next 5 years. Wow! This is the center of highest power. This is the highest Congress hall of the country." If it weren't for Wang Lao standing up in time to support Qin Zhu, any one of the top officials could have ordered Qin Zhu to be thrown out just now. How could they tolerate a young person boasting here? Good. Zhao Shui slowly stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Even if what you said is true, why can you predict it?" Qin Zhu turned his head and smiled calmly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Arrogant. Zhao Shui became furious, her eyebrows trembling, and she slammed the table with her pale hand. At this moment, even with Wang Lao supporting Qin Zhu, Jiang Zhong, and Huang Gon, the 2 national grandmasters, frowned, but they quickly calmed down their emotions. Those with great talent have always been arrogant. Old Zhao, calm down your fiery temper. Grandmasters Jiang Zhong and Huang Gon stepped forward to mediate. Only then did Zhao Shui calm down her anger and sit back down. "Everyone, we only need to verify one thing now." Long Wang suddenly stood up, smiling and comforting Qin Zhu with his eyes, then said, "It is now 11:50 in the morning. Qin Zhu predicts that at exactly 12 o'clock today, the global magnetic field will briefly return to normal for 1 hour. The testing method is simple, just wait for 10 minutes. Long Wang turned his head to look at Qin Zhu and smiled gently. "Young man, I fought side by side with your grandfather in the bloody Battle of Goosered River. I believe in your grandfather, and I believe in your old Qin family. Now, everyone, wait." The scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The 3 grandmasters kept their eyes on the big clock. However, everyone's mind was filled with disbelief. A prophet? What a ridiculous thing. Time passed second by second. Qin Zhu stood on the high platform, illuminated by spotlights, making his face clear. On this sharply defined face, all the top officials saw a maturity, calmness, and indifference that did not belong to a young person. For a moment, some of the top officials wavered. Coupled with the fact that Wang Lao personally greeted him, could this young man really be a prophet? "Young man, are you Qin Zhu's son?" Zhao Shui suddenly asked during the wait. Faced with this old man with white temples, fierce eyes, and a majestic presence, Qin Zhu showed no fear and calmly replied, "My name is Qin Zhu, and Qin Zhu is my father." Zhao Shui smiled. "No wonder you have such character." Grandmasters Huang Gon and Jiang Zhong also laughed. The Dragon King smiled and explained, "Back then, your father, Qin Zhu, was the most stubborn warlord in the country. We sent him promotion orders more than once. If your father had accepted, he would have been a general by now. But your father was too stubborn and refused us more than a dozen times. He would rather stay in Jiangcheng than become a general in the capital." Hearing this, all the top officials of the country suddenly realized and their perception of Qin Zhu became appreciative. So he was the son of General Qin Zhu, the Tiger General. Qin Zhu nodded indifferently without saying much. Time continued to pass, and it was getting closer to noon. Wang Lao looked at the leader of the information department next to him. "No problem, we have been monitoring global signals." The leader of the information department made an okay gesture. Dozens of top intelligence officers were sweating profusely as they debugged the machines and continuously checked satellite signals from around the world. Finally, as the big clock struck 12 noon, all the satellite signal machines experienced a strong signal fluctuation. It's happening. It's really happening. All the intelligence officers stood up in excitement and immediately operated the satellite machines. Wang Lao, Dragon King, the 3 Grand Marshals, all the top officials of the country. They all stood up and stared at Tianju with wide eyes. Tianju glanced at his wristwatch and said calmly, Wang Lao, 1 hour. Wang Lao immediately nodded and waved his hand. Proceed quickly according to the original plan. In major cities across the country, the large screens on the streets lit up. Hundreds of millions of smartphones and computers across the country all had internet signals. Damn, the internet is back. It's really back. In just a few seconds, all the surviving people accessed the official website of Dacia and various major platforms through their remaining electronic devices, eagerly seeking an official explanation for this natural disaster. At the same time, satellite signals around the world were reconnected. The Western Alliance, the Eagle Empire, the capital's garden. The 80-year-old Eagle Queen was awakened by a dozen imperial officials. Each imperial official had an extremely excited expression on their face. Queen, satellite communication has been restored. The Eagle Queen instantly became clear-headed and looked at the fully charged fruit computer with shining eyes. After a 2-second pause, the Eagle Queen shouted urgently, quickly, quickly, quickly contact Dacia, Gaul, Shas, and the Free Nation. Immediately convene a meeting of the heads of the 5 permanent member states. Hurry up! What are you waiting for? Do you want me to use my grandmother's shoes to slap your cheeks until they're swollen? Faced with the extremely anxious Eagle Queen, the imperial officials dared not delay and immediately began to contact the 5 major powers through satellites. Soon, echoes came from the 5 major powers one after another. Gaul, our country is in chaos. I don't even know if I can stabilize the situation in our country. Respected and powerful Eagle Empire Queen, can you send the Navy to help your poor neighboring country maintain social order? The Eagle Queen clenched her crystal wineglass tightly. Damn Gaul, always so annoying. Their country is in chaos, but is our Eagle Empire stable? Our military system is also collapsing. Shas, our vast Siberian plains have lost control, and we have lost our eastern territories. What the hell is this disaster caused by? Can someone come forward and tell us? The Eagle Queen felt annoyed. I also want to know what's going on. Free Nation, the great Free Nation is always peaceful and stable. If your country can no longer maintain social order, our great Free Nation can reluctantly send peacekeeping forces to help the respected Eagle Queen maintain social order. Do you need assistance? Well, we are already sending our naval special forces to the Eagle Empire. Please thank the great Free Nation. Upon seeing the message, the Eagle Queen threw her phone away and her face turned extremely ugly. The stinky shoes of the free country's father are going to be thrown into our great Eagle Empire. These arrogant and savage things want to interfere with our Eagle Empire under the guise of peacekeeping. Damn it! Oh my God! God, look at this barbaric free country. Crash! The Eagle Queen smashed a pile of expensive crystal cups, panting heavily, and suddenly asked loudly, what about the great Xia country? Is there any news from them? The officials cautiously replied, they have responded. What did they say? The great Xia country said that we should embrace the leg of freedom. They don't have the energy to deal with it. The Eagle Queen froze in place. At the same time, she remembered the years when the Eagle country looked up to the free country. Damn great Xia country, selfish, so selfish. The sharp curse of the Eagle Queen echoed in the capital's garden. Everyone, since it has been verified, let's start implementing the plan. Shinju stood on the high platform, bathed in the spotlight, with a calm expression like a god in the mortal world, and lightly uttered a shocking statement, unless you want the great Xia to perish. Buzz. The atmosphere in the intense conference hall suddenly fell silent. All the officials had blank expressions, followed by bitterness and difficulty. Zhao Shui slowly stood up and stared at Qinju. Is it true that we are expanding the Great Xia's military by 300 million? The phrase expanding the military by 300 million was like 4 nuclear bombs exploding in the conference hall, making all the top officials of the countries dizzy and their vision darkening. Expanding the military by 300 million, this is the first step of Wang Lao's plan. Now even fools can see that behind Wang Lao, there is the shadow of Qinju. This shocking plan to expand the military by 300 million is probably also the result of Qinju's scheming. In an instant, all the top officials of every country stared at Qinju, trying to discern even the slightest hint of a joke from his face. After all, expanding the military by 300 million is equivalent to making the entire population soldiers. Making the entire population soldiers is equivalent to the society entering an extreme state of the end times. Completely disregarding social development, logistical support, food production, and other factors, it is a mad, pure, and extreme development of military force. In history, there was only one period that looked like this. That was the Yuan dynasty. They only knew expansion and war, even though their territory spanned half the world, but the short-lived Yuan dynasty only lasted for a little over 90 years. This is equivalent to gambling the future of the entire country for temporary stability and expansion. However, Tianju's indifferent and calm gaze made all the top officials sink to the bottom of their hearts. That's right, execute the plan to expand the military by 300 million immediately. Otherwise, in a few years, Xia will perish. Xia will perish. This is the true language of nuclear weapons. The highest legislative hall of this country fell into silence. Every top official stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. On the faces of these high-ranking and influential figures, one could see an indescribable sense of shock. After a long time, Zhao Shui turned to look at Long Wang. Long Wang took a deep breath and smiled. All right, let's implement the plan to expand the military by 300 million. When these words were spoken, many of the top officials in the room stumbled and collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant and their lips trembling as if whispering something. Yes, the gamble had begun. A gamble with the entire country at stake had begun. Zhao Shui looked at Tianju with a determined and questioning gaze. Tianju, are you willing to be the chief strategist for this earth-shattering plan? All departments across the country will be at your disposal. Buzz. Countless pairs of widened eyes looked at Tianju. No, how can this be allowed? An old man with white hair stood up, trembling all over, his eyes filled with disbelief. To entrust the fate of the country and the nation to an inexperienced child, even if I were to die by smashing my head against the pillar of this legislative hall today, I cannot agree. The old man was the leader of the National Geological Bureau. His words were what countless top officials wanted to say. Zhao Shui looked conflicted, but still looked at Tianju, waiting for his answer. Wang Lao even publicly gave Tianju a supportive look. Tianju looked at the old man, squinting slightly. Others may not know, but he was well aware that this old man before him had the courage to risk the survival of the country and the nation. In the previous life, the great Xia was on the verge of collapse, and this old man faced a super-eerie existence. He would rather self-immolate in the Geological Bureau, taking all the national geological materials with him into the sea of fire, than reveal even the slightest bit of information. Now Tianju had no doubt that the old man truly dared to advise with his life. The old man's face turned blood red, trembling all over, and he already had the intention to commit suicide by smashing into the pillar. Tianju suddenly whispered, Chen Lao, 2 years later, the Mount Everest temple incident that you led the blockade on will resurface and see the light of day. Boom! The old man shouted, how do you know? This matter had long been classified as a top-secret national archive. The number of people who knew about it in the entire country did not exceed 5. For a moment, all the top officials of the country were even more shocked. Mount Everest temple? When did this happen? Long Wang turned his head and apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, everyone. This matter is truly shocking and must be kept secret by the highest level. All the top officials of the country trembled, thinking of a terrifying thought. It must be kept secret by the highest level, so how did Tianju know? The gaze of the high-ranking officials fell on Wang Lao. Wang Lao looked helpless. I swear on my integrity that I have never leaked it to anyone. The integrity of Wang Lao was unquestionable by all the top officials of the country. So, are you truly a prophet? The old man rushed to Tianju's front, his eyes bloodshot with excitement, completely changing his previous appearance of wanting to die. He anxiously asked, what will happen when the Zhufeng temple sees the light of day again? I don't know. I must know. Someone curiously asked the old man, Chen Lao, what's the situation with that temple? The old man trembled as if recalling a terrifying past, his voice trembling slightly. 2 years ago, I discovered fossils from the Cretaceous period there, and at the same time, I also discovered a temple that was definitely built by humans. It is a temple that existed in the Cretaceous period, something that overturns known history. Tell me, what exactly is that temple? The old man pleaded as he looked at Tianju. Tianju lowered his gaze and spoke softly, an ancient civilization. The old man trembled all over, frozen in place. Tianju's voice echoed throughout the assembly hall. That temple belongs to the ancient civilization of Zishuangbana. Inside the temple, there is an ice-sealed prophet of the Zishuangbana civilization. 2 years later, that temple will be completely occupied by something mysterious. And then the prophet will emerge, an ancient prophet who can control millions of living beings. The entire Zhufeng and even the entire southwestern region will have nothing to do with Daxia and become a forbidden zone for humanity. Tianju finished speaking slowly, his voice resounding and shocking. The old man listened in astonishment, feeling a chill all over his body. Is there any way to stop this tragedy? Tianju remained silent for a moment before calmly speaking, unfortunately, it cannot be stopped. Thump! The old man stumbled and fell to the ground. Does heaven really want to destroy our 5,000 years of Chinese civilization? The old man cried out in despair. It cannot be stopped, but I didn't say it cannot be killed, Tianju calmly added. The old man's desperate cry abruptly stopped. Wang Lao smiled helplessly and said, "This kid is going to scare Chen Lao to death with his heart condition." The old man tremblingly grabbed Tianju's sleeve, as if holding onto a life-saving straw to save the country from collapsing. Expand the army by 300 million and confront the Zhishuangbana prophet head-on. Tianju said calmly, "At the same time, I will enter the depths of Zhufeng, kill the prophet, destroy the temple, and investigate the mysterious pollution of the prophet." Good, good, good. The old man interrupted loudly, "Expand the army by 300 million. Expand it now." The old man shouted, his voice shaking the entire assembly hall. Tianju smiled faintly, "No need to persuade with death anymore? Stop wasting words. Expand the army. Expand it now. You are now the chief of staff. As long as you can eliminate that temple, I have no objections even if you become the country's elder." Accompanied by the old man's anxious cries, without realizing it, no one opposed Tianju's rise to power, sitting in control of military and political power. "This kid really has a way," Wang Lao observed quietly and whispered to Long Wang. "Not only is he powerful in battle, but his way of speaking is that of an experienced old fox. The difference in age is truly remarkable." Long Wang smiled gently. "He is Qin Lao's grandson after all, but as long as he can save this nation, he can do whatever he wants." Suddenly, Wang Lao stood up, facing all the top officials of the country, his expression serious as if about to announce a momentous event. The top officials also noticed and their expressions became solemn and serious. From now on, Tianju was recognized as the chief planner. Wang Lao declared each word with a resounding voice. All departments of Daxia must cooperate unconditionally with the plan. Details of the plan. First, without any conditions, expand the army by 300 million. Second, all soldiers of the land, sea, and air forces must bear the mark of the gods. Third, modern industrialization in the country is abolished, and the mechanical civilization and the civilization of cold weapons are restarted. Fourth, all station troops in the cities must rotate and are prohibited from staying in one place for too long. Fifth, Tianju stood silently by the side, casting an admiring gaze at Wang Lao. This lifetime's Wang Bu truly deserved to be called the country's elder. Just the fourth article alone was enough to shock Wang Lao. He didn't expect targeted decisions to be made so quickly. All station troops are being rotated to different cities. It seems that in this lifetime, there will no longer be a chaotic era of warlords in Daxia. Tianju withdrew his gaze and silently retreated into the shadows. He didn't like the glaring light. Anyway, he had done everything he should, fulfilling his duty to the utmost. What remained should also be accomplished before retiring. However, Tianju found the position of chief of staff to be a headache. It required too much thinking. He preferred to wield his sword against the mysterious Tianju. Suddenly, Wang Lao's voice interrupted Tianju's daydreaming. "Now, you are the chief of staff of the country." Wang Lao looked at him with admiration and support, his gaze firm. "You will be in charge of the upcoming national news. The panic both domestically and internationally has reached its peak, and you, Tianju, will be their beacon of hope." Wang Lao's words were passionate. Tianju looked around, and all the top officials of the country were also staring at him with fiery eyes. Tianju remained calm on the surface, but internally, he wore a mask of pain. "I really don't want to do these public appearances. Ding-ling-ling. The national news is ready." At this moment, a call from abroad came directly to Wang Lao. "Hey, esteemed Mr. Wang, I didn't expect you to still be alive?" A voice filled with disgust came from the other end of the phone. Wang Lao's eyes instantly darkened. "It's the Prime Minister of the Free Nation. What do you want?" Wang Lao asked emotionlessly. The Prime Minister of the Free Nation let out a strange laugh and lowered his voice. "Your country should also be entering a stage of social collapse, right? He, do you need help? Our Free Nation has a large number of naval special forces that can assist you, Daxia, for free." "Free?" Wang Lao inwardly sneered. "Since when does the Free Nation help others for free?" But at the same time, Wang Lao was also surprised by the current situation in the Free Nation. "Is the situation in your Free Nation stable?" Wang Lao asked calmly. "Just say it. What do you want to do?" "Ha ha ha, Mr. Wang is indeed clever. You don't need to worry about the situation in our country. We can provide you with 5,000 naval special forces, but there is a condition. You have to give up the Jiaodong Peninsula." "Bastard!" Wang Lao suddenly became furious. "Ambitious. Get lost." Wang Lao's anger reached its peak as he hung up the phone. Tianju glanced sideways, as if he had anticipated this scene long ago, his expression calm and composed. "These scoundrels, ambitious scoundrels." Wang Lao gritted his teeth in hatred. They actually want our Jiaodong Peninsula. The high-ranking officials instantly became furious. If they dare to come, we'll fight them. Exactly. Expand the military by 300 million, not only to resist natural disasters but also to crush the claws of their free nation. The atmosphere in the conference hall became intense, as if it had returned to the fierce years when they set off for the Guzhong River. Wang Lao, they want the deep core minerals of the Jiaodong Peninsula, Chen suddenly spoke calmly. Wang Lao turned around in astonishment. I didn't even know. How did you find out? Oh, I forgot to mention my prophecy. What do they want the deep core minerals of the Jiaodong Peninsula for? Chen said indifferently, they have developed more powerful technological weapons, and the deep core minerals can be used as a new energy source. But now, shouldn't it be the era of the God-marked geniuses? Wang Lao looked puzzled. The global signal only recovers for 1 hour every 7 days. Even if they develop their technological weapons to a new level, what's the use? Yeah, you're right, it's useless, Chen shrugged. So, what you mean is, even if the free nation obtains the deep core minerals, it's useless. Ignoring the God mark, they will eventually perish. Wang Lao breathed a sigh of relief. I see, then there's no need to worry too much. Someone next to him suddenly asked, do we really have to give up the Jiaodong Peninsula? Give it up? Bullshit. Wang Lao's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, the Jiaodong Peninsula is forever a part of Xia. If I were to betray our country's land, do you want me to become the eternal sinner of our nation? Forever engraved on the pillar of historical shame. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials burst into laughter. If they dare to come, we'll break their dog paws. After the meeting, the 3 grand ministers stopped Chen. Zhao Shui tightened her brows and asked, does the free nation really have the energy to deal with foreign affairs? Chen thought for a moment and replied, I suppose so. What? Are we the only ones in Xia who have suffered from this natural and man-made disaster? Is the free nation just standing by? Not necessarily, Chen waved his hand. There is a time difference between the East and the West. The free nation has only been cut off for a few days, but within the next 2 days, they will also start, and their strangeness will be even more fierce. The 3 grand ministers smiled satisfactorily. At sunset, the city finally welcomed people. For some reason, there was no more strangeness on the streets. It seemed that with the reconnection of global signals, the strangeness disappeared. People trembled as they walked out of their homes, searching for their loved ones. Voices calling for family and friends could be heard everywhere. An old woman with white hair knelt on the street, tears streaming down her face as she called out for her son. A wife holding her child stumbled and ran, her eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for her husband. After experiencing 7 days of terror, those who survived were on the verge of collapse. Without reason, lost and confused, the sudden horror and the sight of human bodies everywhere constantly assaulted the spirits of every survivor, causing them to break down, despair, and even become numb. At this moment, a shattered phone screen lit up. Then one after another, lights appeared. Broken billboards, LCD screens on the subway, big screens on the TV station building, wired broadcasts on telephone poles. In every city, there were dense clusters of lights. At the same time, the military stationed in the city, who received orders from Kyoto, drove off-road vehicles and held megaphones as they took to the streets. What's going on? It seems like the national news channel. Countless survivors on major online platforms, waiting for the truth and hope, watched as the national news channel forcibly appeared, and some even became so excited that they burst into tears. This is Xia Broadcasting and Television Station, the national news channel, accompanied by a familiar voice. Whether in the virtual world or in reality, countless survivors cried and shouted. Countless shouts, as if countless souls were roaring. It was also like countless lambs trapped in a swamp, seeking help. In the end, all the words boiled down to 3 simple words. Why? All of this. What on earth? Why? In fact, the host of the channel could also see these cries. The cries and shouts of countless survivors, and the barrage of countless bullet screens, rolled before them like a vast ocean. Unfortunately, I have to tell you all that the end of the world has come. The host took a deep breath, trying to stabilize their emotions. As you have seen in the past few days, our familiar world has completely changed. Slaughter, corpses, sudden deaths, panic, are everywhere. Many of the people we care about are no longer here. No signal, no network, no information. Each of us is like an isolated little boat, surrounded by a vast ocean that can easily swallow us. In the ruins, in the basement, in the air raid shelters, countless disheveled survivors listened to these words, tears streaming down their faces unconsciously. But at the same time, they also felt a glimmer of warmth, like the dawn. Because the country is still here, the country has not abandoned us. We will definitely survive. A newborn girl, holding her baby, whispered tearfully. Oh God, bless our family to survive. In the corner of the air raid shelter, an old woman knelt on the ground, tears flowing as she prayed. But what should we do next? I have seen many soldiers' bodies being carried out of the military camp every day. There were also people hiding in corners, holding their heads, unable to stop crying in panic. Just then, the voice of the host on the national news channel changed. It became the voice of a young man. Therefore, starting from today, the entire Dissent nation will enter an extreme state to cope with natural disasters and man-made calamities. As the representative of the Dissent nation's military and government, I declare an expansion of the military by 300 million. The young man with a cold and godlike gaze stood in front of countless people and calmly said, expanding the military by 300 million, the entire nation will be soldiers, and all young adults will be mobilized by the state. Anyone who dares to disobey the new order will be mercilessly killed. Your Majesty, look at the national news of Dissent. Something big has happened. The exhausted Eagle Queen, who had been in a bad mood all day, was awakened by a group of panicked imperial officials. The elderly queen instinctively wanted to get angry, but when she saw the fruit computer handed to her, she froze in place. It wasn't until the young man with the godlike cold gaze finished speaking in the fruit computer that the Eagle Queen finally snapped out of her daze. After a long while, the Eagle Queen asked in a dazed manner, "What did Dissent just say?" The group of imperial officials trembled as they looked at the queen's expression and cautiously said, They said they want to expand the military by 300 million. Crack! The Eagle Queen's most cherished Van Gogh portrait fell to the ground, shattering the glass and tearing the painting worth billions. 300 million? The Eagle Queen was stunned for 2 seconds, then let out a pig-like scream, expanding the military by 300 million. Ah, they're crazy. They actually want to expand the military by 300 million. They're insane. Quickly contact the First Minister of Dissent. Your Majesty. The First Minister of Dissent has been resting due to illness for a long time. We can't reach him. Then contact that old man in the Ministry of Wang. The Eagle Queen hurriedly put on her clothes in a fit of anger. They're crazy. I want to ask that old man in the Ministry of Wang whether the Dissent nation has gone mad or if they want to start a world war. Expanding the military by 300 million, 300 million. They're insane. The words "they're insane" echoed throughout the entire capital's garden. Your Majesty. It seems that the Ministry of Wang has blocked us. We can only contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ah, it's true. They want to start a world war. They've planned it all along. The despicable people of Dissent have planned to start a world war while they have the chance. Quickly contact the other 3 permanent nations. In fact, the Eagle Queen didn't need to contact them. The other 4 major powers had already learned about Dissent's plan to expand the military by 300 million. The Prime Minister of the Free Nation, after being stunned for a while, suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. He contacted the Eagle Nation, the Island Nation, the Pasta Nation, the Gull Nation, the Shas Nation, and others. The people of Dissent are so foolish to the point of telling the whole world openly that they want to start a world war. I was originally thinking of engaging in a trade war with Dissent, slowly boiling them like frogs in warm water until they die, but I didn't expect that in the end. They couldn't hold back anymore. The Prime Minister of the Free Nation sent a message to the Minister of Trade, praising him fiercely. You've driven Dissent crazy with the trade blockade. Those yellow-skinned monkeys couldn't hold back anymore. In the words of Dissent, they're like a dog jumping over a wall. Well done. I'll give you a big reward in a few days. The Minister of Trade listened with a smile on his face, feeling proud. That's right. We only needed to make a slight move, and Dissent would jump over the wall in desperation. Looking at it this way, it turns out that Dissent is not worthy of being our free nation's opponent. We still firmly hold the position of the world's number 1. On the other side, the 3 major powers led by the Free Nation and a group of follower nations began to constantly contact Dissent, their words filled with mockery and ridicule. Pasta Nation, expanding the military by 300 million? Did their trade war fail, so Dissent is just bluffing? Island Nation, don't pay attention to them. The foolish Dissent nation can only make empty declarations and threats. Expanding the military by 300 million? I bet they would struggle to expand it by 3 million, let alone having enough logistical support. Eagle Empire, Dissent is flexing its muscles to all nations. What exactly do they want to do? Start a world war? Oh, my grandmother's stinky leather shoes. Could Dissent really be so foolish, arrogant, and ignorant as to challenge the whole world? Just like 100 years ago, when the old lord who controlled the old Dissent declared war on the whole world, it was foolish and ignorant, right? Although the Shasha kingdom has no conflict with the Free Nation, they also shake their heads at the idea of Dissent expanding its military by 300 million. It's impossible. The logistics support, the number of soldiers, the collapsing social order and economic system, none of them can sustain it. Even if it's an expansion of 10 million, it can't be sustained, let alone 300 million, such an astronomical number. At this point, almost all nations are laughing at dissent. Although many countries are also collapsing internally in all aspects. You are frightened in the wilderness. You wail helplessly in the ruins. You weep over the bodies of your loved ones. You despair at the omnipresent strangeness. Within dissent, Tianju's voice still echoes throughout the country. Paired with his iconic indifferent gaze, it is filled with a convincing and peculiar charm. Suddenly, Tianju raised his palm and pointed to the bright red flag beside him. If you panic, if you are confused, if you are desperate and helpless, if you are stained with blood, if you tread on corpses, if you have nowhere to seek survival, then come to the embrace of the motherland, come to the side of the red flag. Here, there is a national flag dyed red with the blood of our ancestors, it is the capital they paved with their lives. Here, you will fight side by side with your fathers, and here, you have millions of compatriots behind you. Buzz. Here, you will fight side by side with your fathers. This sentence, like a thunderbolt, pierced the ears of countless people. Some people murmured with a dazed look, if you panic, if you are confused, if you are desperate and helpless. Countless people whispered in the wilderness ruins. If you panic, if you are confused, if you are desperate and helpless. Countless voices gradually converged into a river. If you are stained with blood, if you tread on corpses, if you have nowhere to seek survival, then come to the embrace of the motherland, come to the side of the red flag. The river gradually turned into a mighty river, rolling up in the ruins. Here, you will fight side by side with your fathers. Here, behind you are millions of compatriots. At this moment, countless bewildered and desperate eyes gradually brightened, as if they had found their own ray of dawn in the dark fog. No, it's not about finding. The dawn has always been there. It's just that we were blinded by the darkness and fog. Step. In a ruin, a disheveled and miserable young man stood up, shouted with tears streaming down his face, "Join the army. I want my comrades behind me. I don't want to die alone for no reason." The young man's crying and shouting shook the ears of all the survivors nearby, until the numb and desperate hearts began to beat again. The heartbeat became stronger and stronger. The stiff and cold hands and feet began to warm up. One by one, the survivors got up, walked out of the ruins, corners, basements, control tunnels, subway stations, and saw the long-lost sunlight again. Under the sunlight, they looked around and found that the mountains and fields were no longer filled with terror and strangeness, but with dissent people who looked just like themselves. The numb corners of their mouths formed a long-lost smile. It turns out that we are not isolated islands in the sea. It turns out that we are not ants abandoned by the country. Information Department. Here. Immediately open the military expansion network connection. Let all the surviving domestic internet companies invest in construction. Within 1 hour, they must create servers capable of accommodating 300 million people online at the same time. Yes, 300 million people online at the same time is equivalent to 80,000 League of Legends servers, 500,000 King of Glory servers. Even if we look at the whole world, it would take at least a week for all the top studios to work together on this scale. But the Information Department received a life or death order. 33 consecutive orders from the highest information department of the country were sent to all network companies nationwide. Whether you are alive or not, as long as you receive the order, you must start working. Soon, under the protection of nearby military forces, Penguin Company urgently recalled all employees and tens of thousands of people started working in a frenzy. Within an hour, they successfully set up 10,000 large servers. When the task was completed, all programmers were exhausted and lying weakly in their chairs, without any movement for a long time. At the same time, network companies across the country were frantically launching and building servers at all costs. The compensation provided by the Ministry of Finance was also generous. A large server was rewarded with 5 million. This was directly taken from the National Treasury to support Tianju's plan. Whether it was for the generous compensation or to unite against natural disasters and man-made calamities, everyone was working desperately. 1 hour later, the network server, capable of accommodating 300 million people, was launched. As Tianju announced in the national news, millions of people instantly flooded into the expansion link. At the same time, the Information Department of the military received a geometrically multiplied increase in registration information within a few seconds. In 1 second, there were 30,000 registrations. In the next second, it became 300,000 registrations. And in the next second, they received 3 million registration applications. Minister Wang. 15 minutes later, the Minister of Information hurriedly walked to Minister Wang's side and whispered with joy, "In 15 minutes, we received 35 million registration information. Minister Wang was also extremely surprised and turned to look at Tianju on the high platform. This kid has such strong mobilizing power. In previous years, we only received 40 to 50 million applications in a whole year. Tianju, the chief of staff, really has a strong mobilizing power. The information department sincerely exclaimed. Just a few words, he said, made my heart surge. At this moment, after announcing the expansion link, Tianju began to announce the next plan. But before announcing it, he slightly turned his head and looked at the corner of the conference hall. In the corner of the conference hall, the 3 grand marshals and all the senior generals present were bowing down, and behind each of them, there was a world-class tattoo artist working nervously with sweat pouring down their backs. These top tattoo artists were brought by Tianju. Each of them only obeyed Tianju's orders. Even though there were many high-ranking generals here, these top tattoo artists only showed respect and admiration in their eyes when looking at Tianju. The reason was simple. Tianju had opened the era of divine tattoos. Yes, Minister Wang, the Dragon King, and the 3 grand marshals referred to the upcoming era as the era of divine tattoos. And Tianju was the one who opened the era of divine tattoos. This honor and merit were as magnificent as Mount Tai. Are you ready? Zhao Xuejiang would be the first to complete the divine tattoo. Then the other generals followed suit. Each of them had historical figures with a strong killing aura tattooed on their bodies. The generals had stronger physiques than ordinary people, and their willpower had been tested through years of hardships, making them worthy of using these powerful divine tattoos. Let's go. Zhao Xuejiang took the lead, and all the generals walked towards the high platform. At this moment, Tianju glanced at the large clock pendulum. There were only 5 minutes left until the global magnetic field would be disrupted again. Now, I announced the most important method of survival. Tianju spoke again, his voice echoing throughout the country. Countless people realized the importance and held their breath, staring at Tianju intently. In this dying world, the only way to survive is to carve patterns on your body with fresh blood. These patterns are divine tattoos. Time was running out, but Tianju ignored the overwhelming inquiries and straightforwardly said, having divine tattoos makes you a divine tattooist. Killing strange creatures and obtaining their strange energy can awaken and even evolve divine tattoos. This is currently the only way to survive. After speaking, Tianju stepped aside. Zhao Xuejiang and the other generals appeared on the big screen. What is all this? Does anyone understand what divine tattoos are? At this moment, the whole country was already buzzing with discussions because of Tianju's words. Are divine tattoos the same as regular tattoos? Is getting a tattoo the only way to survive? Tattoos? Aren't those things only done by the underworld? Really? So the only way to survive is to get a tattoo? Then all those street thugs would become kings, and the world would be turned upside down, with the underworld ruling? Yes, I admit that there are true men of valor among the gangsters, but there are more low-level thugs who commit crimes. No, that's not right. I'm from Longcheng, and there are plenty of thugs there, but I haven't seen many divine tattoo artists. Thugs definitely don't deserve to be equated with divine tattoo artists. Wait, the chief of staff just said that it must be carved with blood, and it must be a specific pattern. That's right. The premise of divine tattoos is blood carving and a special pattern. No wonder so many thugs in Longcheng haven't become divine tattoo artists. Wait, it's General Zhao Xuejiang, the chief of the National Army, is speaking. Everyone, quiet down. Let's see what the chief of the National Army has to say. I refuse to believe that the only way to survive is through tattoos. National News Channel. Faced with the remaining 700 to 800 million survivors, General Zhao Xuejiang calmly took off his coat. All the generals standing behind him also took off their uniforms. At this moment, the whole country fell into a deathly silence. Even the Western countries and the Free Nation, who were spying on Great Xia, also fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was filled with shock and stupefaction, because General Zhao Xuejiang and all the generals were covered in fierce warrior tattoos. Each general looked full of killing intent and a domineering aura. Sons and daughters of Great Xia. General Zhao Xuejiang's face was unusually serious, and he said word by word, I am General Zhao Xuejiang of Great Xia, and I guarantee with my life that the only way to survive is to carve divine tattoos with blood and become the only qualified divine tattoo artist to resist the strange apocalypse. If I speak a single lie, I, Zhao Xuejiang, am willing to take my own life to apologize for the crimes against the nation. Even if it means being condemned in the underworld, may my Zhao family's ancestors for 18 generations be engraved on the eternal pillar of national shame. Buzz, global disconnection, magnetic field disturbance. All modern signals, after General Zhao Xuejiang finished speaking the last word, fell into chaos and silence. Longcheng, a luxurious mansion. Why Why did he become the chief of staff? Roars echoed continuously in the mansion, causing the black-suited men standing in the corners to tremble. Sheen boss, who is that? On a plush sofa, a bald fat man asked in surprise. This person had his shirt half open and was covered in colorful tattoos. Obviously, he held a high position in Longcheng, because the higher the status in Longcheng, the more tattoos one had. Qin Anan stared fixedly at Qin Ju on the TV screen, gritting his teeth, but his face was full of unwillingness. That's Qin Ju, the eldest son of the Qin family. I have an irreconcilable feud with him. Wengu, is there any way to get rid of him? The bald fat man was shocked and asked in return, you want me to get rid of the chief of staff? Qin Anan, are you crazy or am I crazy? But, enough, take your things and leave. The bald fat man looked at Qin Anan with a gloomy expression, no longer polite. If you want to die, don't involve me. Challenging the chief of staff is beyond your capability. Even if all of Longqing joined forces, it wouldn't be enough. Get out quickly. No, I must get rid of him. Otherwise, he will get rid of me. Qin Anan suddenly became angry, ran to Chen Long's shipping container, picked up a wrench, forcefully pried open a metal box, and pointed at the box full of firearms and ammunition, shouting with red eyes, I'm giving you this box. As long as you find a way to help me get rid of Qin Ju. I know, firearms and ammunition are valuable in Longcheng, everyone wants them. Now that such a large box of goods is in front of you, aren't you tempted? The bald man laughed. Qin Anan, are you trying to hire me with Chen Long's goods? Will Chen Long not come after me for using the borrowing flowers to offer bullet trick? Leave Chen Long to me, as long as you. Bang! The bald man suddenly pulled out a handgun from his waist, pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced through Qin Anan's knee. Qin Anan fell to the ground with a thud, writhing in pain, staring at the bald man with wide eyes. Take him away. The bald man waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. To go against the chief of the general staff, this person's brain must be completely rotten. Qin Anan, with a broken leg, was thrown out of Longcheng in a miserable state. On the cold road of the Longcheng National Highway, Qin Anan ignored his gunshot wound. He only had one thought now, which was to personally go to the old Qin family and beg Qin Ju for forgiveness. Qin Anan's eyes were bloodshot as he drove the truck. Who could have imagined that Qin Ju had actually transformed into the chief of the general staff of the country? The only way out for himself now was to desperately return to the old Qin family, even if it meant begging on his knees. Qin Anan deeply regretted it now, regretted it to the core. If only he had endured a few more days. Now, he could have been a family member of the chief of the general staff. Qin Anan was extremely frustrated, pounding the steering wheel in front of him. All he wanted now was to go to Jiangcheng, but on the way, global communication signals were cut off, and those strange and eerie creatures that had disappeared for only an hour reappeared on the land. The precious 1 hour of respite for humanity had come to an end. Qin Anan suddenly noticed a figure in red appearing on the yellow dust-covered national highway ahead. Then, a cold female voice sounded in his ears. Have you seen my red wedding dress? Emperor Hotel. All the members of the old Qin family sat together, dumbfounded, watching the national news. They looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and excitement. In another presidential suite, Chen Long, watching Qin Ju on the TV, was already regretful to the point of tears streaming down his face. The chief of the general staff. I actually offended the chief of the general staff. Chen Long regretted it deeply, raising his palm and slapping himself in frustration. If only he had known that Qin Ju would become the chief of the general staff, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of transporting firearms and ammunition in Longcheng. He could have just held onto the chief of the general staff's thigh tightly. I just hope it's not too late to apologize now. Chen Long quickly got up, mobilized all the hotel staff, and sent all the expensive foreign liquors, lobsters, seafood, beef, and lamb to the doorstep of the old Qin family. Then, he took out a share transfer document and transferred half of the shares of the Emperor Hotel to his uncle. Placing the transfer document in front of his uncle, all his uncle needed to do was to sign it lightly, and the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng and even the entire Tianan province would be in the possession of the Qin family. But his uncle just smiled faintly, pointed at the TV screen, and calmly said, if my eldest nephew doesn't nod, the entire old Qin family won't receive a single penny from you. At the same time, in the Western Alliance, all the powerful countries burst into laughter. The Queen of the Eagles laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. Ha ha ha, no way. Tattoos are actually the only way to survive? Is the Great Xia country putting on a play for the whole world? Are those Great Xia country generals all out of their minds? Even Zhao Shui, who used to be known as a just and strong country, has a tattoo now. Ha ha, the Great Xia has actually become a rogue nation. Ha ha ha, burp. Ugh. The Queen of the Eagles suddenly rolled her eyes and frantically scratched her hands. Quick, someone come. The queen is laughing herself into a fit. The capital's garden descended into chaos. In the capital of Gaul, a group of Gaul officials looked at each other in astonishment. The mayor of the capital took a deep breath and asked softly, "Did we see it wrong? Do those great Xia country generals really have tattoos?" The group of Gaul officials nodded in a daze, deeply shocked. The great Xia country rarely jokes about its top leadership. The mayor of Gaul furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth, and suddenly shouted, "Quick, go to the streets and bring in a few gangsters. I want to personally verify the truth of the news from the great Xia country." Soon, 2 emaciated gang members were captured in the capital of Gaul. Due to long-term drug use, these 2 gang members were covered in needle marks, to the point where even their neck arteries had puncture wounds. They were now tied up and anxiously looking at a group of imperial officials. "Are these the so-called rune masters from Xia?" The mayor of Gaul furrowed his brow, pinched his nose, and waved his hand in disgust. "You too! Show me your magic now." "Magic?" The 2 gang members looked at each other, unsure of what to do. "Hurry up! Show me your magic. Don't tell me you don't have any." The 2 gang members nodded, bewildered. "Magic? When did we ever have that?" "Mayor, it seems to be a translation issue." Xia probably meant superpowers, not magic, a kind-hearted official reminded. The mayor suddenly realized, right. Superpowers. You too. Quickly demonstrate your superpowers. The 2 gang members trembled in fear. "If we had superpowers, why would we need drugs? Isn't it superpowers?" "It's spells." "Yes. The East calls superpowers spells." No. Runes. "It's runes. Then it should be called rune skills, right?" The mayor and the officials brainstormed different names for rune masters. In the end, they failed to discover anything special about the 2 heavily tattooed gang members. "Damn it! This is a scam." The mayor became furious and angrily beat the gang members. Expanding the military by 3 billion was already a sign that Xia had gone mad. "I can't believe we fell for their nonsense about rune masters. They're just a bunch of low-level thugs. Xia is mocking the whole world." Gaul immediately cut off Xia's news channel. This kind of deception and self-deception will no longer be allowed to be promoted in Gaul. Spread the word. All land, sea, and air forces of Gaul will be stationed in major cities. Whether they are monsters or troublemaking humans, suppress them all with guns and cannons. The mayor stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with pride. "I don't believe that on this planet, there are any carbon-based lifeforms that can withstand a 7.68mm bullet. Within the range of artillery, everything is the truth." Xia country, Red Square Palace. A towering palace that existed since the time of the Tsars. A large group of Xia scholars were frantically searching through ancient books. But in the end, the leading scholar shook his head helplessly and said to the Emperor of Xia, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, we have searched through books from the time of the Tsars to the present, and we haven't found a single mention of rune masters. We speculate that this term was fabricated by Xia themselves." "Fabricated?" The Emperor of Xia furrowed his brow. "That shouldn't be. I know the high-ranking officials of Xia. They are not reckless people. They shouldn't be joking around with national news." "Investigate. Keep investigating. There must be something suspicious. Also, contact the second-in-command of Xia for me." However, just as Xia was trying to contact Xia, global communication was cut off, and all modern devices instantly became paralyzed. "Your Majesty, the signal is lost. The satellites are malfunctioning." Upon hearing this, a group of high-ranking Xia officials stood frozen in place. The Emperor of Xia had an intense headache. "If only we had contacted Xia earlier. It took so long for the signal to reconnect, and now it's only for an hour? Your Majesty, what should we do now?" "Continue the investigation. Perhaps there is a way to save the country, but don't trust Xia too much. This concept of rune masters is not very real after all. Let the major armored legions maintain order in the cities for now. Everyone, let me advise you not to believe too much in these so-called rune masters. In this world, guns and nuclear weapons will always be the foundation of a nation," the Emperor of Xia earnestly advised. "Free country, capital palace. What a joke, they've gone mad." The Prime Minister of Free Country sneered, throwing away the TV remote with disdain on his face. Lian Zhao Xuezhang even got those low-class tattoos, and now he doesn't look like a Grand Tutor at all, but more like those despicable gang members in the Southern District. I used to think that Xia was a potential strong opponent, but now it seems that they are nothing. They panic at the slightest natural disaster or man-made calamity. They can do all sorts of absurd things. Saying this, the Prime Minister of the Free Nation opened his personal computer and accessed a top-secret file. This file clearly recorded the military forces of all countries around the world, as well as the potential threat level to the Free Nation. The top-ranked country was Shasha, with an evaluation of S for military strength and a glaring S for the threat level to the free nation. The second one was Disya, with an evaluation of S for military strength and an S for the threat level. But now, the Prime Minister of the Free Nation waved his hand and changed both evaluations of Disya from S to A. No, I overestimated Disya. Their Grand Tutor has become a small thug with tattoos of dragons and tigers. How can their army have any cohesion and combat effectiveness? And expanding their military by 300 million is just self-deception. This will drag Disya's GDP into the abyss, and they won't recover for 50 years. Does a Disya like this even deserve an A grade? Saying this, the Prime Minister of the Free Nation changed both ratings to B, symbolizing a third-rate level in the world, equivalent to countries in Southeast Asia like Indonesia and Buddha. They don't deserve the Free Nation's attention. This will do. The current Disya, giving them AB grade is already giving them too much credit. Looking at the new military files of various countries, the Prime Minister of the Free Nation nodded in satisfaction. The high-ranking officials of the Free Nation around him also smiled with joy. With one potential strong opponent eliminated, they didn't even have to lift a finger, saving countless manpower, resources, and finances. It seems that Disya is really panicking. Yes, that young man who hosted the news, our intelligence department just found out that he is a 20-year-old with no military or political background. In an instant, all the high-ranking officials of the Free Nation were first stunned, then burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. A 20-year-old without any military or political background hosting the highest national news in Disya. No way, does Disya really have no one left? What was his name again? Chen something, right? I remember now, isn't his grandfather the one who fought against our army years ago? Chen Hongqi. He's Chen Hongqi's grandson. This is karma. Chen Hongqi used to be so arrogant. Now his grandson is being glorified on the highest national news in Disya. Handing over the entire national news to an inexperienced person, isn't that digging their own grave? Disya has gone crazy, completely panicking, they have no one left. All the high-ranking officials of the Free Nation laughed heartily. Respected Prime Minister, it seems that the new rating you just gave to Disya was still too high. They don't deserve a B grade, they should be at the lowest C grade, just like those. The Prime Minister of the Free Nation personally poured a glass of red wine for all the officials, then raised his glass high with a smile on his face. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses together and celebrate the destruction of those lowly yellow monkeys. Interruption from a reader urging for more updates. 8694311578. Jiangcheng, entrance to the National Highway. The setting sun cast a golden glow as a massive convoy slowly approached. Survivors near the highway looked on with curiosity, their faces filled with shock and curiosity. It was because all the vehicles in this convoy were heavily armored tanks, with more than a dozen mechanized helicopters closely following, and hundreds of soldiers nearby. These soldiers were all dressed in black combat uniforms, with a well-known symbol of Disya engraved on their chests, Dragon King Palace. Oh my god! Why is there such a big fuss with so many Dragon King Palace soldiers personally escorting? Who could it be? The survivors watched from a distance, afraid to approach. At the entrance of the Jiangcheng National Road, the 5th Infantry Division received orders early on. General Huang Shang, the highest-ranking officer, led hundreds of fully armed soldiers to personally wait here. Welcome back to Jiangcheng, Chief of Staff. General Huang, who was in his 50s, raised his hand to salute without hesitation. Although he was already a senior general, standing at the top of the Disya military, he was only below the Dragon King, the 3 Grand Marshals, and a few other top-level officials. But, faced with the Chief of Staff who could save the country, even though the Chief of Staff was only 20 years old and had no military or political experience, General Huang Shang was still willing to take the lead in showing military courtesy to show respect and support. As the sun set, General Huang Shang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched the central heavy tank hatch open and a young man with indifferent eyes walked out. Welcome, Chief of Staff. With the setting sun and the remaining glow, facing General Huang Shang's military salute, Tianju returned the salute. He knew that General Huang Shang was a true leader for the country and the people. In the previous life, during the chaotic era of warlords, everywhere was a separatist land of impoverished soldiers. But General Huang Shang was different. He did not participate in the separatist rule, but instead called on the entire Jiangcheng to establish a stronghold to reconnect with the national army. Unfortunately, a terrifying Yin God descended upon Jiangcheng, turning all of General Huang Shang's plans into nothing. In the battle between the army and the Yin God, General Huang Shang's troops fought to the last man, and he drove a truck with all the ammunition to crash into the Yin God. In the end, the sky was filled with brilliant fireworks, like the tears of unwillingness of this elderly general, pouring down on the Jiangcheng that had become a ruin in the end. Chief of Staff, take a look. General Huang Shang opened his uniform, revealing a childlike smile. On his chest, there was a fresh tattoo of a fierce general, Guan Yu. After learning about your plan, I immediately had someone tattoo this Guan Yu for me, using my own blood. Tattooing oneself with one's own blood, I do feel a different kind of flavor, a taste of a fierce general, different from those street thugs. Looking at General Huang Shang's smile, Qin Ju's face remained calm, but there was a faint shimmer in his eyes. Perhaps this is the charm of rebirth. The person he had only heard about in the past, he could now have a face-to-face conversation with in this life. Escort the Chief of Staff into the city. General Huang Shang gave the order. The 5th Infantry Division, combined with the Dragon King Palace soldiers, had an already magnificent lineup, which was even more dazzling at this moment. From the entrance of the National Road to the streets of Jiangcheng, wherever they went, they attracted the attention of countless survivors. Qin Ju sat beside General Huang Shang, looking out the window, and noticed that the situation in Jiangcheng had changed somewhat. When they left Kyoto, Jiangcheng was still lifeless. There were cries and corpses everywhere. There were hardly any people to be seen on the streets. The vast majority of survivors hid in corners, allowing the eerie and cruel killings by the strange creatures to continue. But now, at least the sunlight had come in. Every few steps, a group of fully armed soldiers could be seen patrolling. Screams and cries occasionally echoed on the streets, but within a few minutes, soldiers arrived from all directions, and the dense sound of battle replaced the cries. There were already many more survivors on the streets. It's all because of your plan. General Huang Shang sighed beside him. You said that the God Mark is the only way to survive. Although the people of Jiangcheng don't know what the God Mark is, our army has already started propaganda on all the streets. Many soldiers skilled in painting have been helping the people with tattoos for free. In just a few hours since you returned to Jiangcheng from Kyoto, over 100,000 people have submitted enlistment applications to the 5th Infantry Division. To accommodate them, the army has urgently expanded facilities such as sports arenas and aquariums. In addition, there are over 1,000 people who have obtained the simplest life-saving tattoos, such as turtle shells, bear skins, snake scales, and so on. It can be said that the panic in Jiangcheng is gradually subsiding. General Huang Shang looked out the window with empty eyes. This ancient city will eventually overcome the disaster. Hearing this, Qin Ju just smiled faintly. The eerie revival is not so easy to deal with. He looked up at the sky. Thick dark clouds pressed down on the earth. Within the dark clouds, those terrifying and twisted evil beings still hung silently in the sky. Their huge bloody and terrifying figures covered the sky, making Qin Ju unable to see the sun at all. And this is the reality that others cannot see. Excuse me, is the person in the car the Chief of Staff? Suddenly, a ragged person rushed out in front, kneeling on the ground and shouting hoarsely at the heavily armored tank. The roaring engine suddenly stopped, smoke filled the air, and all the nearby survivors brightened their eyes and rushed over, surrounding the heavily armored tank. Clap! All the Dragon King's palace soldiers drew their blades. The Black Ops soldier in black combat uniform frowned and walked out, his voice deep and angry. Those who dare to plot against the Chief of Staff will be killed without mercy. The intent to kill instantly surged like a violent wind. No, no, no. I don't want to plot against him. The ragged person shouted anxiously. I just want to express my gratitude to the Chief of Staff. The Black Ops soldier's brow slightly relaxed, but his gaze still held a hint of scrutiny. He was ordered by the Dragon King and the 3 Grand Marshals to specifically protect Qin Ju. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would draw his blade. This duty allowed no room for slack. I really just want to express my gratitude to the Chief of Staff. The person suddenly took out a dirty white cloth. On the cloth, there were countless names written in blood. We know. The Chief of Staff is the legitimate eldest son of our old Qin family in Jiangcheng. He has shown us the way to survive. The old Qin family will always be on the righteous path, like a dragon. The person trembled as he raised the white cloth. This is a letter of gratitude from all the surviving families on our street to the Chief of Staff. Grateful to the Chief of Staff, grateful to the old Qin family. Several large characters on the white cloth were bright red and eye-catching, written with a large amount of blood, blessing Jiangcheng. The people thanked Qin. Please, let us see the Chief of Staff with our own eyes. The ragged person shouted with tears in his eyes. The survivors crowded around, trembling and kneeling on the ground, shouting together, let us see the Chief of Staff with our own eyes. The Black Ops soldier's heart trembled. He felt goosebumps from his heels to the back of his head, a feeling he had never experienced before. It was respect, love, support, and the people's gratitude and admiration for Qin Ju. Witnessing this scene, even the battle-hardened and iron-hearted Black Ops soldier was moved. Why use blood instead of ink? Just in case, the Black Ops soldier still asked carefully. Houses collapsed, strange things everywhere, no ink available. Besides, compared to writing with ink, how can mere ink express our heartfelt enthusiasm? Then, the Black Ops soldier wanted to ask further, but Tianju had already walked out. There's no need to ask anymore, give me the white cloth. Tianju stood in the bloody sunset, indifferent. Although his expression and tone were still indifferent like a divine being above the mortal world, in the eyes of the people, it was a tangible warmth and admiration. With tears in their eyes, they trembled and approached, handing the blood-soaked letter from the people to Tianju. Holding this piece of white cloth, Tianju felt like he was holding a mountain. He looked around, gazed at the setting sun, and let out a deep breath. Don't be afraid, all of you. Tianju calmed himself and turned around, saying, in this dying world, pick up your swords, wear your tattoos, abandon unnecessary panic, cowardice, and weakness. Those strange things dare to kill us, don't we dare to kill them? Tianju put away the white cloth, his eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying killing intent. Two black smoke emerged from his chest, one turned into a black and majestic bull-headed in god armor, and the other transformed into an ancient and fierce black golden warhorse. Tianju drew out the burning dragon scale tang sword, pointing it high towards the setting sun. In his unique way, he emitted a resounding voice of slaughter to countless bewildered and desperate people. If they dare to kill you, then show them your butcher knife. Only through endless bloodshed can we continue to live. Your divine runes and butcher knife are never weak. Be brave. Just one sentence, be brave, made the survivors on the entire street brighten their eyes. With the setting sun's remaining blood, countless survivors knelt down and worshipped a young man riding a black golden warhorse on the wide streets of the city, paying their respects. Even General Huang Shang was shocked by the level of respect and support. Chief of Staff, is it true that our country is really going to expand its military by 300 million? Someone asked the question that everyone was eager to know the answer to. Faced with this question, Tianju did not evade and nodded openly, yes, it's all for the sake of survival. Among the crowd, all members of the daily organization stared at Tianju with fiery eyes, looking at this young man who was like a leader in their hearts. Fang Xiu, Lao Zhang, and even Zhou Lao, these few people from outside the family, had already been completely convinced by Tianju's unique charisma. Zhou Lao looked at Tianju and had a feeling of being in a different world for a moment. Not long ago, he was still the spoiled child of the Qin family, but now he had become the chief of staff, who was above all others. Seeing Tianju again, Zhou Lao's expression was dazed. Ha ha ha, we really are going to expand the military by 300 million. Our application will definitely be approved. Ha. I never thought that I would join the embrace of the motherland in the midst of natural disasters and man-made calamities, despite having no chance to serve in the military in the first half of my life. Some people were already wiping away tears, filled with emotion. Tianju glanced lightly, and wherever his gaze went, everyone seemed to feel a surge of determination and iron-blooded killing intent in their hearts, as if his gaze was the resounding war drum that could inspire people's hearts. Then, Tianju returned to the heavily armored tank. Everyone stepped aside respectfully, making way for him. With a smooth journey, Tianju returned to the Emperor Hotel. We will station nearby and be at your disposal whenever needed. Xiao Long saluted, his expression cold and resolute. Tianju nodded and turned to push open the hotel door. Ah, my young master Qin, you finally returned. Chen Long ran over with a flattering face. Tianju didn't even lift his eyelids, and the blade in his hand had already been raised. The meaning was clear, if he dared to approach, he would be cut down. Chen Long broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly stood still, offering the transfer of shares of the Emperor Hotel. This time, the share transfer had been increased to 70%. It was equivalent to giving the entire Emperor Hotel to Tianju. Greetings, Chief of Staff. Chen Long trembled as he said, I was blind and offended the Chief of Staff before. I am here to offer the Emperor Hotel as an apology to the Chief of Staff. Suddenly, Tianju swung his sword, and the blade attacked without warning. Chen Long closed his eyes in fear, but he didn't feel any pain. When he opened his eyes again, he found paper flowers flying in front of him. The transfer of shares document had been cut into pieces by Tianju's sword. Chief of Staff, this is? Chen Long asked tremblingly. Tianju walked past him, his expression indifferent. What I want, I don't need others to offer, I will take it myself. At the elevator entrance, Tianju glanced back slightly. Besides, do you think I care about a mere hotel? Bang! The elevator doors closed, and Chen Long trembled in place. As the elevator slowly ascended, Chen Long turned around, his face devoid of anger, only filled with boundless fear. If Tianju was still just Tianju, Chen Long would never bow down. But now that Tianju was the chief of staff, even if Chen Long had the courage of 1,000 bears and leopards, he wouldn't dare to have any ideas about Tianju. And this is the transformation that power and status bring to people. Is everything okay at home these days? Tianju lay down on the soft sofa, unbuttoned his black business shirt, and changed back into his dark floral shirt. He couldn't help but sigh, it's still more comfortable wearing my own clothes. Brother, you're amazing. Qin Xiaowen looked at Tianju with stars in his eyes. The rest of the Qin family members were also excited. The chief of the general staff, this is like a leap through the Dragon Gate. Qin Feng exclaimed, as a senior patrol inspector, I'm just an insignificant little shrimp in front of the chief of the general staff. Faced with everyone's praise and admiration, Tianju waved his hand casually, nothing has changed, just do what needs to be done and maintain the right mindset. Yes, chief of the general staff. Everyone shouted excitedly. Grandma looked worried, what about your father and grandfather? They're in the capital, assisting Wang Lao and the others. That's good, as long as they're fine. Qin Xiaowen approached Tianju and held up his phone, which had lost signal. Brother, you don't know, when you announced the expansion of the military by 300 million, the internet almost exploded. Tianju nodded indifferently. What are they saying? There are so many. Qin Xiaowen counted on his fingers. Some say that Dixia has gone crazy, appointing an inexperienced youngster as the news support and chief of the general staff. Some say that Dixia's expansion of the military by 300 million is a desperate move, claiming that we can't possibly achieve it. Some even say that the idea of God engravers is just wishful thinking, and that if the underworld controls the world, it would be better to let monsters and demons wipe out humanity, at least death would be quick. Well, there are many, basically all saying that Dixia has gone crazy with the expansion of the military by 300 million and the God engravers. Hearing this, Tianju remained calm and casually took out a military expansion document. What's this? Qin Xiaowen curiously asked. Information about the military expansion. Tianju casually flipped through it and said, when I left the capital, there were already over 80 million applications from all over the country, now it should be over 1 billion, right? Outside the window, the 5th Infantry Brigade had already set up recruitment points. Before the global network shutdown, all stationed military forces received orders to set up large-scale recruitment points in major cities. Otherwise, after the network shutdown, the online registration channels would collapse, and the remaining hundreds of millions of people would become headless flies. Wow! Over 80 million! While the internet is still making fun of us, we've already received over 80 million registrations in just a few hours. The exclamation of the crowd echoed in his ears. Tianju raised his eyes calmly and looked out the window. 7 days later, when the signal was reconnected, the results of the military expansion of 300 million would be announced. By then, he hoped that the Western countries would still be able to remain calm. But Zhugu, if the military expansion of 300 million is really successful, how will we handle logistics? Qin Feng asked with concern, just the food supply is a big problem. After the God engravers reach the 2nd level, they can feed on qi, so we won't need too much food. Wow, that's amazing. Otherwise, how could God engravers be the only way to counter the anomalies? Tianju put away the military expansion document and turned to look at all the members of the jury organization. Alright, our main mission is still to hunt anomalies and evolve to higher levels. Now everyone report your progress. Yes. Qin Feng, 1st level God engraver, turtle shell, feels like he's about to break through to the 2nd level. Xinjin, 1st level God engraver, turtle shell, also feels like he's about to break through to the 2nd level. Qinghua, 1st level God engraver, turtle shell. Alright, 2nd uncle, don't be so polite. Tianju waved his hand and interrupted 2nd uncle, it seems like most of your first God engravers have reached the peak of the 1st level. But let me tell you, turtle shell is just a simple God engraver, at most it can only reach the peak of the 1st level, it's impossible to evolve further. In an instant, everyone panicked, then what should we do? What else can we do? Tianju picked up a piece of paper and casually drew a new God engraver. Carve a better God engraver for yourself. I divide the quality of divine patterns into white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. You can also call them whiteboard, good, excellent, top-notch, epic, legendary, and mythical. The 7 quality levels represent the potential for evolution. A whiteboard divine pattern can evolve at most to the 1st peak level. A good divine pattern can evolve at most to the 2nd peak level. An excellent divine pattern can evolve at most to the 3rd peak level. And so on. Your turtle shell is a whiteboard divine pattern, and the new divine pattern I'm giving you now is green and good. New divine pattern, a rhino horn. As everyone was astonished, Uncle Air curiously asked, what quality is your bullhead horseface? It's blue and excellent. Oh, then what level is the Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva on your lower abdomen? What quality is the Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva? The bullhead horseface is only the lowest level of the underworlding gods, responsible for driving away wandering souls across the Naiha bridge. But the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, with its true body as a bodhisattva, enters the underworld and stands side by side with the emperor of the underworld, known as the Yin Tianzi. It is a divine being who vows not to become a Buddha until hell is empty, the ultimate trump card of the underworld system, and the highest existence in the underworld. There can be thousands of bullhead horsefaces in the underworld, but there is only one Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and there can only be one in the world for thousands of years. However, Tianju simply answered, slightly stronger. Everyone looked at each other, but wisely stopped asking. Soon, the new rhino horn divine pattern was engraved on everyone's bodies. Tianju looked out the window and murmured softly, with each global magnetic field disturbance, there will be stronger anomalies. This is the replacement of the era of anomalies, and it is also the upgrade of death and disaster. Everyone's hearts tightened, but thinking that they had Tianju by their side, they felt a sense of relief. A new round of hunting is about to begin. Grandma. Tianju turned around and handed over a divine pattern design, saying seriously, all the female members of the Qin family should also enter this catastrophe that covers all of humanity. But I don't require you to hunt anomalies. I only ask you to take care of the logistical support for the Qin family. These divine patterns are all logistical support divine patterns. Grandma and a few ants, choose for yourselves. Faced with this scene, the ants appeared somewhat flustered. After all, they were women and were more afraid and timid when facing anomalies. But Grandma, as if she had anticipated it, smiled gently and took a divine pattern design. This one, it looks like butterflies dancing, colorful and quite beautiful. In Grandma's hand was the green divine pattern pollen. Countless flowers bloomed in large patches, and numerous bees and butterflies flew up, and the misty pollen revealed mystery and healing. With Grandma taking the lead, all the female members of the Qin family, whether willing or not, ultimately chose a divine pattern. Let's begin. Tianju waved his hand to the 30 top divine pattern masters. Because it was the female members getting tattooed, all the male members of the Qin family turned around to give the women enough space. Old Zhou, take it slow. Suddenly, Tianju stopped Old Zhou, who was about to turn around, and smiled. Old Zhou, your skills are unparalleled. Can you personally tattoo Grandma with this pollen? Old Zhou was shocked and repeatedly waved his hands. It's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. It's against etiquette. Old Zhou, in the face of natural disasters and man-made calamities, as long as we can survive, why care about those meaningless formalities? No! Your grandfather will kill me! Old Zhou shouted and fled the room. Behind him, Tianju and Grandma burst into laughter. I am now a third-level divine pattern master, but I only have one third-level divine pattern, which is far from enough. By the window, Tianju looked at the dim sky and murmured softly, the hunting of anomalies has a time difference for humans. It's almost time for stronger anomalies to come knocking. Before he finished speaking, all the lights in the hotel flickered, and then with a bang, the lights went out like a circuit breaker, plunging all the rooms into darkness. In the darkness, Tianju gradually smiled ferociously. I told you, it's time for it to come. At this moment, through the French windows, Tianju saw the TV behind him suddenly turn on with a bang. It had already been disconnected and tripped, but the TV turned on against all logic, showing static on the screen. After 2 or 3 seconds, a dried-up well appeared on the screen. Zhu Gu? Xin Feng hurriedly protected the women behind him and asked nervously, what's going on? TV, fallen leaves, dried-up well. Xin Xiaowen muttered a few words and suddenly exclaimed in excitement, Xin Zhu Gu. It's the ring at midnight. At the same time, the entire Emperor Hotel. In hundreds of rooms, all the TVs were the same. They turned on abnormally, and after the static, there was a dried-up well. What's going on? Chen Long stood up, his face full of confusion, and patted the TV's head. Didn't it just lose power? Is the TV broken? The other rooms were the same. Everyone saw the abnormal TVs. Some people felt uneasy and immediately tried to leave, but they found that the doors were locked and they couldn't leave the rooms. The only way was through the windows. What's happening? Is the TV broken? I don't know. The entire Emperor Hotel instantly fell into a state of panic. Sharp screams could be heard from every room. At this moment, those who were not in their rooms also noticed the abnormality, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't open the room doors and could only listen helplessly to the screams inside. The phone! Yes, the internal phones in the hotel. Many people realized this and ran towards the telephone on the desk. The hotel phones were all landlines. Even without internet, the phones in each room could call each other and the hotel front desk. I'm sorry, we are sending someone to repair the room door. Please be patient. However, the hotel front desk was also helpless. It was already this late, and they didn't want to work anymore. If the TV is abnormal, then turn it off. The guest became angry. The power is already off. The TV turned on by itself. How can I turn it off? Sir, please don't panic. Perhaps it's because of the power outage that there is a problem with the internal circuit of the TV. Please be patient. I'll be patient with your mother. Quickly call Chen Long. Do you know who I am? My father is Zhang Er. Sir, please wait patiently. My father is Zhang Er. Please wait patiently. My father is Zhang Er. Click. The call was hung up, and several pretty receptionists at the front desk were full of indignation. What are we still doing at this time, putting on airs? Zhang Er, your father. The next second, a miserable scream came from a hotel room on the first floor. The scream was extremely miserable, as if the person had seen an extremely terrifying scene. The person's voice was intermittent and sharp, and soon there was no sound. When the security guards arrived and asked, they found that the room door suddenly became openable. When they pushed it open, they found that it was empty inside, with no bloodstains or signs of struggle, only a person lying on the ground, eyes rolled back, mouth wide open, with an extremely terrified expression. Dead? Dead? Feeling for a pulse, there was no breath, and the security guards looked at each other. This appearance seems like someone who was scared to death. At the same time, in Chen Long's room, a gloomy atmosphere had already enveloped it. After staring blankly for 2 seconds, Chen Long looked at the horrifying thing in front of him, and in an instant, his breath rolled, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground. Chen Long was also scared to death. Before he died, Chen Long was still holding onto the room phone, but unfortunately, he couldn't send the distress call to Tianju even until his death. In Tianju's room, not only was there no atmosphere of panic, but Qinzhen, with a dark face, was the first to stand up, drew out a sharp steel knife, and looked at the black-haired woman slowly crawling out of the TV. Zhu Gu, this female ghost is for me. Watch me kill her today. The Ring at Midnight is definitely a very famous horror movie, and there are also many folk experts who have studied ways to deal with the protagonist, Sadako. These coping methods include, but are not limited to, placing 2 televisions face to face and making Sadako crawl back and forth until she is exhausted, aiming the television at the wall so that Sadako hits her head when she crawls out, hanging the television in the air and letting Sadako fall to her death, placing a dog cage in front of the television and letting Sadako crawl into it, then quietly enjoying the greatest works of dog culture. Prepare sedatives and tranquilizers, cover the television screen with them, and when Sadako comes out, she will be directly. And then you can do whatever you want to Sadako, and so on. There are many methods, many perverse methods, but here, none of them apply. When Qinju faced Sadako, in the other rooms, a strange massacre of humans had already begun. Room 708 was a couple from a wealthy family, so the two of them were well informed. They threw the television into the bathtub, hoping to disable it and preferably drown Sadako as well. However, Sadako crawled out of the television and pulled both of them into the bathtub, drowning them alive. Room 1105 was a lecherous person who held a vase and stood in front of the television, wanting to knock out Sadako and do as he pleased. However, the vase broke and Sadako laughed. Those eyes, bigger than copper bells, scared the man to death, and then Sadako opened his abdomen and took out his intestines while he was still alive. Room 2103 was a high-ranking official. After Sadako crawled out, the high-ranking official seemed possessed, climbed onto the windowsill, and jumped from the 21st floor, turning himself into a pile of flesh. From today onwards, the Emperor Hotel will become a bloody battlefield. Shinju sat on the windowsill, quietly watching the high-ranking official next door jump from a high building and turn into a pile of flesh. Without even looking back, he said, Sadako is a level 2 anomaly, a mental anomaly, so she is not afraid of physical weapons such as sticks and guns. At the same time, she has deep resentment and an extremely terrifying and distorted face. Her gaze can control people's minds, so don't look her in the eye. Shinshin held a knife and rushed towards Sadako, but after a few slashes, Sadako was unharmed and continued to crawl out of the television at a fixed speed. Zhugo, what should we do? Shinshin asked helplessly. This thing is immune to physical damage. Shinju didn't answer, he just threw a lighter to Shinshin. Use your rhino horn. Shinju explained calmly, the rhino horn has always had the effect of warding off evil spirits. Enchant the rhino horn with flames to achieve a double effect of warding off evil spirits. Shinshin was greatly shocked. But Zhuge, my rhino horn hasn't awakened yet. Do I need to explain everything to you? Shinju frowned slightly and waved his hand. Use turtle shell to defend against Sadako's attacks, and then hold her and absorb her anomalous energy. A level 2 anomaly, just the anomalous energy emitted while walking is enough to awaken the rhino horn. Shinshin suddenly realized, he could actually play like this? Looking at Shinju's calm and confident appearance, a sense of confidence surged within him. While others were fleeing from anomalies, I could attack them fearlessly under Shinju's guidance. This feeling of cheating was too enjoyable. Shinshin smirked, and, turtle shell, quickly covered his whole body. Shinshin rushed to Sadako's side, hugged her like a dog, and sniffed her crazily. Indeed, a small amount of anomalous energy entered his body, and the divine pattern of the rhino horn began to show signs of awakening. Sadako turned her head, her thick black hair flowing like a waterfall, and her pair of copper bell-like eyes stared straight at Shinshin. If it were an ordinary person, they would be invaded by Sadako's gaze and their minds would be contaminated. But Shinshin followed Tianju's instructions and kept his eyes closed. This trick of covering one's ears while stealing the bell actually had an effect on Sadako. Shinshin's mind remained unaffected. Line up one by one. Tianju suddenly spoke calmly. Take this opportunity to awaken all of your rhino horn divine patterns. Taking advantage of the situation, the onlooker's eyes instantly lit up, plucking Sadako's wool. Can you believe people are actually playing like this? Isn't this just exploiting Sadako? But be careful, Sadako doesn't emit much strangeness. Every half an hour, she can probably awaken a person's rhinoceros horn. Yes, brother Tianju. Everyone chuckled and activated the turtle shell, lining up behind Shinshin, eagerly waiting for an intimate encounter with Sadako. Meanwhile, Sadako, who was slaughtering the entire Emperor Hotel, probably never imagined that she would be ruthlessly exploited by humans here. Brother Tianju, you're really amazing, you know everything. Qin Xiaowen looked at Tianju with starry eyes. Tianju casually said, it's just your luck. Closing your eyes can resist Sadako's mental pollution, and the turtle shell happens to be able to withstand Sadako's not-so-powerful physical attacks. If it were another second-level strangeness expert, it would be a bit troublesome. Brother Tianju is even more amazing. Qin Xiaowen's eyes were filled with admiration. As a teenager, she naturally admired strong individuals. Even if Tianju was her cousin, it didn't affect her admiration. Time quickly passed. 8 hours later, Sadako lay exhausted on the ground, dressed in white, her clothes barely covering her body, her large copper bell-like eyes dull and lifeless, as if she had been violated. And all the Qin family members had a huge black rhinoceros horn protruding from their bodies, looking from afar like a giant black pointed bayonet, filled with a chilling sense of slaughter. The rhinoceros horns have all awakened. It's just that Sadako's body odor is too foul, like the smell of a sewer. Of course, Sadako has been thrown into a well by her father for so many years, her body still carries the smallpox virus, she's basically a virus and bacteria bomb. When it comes to perversion, you have to look at the little island country. Listening to the bustling voices in his ears, Tianju, sitting on the windowsill, turned his head slightly and looked at the weakened Sadako. Losing the strangeness that sustained her for 8 consecutive hours, it would be strange if Sadako, a mental-type strangeness, didn't weaken. Alright, kill her, Tianju ordered indifferently. In front of the 20 huge, thick, and sharp rhinoceros horns, Sadako, who was already exhausted, had no strength to fight back. After killing Sadako, a large amount of strangeness surged out and ran rampant in the living room. This time, Tianju did not activate the Eye of Reincarnation, but instead transferred all of Sadako's strangeness to the Qin family women. All males, leave the living room, only the women stay. The strangeness of a second-level Sadako almost awakened the blank divine patterns of all the Qin family women. Grandma curiously opened her palm, and there were actually 2 flowers blooming in her palm. One was a symbol of longevity, the other was a symbol of health. As the 2 flowers moved slightly, a large amount of pollen burst out of the buds and filled the living room. Everyone who inhaled the pollen felt their fatigue dissipating rapidly throughout their bodies, and even some old scars were slowly healing. These are logistics healing divine patterns. Is Grandma satisfied? Very satisfied. Grandma smiled with relief. Grandma can finally truly help you all. Tianju was slightly stunned, a warmth passing through the depths of his eyes. Leaving the Emperor Hotel, Qin Feng and the others began to inspect each hotel room one by one. The silent hotel corridor was filled only with the footsteps of the Qin family members, and there was no other sound. The silence was terrifying. From the 21st floor to the 3rd floor, all the hotel rooms were inspected one by one. The more they inspected, the more solemn Qin Feng and the others' expressions became. Not a single living person. From the 21st floor to the 3rd floor, at least 150 rooms, and not a single living person was found. Everyone was dead. Scared to death, drowned, jumped off the building, cut their wrists, even someone who strangled themselves to death with a belt. The methods of death were varied. Qin Feng and the others finally realized that Sadako, whom they had ruthlessly exploited, was such a terrifying presence in front of ordinary people. They had killed too mercilessly. Almost the entire hotel was wiped out. Those who were not in the room, such as the beautiful girl at the front desk, also died in front of the computer screen at the front desk, with smooth and textured black stockings stuffed into their mouths, suffocating to death. Boss, it's Chen Long. Xin Feng pushed open one of the rooms and whispered to Qin Ju. Qin Ju stepped in, quietly looked at Chen Long's terrified face before his death, didn't say anything, and turned away. Why should I care about a mere hotel? Moreover, in the future world, only those who survive can possess everything in the world. Zhuge, now Emperor Hotel is ours. Xin Feng pondered for a moment and said urgently, let's implement the Iron Blood Fortress plan immediately. Turn Emperor Hotel into an Iron Blood Fortress. Not only can we better protect our family, but also expand the power of the daily organization. There's no time to waste, nephew. Second uncle also agreed. Xin Ju nodded, yes, let's begin. Late at night. Northern suburbs of Jiangcheng City. There is a large steel plant that has been operating since the last century, and its daily steel production can fill 100 heavy trucks. The Bai Dao and Hu Ben teams are driving more than a dozen heavy trucks, speeding along the national road leading to the steel plant. Qin family's stronghold is naturally left to second uncle and Lao Zhang. In addition, Fang Xiu is also in second uncle's Black Dragon team. It can be said that the seemingly inconspicuous Black Dragon is currently the strongest team in the daily organization. We will arrive at the steel plant soon. Xin Feng took out a megaphone, stuck his head out of the car window, and shouted, everyone, stay alert. Without Zhuge leading us, we may encounter something strange at any time. Yes, Xin Ju did not lead the team to the steel plant, nor did he stay at Emperor Hotel. He went to the 5th Infantry Brigade. General Huang Sheng said on the phone, Chief of Staff, the number of applicants for the 5th Infantry Brigade has reached 830,000. There are too many people, and strange things happen frequently, causing too many casualties. With 830,000 people gathered together, people are fearful and have not received any training. Their willpower is weak. I am worried that it will lead to chaos. Please help us take a look. The 5th Infantry Brigade. General Huang Sheng and his men were waiting early. Although Qin Ju was young, the face of the Chief of Staff was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. All the officers present did not dare to show impatience. Chief of Staff, you finally came. General Huang Sheng hurriedly led Qin Ju into the camp and said as they walked, the sports hall, city square, and all open spaces are packed with people. Almost all the survivors in Jiangcheng have come here, and we can't handle it. Although the Chief of Staff said that a level 2 rune master can feed on strangeness and doesn't need much food, most of the current 830,000 people are ordinary people who need to eat. I have almost emptied Jiangcheng's granaries, but it's like a drop in the bucket. When distributing food, if I call out Li Hua, only a few hundred people can stand up. If I call out Zhang Wei, several thousand people can stand up directly. Just those named Zhang Wei can form an infantry brigade. The mess hall is constantly expanding. Now it's not called a mess hall anymore, it can be called a mess regiment. When cooking, thousands of pots can be put on the fire at the same time, and the concentrated heat can make the mess regiment pass out from the heat. If we take attendance, it would be even more terrifying. If we call out Zhang Wei, we can keep calling until the afternoon. If we start a war, the army would announce the departure in the morning, and by the evening, there would still be hundreds of thousands of people from the rear who haven't left. Listening to General Huang Sheng's nagging, Qin Ju could only smile helplessly. There was no way. After returning to the era of cold weapons, the population of Dixia became an extremely terrifying characteristic and advantage. What's the date today? It's August 20th, I think. I mean the lunar calendar. It's the 14th of the 7th lunar month. What's the matter? Oh, then there's no need to worry. Qin Ju glanced at the time and casually said, from midnight tonight to midnight tomorrow, it will be the 15th of the 7th lunar month. We won't have to worry about food then. General Huang Sheng looked puzzled. Chief of Staff, what does the mysterious July 15th have to do with food? It's irrelevant. Think harder. What day is July 15th in the lunar calendar? July 15th in the lunar calendar. General Huang Sheng furrowed his brow, pondered quietly, and suddenly his expression changed dramatically. July 15th in the lunar calendar, the Ghost Festival. That's right. At that moment, not only General Huang Sheng, but also the surrounding officers widened their eyes, feeling a chilling sensation from head to toe. July 15th, the Ghost Festival. What kind of day is that? It's a day of mischief. In the traditional culture of Dixia, on the night of July 15th, the yin and yang merge, the gates of mischief open wide, and all sorts of mischief roam the night. Mortals should not leave their homes. No way. General Huang Sheng asked tremblingly, is the legend of the Ghost Festival true? How should we deal with it? If mischief roams the night, won't it lead us to our doom? How can it solve the food problem, as you mentioned, Chief of Staff? Don't be so nervous. Mischief has nothing to do with us humans. Qin Ju walked to a high tower, overlooking the crowded gymnasium, city square, and so on near the military camp. Don't think that mischief only kills humans. In fact, within the realm of mischief, there are also divisions. It's quite typical that Western mischief and Eastern mischief have never gotten along. If an Eastern mischief and a Western mischief, both humans, are present at the same time, then after the Eastern mischief kills a human, it will turn around and kill the Western mischief, just like mortal enemies. Sometimes, the Eastern mischief will even ignore humans and directly go to kill the Western mischief. Naturally, within the Eastern mischief, there are also factions and forces of various sizes. When there are no humans around, they attack and devour each other, growing stronger. After Tianju finished speaking, a group of officers were already bewildered. General Huangshang asked blankly, "Did the Chief of Staff predict all these things?" Future images often appear in my mind. Chief of Staff, you are truly the savior bestowed upon Disya. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the gymnasium, as if a large group of people were fighting over a steamed bun. Chief of Staff, please excuse me. It's fine, I'll go with you. Silence. What are you all doing in the military camp? General Huangshang roared, accompanied by the thunderous sound of gunshots, instantly quieting the entire stadium. The hundreds of thousands of survivors dared not speak anymore. "Sir, he stole my steamed bun," a survivor complained with grievances. "Nonsense. It's clearly mine. Sir, he's distorting the truth." Another group of people became restless. Watching this scene, General Huangshang appeared angry on the surface, but deep down, he felt intense guilt, unwillingness, and bitterness. If only the army had enough food, why would the people fight over a steamed bun and turn into monsters? This damned apocalypse. "General, no need to say more, distribute the food." Tianju suddenly spoke up. This sentence instantly brightened the eyes of countless survivors, who also discovered Tianju's presence. "It's the Chief of Staff!" Someone shouted excitedly. "Chief of Staff? Has the Chief of Staff come here? Move aside, let us see the Chief of Staff." The crowd surged forward, countless people excitedly pushing towards Tianju. General Huangshang smiled helplessly, stepped aside, and made way for Tianju. Tianju looked around, his slender figure appearing in the eyes of all the survivors. "It really is the Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff, don't blame us for fighting, we're just so hungry." "Yes, Chief of Staff, we're starving. We haven't had any food for days. Even a piece of bread is a luxury now." Countless people cried out in sadness. Within the first 7 days of the global disconnection, the major supermarkets and stores in Jiangcheng were looted time and time again, and almost all food supplies were completely depleted during those few days. The ordinary survivors, who are weak and powerless, can only endure hunger and starvation until now. Many people are starving, their ribs visible. At this moment, when they see the Chief of Staff, the grievances and sadness that have been suppressed in their hearts burst out, and they all pour their hearts out to Tianju, as if they have seen their backbone. Even though Tianju is only a 20-year-old young man, the title of Chief of Staff has already surpassed all appearances and ages. Looking at the crowd in front of him, filled with grievances and cries, Tianju feels a pang in his heart. Although he is ruthless, these people are mostly kind-hearted individuals. Otherwise, they would not have joined the army to respond to the call, nor would they be emaciated and starving. Those evildoers have long divided up the supplies in major supermarkets, stores, and grain shops, and are now hiding in corners enjoying themselves. Quiet, Tianju takes a deep breath, calms his emotions, and speaks calmly. Slowly, the gymnasium falls silent again. The hundreds of thousands of survivors look at Tianju with eyes filled with admiration, as if they are looking at their leader. Tianju takes out a dagger and throws it on the ground. The dagger makes a crisp sound as it touches the ground, echoing throughout the gymnasium. The survivors look at each other, not knowing what Tianju means. Tianju doesn't speak, but instead picks up the dagger and starts carving divine patterns on the ground. The survivors keep retreating, and in the end, Tianju carves 3 blank divine patterns on the gymnasium floor. The blank divine patterns are turtle shell, tiger claw, and caterpillar. Chief of Staff, what is this? Tianju stands up and explains briefly. These 3 divine patterns, called turtle shell, tiger claw, and caterpillar, can give humans a bit of defense, attack power, and self-healing ability. They are most suitable for ordinary people. So these are divine patterns. Oh my goodness, on TV, I thought all the generals had fierce and intimidating divine patterns. I didn't expect divine patterns to be so simple. And the caterpillar can even give people self-healing ability? It's truly amazing. The survivors are filled with astonishment. But Tianju's tone suddenly becomes cold, full of unquestionable dominance and decisiveness. From now on, each person will receive a dagger. Regardless of how well you carve, you must carve these 3 divine patterns on yourself before midnight tonight, and you must use blood. The survivors erupt in a loud commotion and exclamation. There is no room for negotiation. Tianju shouts forcefully. The large gymnasium instantly becomes quiet. General Huang Shang can only smile helplessly, even more intimidating than me. Tianju looks around, his two cold and dominant eyes causing each survivor to lower their heads, afraid to look up. The area must be controlled within the size of a fist. Exceeding the maximum area is strictly prohibited. Anyone who fails to complete it will never be recruited into the army. Anyone who completes it will immediately have their information recorded by the army and become a reserve member of the 5th Infantry Brigade, becoming an active duty soldier. Tianju's gaze is unquestionable. He points at the overcrowded gymnasium and ends with a sentence as chilling as a steel knife. In this world, no one can truly save you. If you want to die at the hands of monsters and demons, then don't carve the divine patterns. Cut your own throat with the dagger, so as not to cause trouble for others and to avoid your own suffering. After speaking, Tianju turns and leaves without hesitation. The gymnasium is silent, and the survivors tremble in silence, as if still immersed in Tianju's ruthless words. Outside the gymnasium, General Huang Sheng catches up to Tianju and worriedly asks, "Chief of Staff, are we being too strict with the civilians? After all, divine patterns are equivalent to tattoos, and they have always been strongly resisted by the people of Jiangchang. They may not be able to accept it for a while. Can't we give them some time?" Tianju suddenly stops, turns around, looks back, and his gaze is as cold as ice. General Huang Sheng awkwardly smiles. "I was just suggesting. General, would you like to see so many fathers, brothers, and sisters from Jiangcheng piled up like mountains, with rivers of blood flowing? No, definitely not. Can we make them adapt? Will they adapt to the Ghost Festival on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month? Will they adapt to the constant replacement of the stronger and more bizarre? Will they adapt to the mountains of corpses piled up with human flesh and blood?" Tianju approached a step closer. At this moment, General Huang Sheng admitted that he felt like he was facing a demonic god, even though he had experienced wars and carried the weight of stars on his shoulders. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and couldn't dare to look directly into Tianju's questioning eyes. "General, being too compassionate will ruin them." Tianju withdrew his questioning gaze and spoke indifferently like the wind, whispering, "Have I ever been unwilling? If they all live peacefully under the sun, I will still be the prodigal son of the Qin family who doesn't care about worldly affairs, still indifferent to human suffering." General Huang Shang was stunned. At this moment, he once again felt the compassionate heart beneath the icy river flowing through this young man, Tianju. The word God appeared uncontrollably in General Huang Shang's mind. Isn't this what a god is like? Always high above, indifferent like the wind, but at all times, watching over and protecting humanity. Of course, here, the word God refers to human gods like Fuxi, Xianyuan, and Shinong. I understand. General Huang Shang lowered his head, a general bowing to the chief of the general staff. In the gymnasium, while the survivors were still immersed in Tianju's harsh words before leaving, unable to extricate themselves, the thunderous sound of truck engines roared. "That's food." Trucks loaded with food stopped at the entrance of the gymnasium, connecting end to end, and the line seemed endless. Food. It's really food. Countless survivors rushed over. Holding the food, the survivors looked at Tianju's departing figure with deeply moved eyes. It turns out that the chief of the general staff is not truly heartless. It turns out that the chief of the general staff is our last reliance. Hey, this is all military food. Why do you all have such gratitude towards the chief of the general staff? General Huang Shang shouted in annoyance. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, the midnight bell rang. At that moment, the sky darkened, and dark clouds covered the city center of Jiangcheng. Countless black mists rushed from all directions, converging together like a tornado, gradually forming the shape of a huge gate. The black mist gate seemed to have ancient and mysterious engravings on its surface. Amidst the billowing mist, countless screams and wails could be heard, sending shivers down people's spines. Chief of the General Staff, it's really as you said. The ghost gate is wide open. Not far away, General Huang Shang, leading a large number of elite soldiers, looked at Tianju with admiration on his face. The chief of the general staff is truly extraordinary. Spread the word, everyone should not panic. This night of 100 ghosts is only the weakest one, and it is not aimed at humans. Tianju said calmly, almost every city has a ghost gate. I have already informed Wang Lao, so there is no need to worry about other cities. General Huang Shang was even more impressed. He hadn't even spoken, but the chief of the general staff had already seen his concerns. It seems that age and appearance are not representative of experience. The chief of the general staff is only 20 years old, yet he deeply touches people's hearts. General Huang Shang became even more curious about Tianju. At this moment, in Jiangcheng, countless survivors looked at the towering black mist gate outside, trembling in fear and panic. Amit Ba, Some people believed in Buddhism and fervently worshipped the Buddha statue in their homes. Even if they couldn't receive the Buddha's protection, at least they could find some spiritual comfort. Worship those useless gods and Buddhas. Someone kicked over a Buddha statue, cursing bitterly. If worshipping gods and Buddhas really worked, 100 years ago, there wouldn't have been those 300,000 unjust souls in Nandu. A few days ago, my father wouldn't have been mysteriously devoured alive. The Buddha statue fell to the ground, shattered into powder, confusing the old woman who had worshipped gods and Buddhas for half her life. Get up! The instructions from the chief of staff have just come down. The son, full of youthful vigor, pulled his mother up, mustered up the courage to stand in front of the window, his legs trembling, but gritted his teeth and said, "The chief of staff said it. On the 15th day of the 7th month, during the Ghost Festival, the gates of the supernatural will open, but these supernatural beings are not targeting us humans, so there's no need to be afraid." Phew! It seemed like a fierce gust of wind blew outside the window. The young man looked up and his teeth chattered, almost making him collapse. Outside the window, there was a gigantic Yin deity, larger than a 5-story building, with 2 pure black horns resembling obsidian, a muscular body comparable to a tower, and numerous gray chains wrapped around its body, with the ends of the chains deeply embedded in the gates of the supernatural. It held a huge bone-made hammer and walked slowly, surrounded by black mist. Then, the gigantic Yin deity lowered its head slightly, and its black-purple eyes looked at the young man. With a thud, the young man was scared to the ground. The mother was also frightened as if she had lost her mind, turning around and kneeling frantically before the broken gods and Buddhas on the ground. Amitabha Buddha! Amitabha Buddha! May the Bodhisattva bless us! Bodhisattva! Listening to the mother's frantic and fearful murmurs, the young man gritted his teeth, forced himself to stand up, and then picked up the steel pipe in his hand, crazily aiming it at the gigantic Yin deity outside the window. "You damn thing! If you have the guts, kill me!" The young man roared madly, "I'm just a worthless life. I'm not afraid of you." The survivors observing the situation around them all stared wide-eyed at the young man. Was this guy really so fearless? However, the gigantic Yin deity just looked quietly at the young man for a moment, then slowly turned around and left silently. "Ha!" The young man stood in place, drenched in sweat, and then turned around to help his mother up, excitedly shouting, "Stop worshipping! Stop worshipping these damn gods and Buddhas! The chief of staff didn't deceive us. The 100 Ghosts Night really won't harm us. It's true. The chief of staff didn't deceive us." The young man's crazy and excited shouts stunned the surrounding survivors. At this time, behind the gigantic Yin deity, a large number of supernatural beings had already surged out of the gates of the supernatural, acting crazy and insane, but with some kind of marching order, always following behind the gigantic Yin deity. Gradually, some survivors gathered the courage to step out of their homes. "It's true! It's true! These filthy things really haven't harmed us. What the chief of staff said is true." On the streets, more and more excited shouts could be heard. More and more survivors stepped out of their homes and onto the streets. Although they still didn't dare to approach the 100 Ghosts Night, it was clear that these supernatural beings seemed to have no desire to attack humans tonight. And this was also the first time for most survivors to get a good look at the strange appearance of the supernatural. The appearance of the supernatural was grotesque and terrifying, most of them resembling the little ghosts on the Manhwa bridge in the legendary underworld, with severed heads, missing limbs, hanging themselves and having elongated tongues, digging out hearts and intestines, and so on, making people feel physically uncomfortable, but at least they had the qualification to observe. So the Eastern legends are true, there really is an underworld. These supernatural beings clearly look like Eastern supernatural beings. There's no such variety of bizarre deaths in the West. At most it's just crucifixion, hanging, poisoning, and so on. Wow, this is the first time I've observed the supernatural up close. What kind of psychology is it to be both scared and excited? Am I a pervert? The survivors in Jiangcheng grew more and more numerous, stepping onto the streets. They gathered in the sports hall, the city square, and the hundreds of thousands of survivors couldn't resist their curiosity, leaning against the windows to watch. General Huangshang also stood in front of the window, watching the huge Yin god in the center of the city, crossing the city in a strange way without harming anyone. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask Tianju, who was sitting on the sofa, "Chief of Staff, since the night-wandering ghosts do not harm people, what are they after? Could it be that the underworld is too boring and they are just coming out to get some fresh air?" The second half of the sentence was meant as a joke, but to his surprise, Tianju nodded. "Yes, let them come out and get some fresh air. Chief of Staff, don't joke around." "General, do I look like someone who jokes around?" Tianju stood up, walked slowly to the window, raised his eyes and calmly said, "Do you recognize that huge Yin god? It's at least 15 meters tall, with an iron chain all over its body, like it's dragging the chain out of the ghost gate. It feels like a dog leash, restricting its distance. It has to go back to its doghouse. Wait! General Huang Sheng suddenly exclaimed in shock. That Yin god has 2 black horns, and it's accompanied by so many strange creatures. Could it be one of the bull-headed horse-faced beings that drive souls on the Naiha bridge, the bullhead? So that's the true underworld Yin god, the bullhead. General Huang Sheng was shocked, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. If even the underworld Yin god, the bullhead, looks so powerful and invincible, what qualifications does Disya have to deal with even stronger underworld Yin gods? Black and white impermanence, the soul-reaping messenger, Zhongkue, Shui Judge, the 6 halls Yama, they are all powerful figures in the legends of Disya. Compared to them, the bullhead is no different from a small fry. Tianju ignored the change in General Huang Sheng's expression. He quietly watched the bullhead walking through the city outside the window, but he was puzzled. He wondered if the bullhead, as an underworld Yin god, could see the terrifying presence in the sky. Tianju looked up at the sky. The bullhead led the night-wandering ghosts through the city, but the terrifying presence in the sky still existed. This appearance was like a high-dimensional life, and the bullhead was a low-dimensional life in front of them, without the qualification to see them. It's troublesome. It seems that even the bullhead doesn't have the qualification to see the terrifying presence in the sky. What did you say, Chief of Staff? Nothing. Tianju stood up, and 2 black smoke rolled up, forming a black gold warhorse and a flaming tang sword, which made the surrounding officers envious. They wished they could be as powerful as the Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff, are you going out? Yes, I want to see what the bullhead is planning to do. I'll go with you, but my horse can only carry 1 person. It's okay, I'll ride a motorcycle. General Huang Sheng rode a military tricycle motorcycle and followed closely behind Tianju, who was riding the black gold warhorse. Along the way, General Huang Sheng shouted, Chief of Staff, if the bullhead doesn't harm humans, then why did it bring out such a large group of strange creatures? Is it just for some fresh air? Perhaps there are other purposes. Urban ruins, the wilderness emerged. The towering bullhead suddenly stopped, and its huge black eyes looked towards a house. Don't come near me. Stay away from me. Inside the house, a young man was in a miserable state, lying on the ground, waving a kitchen knife in his hand, shouting hoarsely. In front of him was a nurse wearing a white uniform. However, this nurse was covered in dirty bloodstains, her face was covered in blood, and her specific features were unclear. Her limbs were twisted in a strange way, and she was holding a dirty syringe in her hand. Behind the nurse, there was also a female corpse lying there. It looked fresh, and it seemed to be the young man's girlfriend. There was a terrifying blood hole on her delicate neck, and fresh red blood was flowing out, her eyes wide open, not closing in death, experiencing extreme pain and torture before dying. The nurse twisted her way towards the young man. At the same time, the female corpse that was stabbed to death by a nurse with a syringe underwent a strange and terrifying transformation. The skin rotted and twisted, the flesh swelled like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a bloated and disgusting humanoid monster, trembling as it crawled towards the young man. Ah! Seeing his beloved girlfriend turn into a monster, the man completely broke down, picked up a kitchen knife, placed it on his neck, and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Rather than becoming that kind of monster, I would rather kill myself. That monster is not Suehua. Suehua is already dead. It's the monster that has taken over Suehua's body. Suehua, wait for me, I'll come find you soon. In the midst of painful screams, the man began to exert force, cutting open his skin with the kitchen knife. Death was approaching. But at that moment, a muffled thunderous sound echoed in the man's ears, low and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. Western scum, get out of the east. The next second, a violent gust of wind struck, and the entire house collapsed in an instant. The man couldn't even open his eyes, his hair, stained with blood, danced in the wind. At the same time, the female nurse seemed to let out a sharp scream. In the raging wind, the man struggled to open his eyes, and then he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. A towering giant Yin god, wielding a bone-chilling giant club, smashed down from above, directly smashing the female nurse into a pile of flesh. Along with his girlfriend, who had turned into a monster after death, they were both buried under that colossal club, comparable to a cement pillar. Dirty black blood splattered all over his face. The man licked it, as if it was the nurse's blood. His stomach churned, he turned his head and vomited violently, even bile came out. But the man turned his head back, still staring fixedly at this scene, trembling all over, whether it was due to shock, surviving a disaster, or a clash of values, or revenge fulfilled, who knows. On the other side, General Huang Sheng, riding a tricycle motorcycle, widened his eyes, with a look of disbelief. Chief of Staff, what? What's going on? Nyo 2 smashed that nurse to death? Aren't they all monsters? General Huangshang looked shocked and puzzled, but suddenly he realized, Eastern monsters. Western monsters. The black gold warhorse impatiently wagged its tail. Qin Ju's tall figure was like a javelin. He didn't answer General Huangshang's question, but stared straight at Niu Tu. Because, at this moment, Niu Tu, the Yin god of the underworld who had smashed the female nurse to death with a club, had turned his head and looked directly at Qin Ju. Suddenly, the underworlding god, Niu Tu, lifted the blood-soaked bone club, step by step towards Qin Ju. He's coming. Chief of Staff, let's temporarily avoid his edge. No need. Qin Ju stood firm against the wind, unmoving, calmly saying, General, temporarily retreat to avoid harming the innocent. No, how can I abandon? General, be rational. Alright then, I'll be nearby. Signal me if you need anything. General Huangshang retreated 100 meters, then stopped retreating, took out a mechanical rocket launcher from the tricycle motorcycle, nervously aimed it at Niu Tu. Once the underworlding god, Niu Tu, made a move against Qin Ju, his rocket would definitely hit Niu Tu in the first moment. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled. When the underworlding god, Niu Tu, approached, the asphalt road cracked inch by inch. The powerful aura was like a towering wave pressing down. The black mist on Qin Ju's body became even denser. The appearance of the Reaper began to emerge, and the burning Tang sword gradually turned into a huge black sickle. His calm face gradually curved into a ferocious and excited grin, his features becoming distorted. To be able to fight against a true underworlding god, it really made my adrenaline soar, such an exciting feeling. Qin Ju's heart roared with fanaticism, as if he had returned to the tense and thrilling environment of his previous life, where he could die at any moment. But the underworlding god, Niu Tu, became even more silent when he saw Qin Ju transform into the form of a soul-reaping envoy. Come! Finally, the thrilling and exciting battle is about to begin again. Ha ha ha! Qin Ju's mouth curled up to the extreme, his eyes turned bloodshot with extreme excitement, accompanied by bloodstains around his eyes completely turned into bloodshot eyes. However, the underworlding god, Niu Tu, suddenly stopped and stood 30 meters away from Qin Ju, neither too close nor too far, and spoke in a dull tone. Why do you possess the blessings of us underworlding gods? Ink splattered throughout the night, black clouds pressed down on the city. Under the boundless black mist, everything fell silent. As if with the words of the underworlding god, Niu Tu, all living beings in the entire world were shocked and silenced. What? The underworlding god is actually having a conversation with the chief of staff. The officers who rushed over were directly stunned, deeply shocked by this scene. The chief of staff, confronting the underworlding god. Who exactly is the chief of staff? Wait! Suddenly, an officer shouted, Did you hear that? The underworlding god is asking the chief of staff why he has their blessings. My god! The amount of information in this sentence is too huge. Does this mean that the tattoos on the chief of staff's body are actually blessings from the underworlding god? No wonder the chief of staff is so powerful. Turns out he directly has the blessings of the underworlding god. And our tattoos are just simple turtle shells, tiger claws. That's the difference between us and the chief of staff. Hee, don't think too much. Do you think an ordinary person can control the tattoos of the chief of staff? Do you also want the underworlding god to come knocking on your door? Forget it. I suddenly feel that small tattoos like turtle shells and tiger claws are pretty good. Although Qin Ju looked up, his eyes showed no fear. On the contrary, the underworlding god, Niu Tu, saw extreme excitement and desire in Qin Ju's bloodshot eyes. The underworlding god, Niu Tu, frowned slightly. If it were an ordinary human, their soul would be directly crushed and scattered into nothingness upon seeing the underworlding god for an instant. Blessings from the underworlding god? Qin Ju grinned ferociously and asked in return, When do I need your blessings for the tattoos I have carved for myself? When do I need your blessings? This sentence is simply blasphemous. Countless strange beings around let out sharp roars, as if they were angry on behalf of the underworlding god, wanting to rush forward and eliminate Qin Ju. Come on! Ha ha ha! Let's see who kills who in the end. Faced with the sharp roars of the strange beings from all directions, Qin Ju instead laughed wildly, his shirt completely exposed, his disheveled hair, and his body covered in tattoos of the underworlding god fully revealed. This includes the huge wings on his back, as well as the 4 archangels standing on the wings. Buzz! The pupils of the underworlding god, Niu Tu, contracted, staring closely at the tattoos all over Qin Ju's body, and for a moment, fell silent as if weighing something. Come on! Qin Ju straddled the black gold warhorse, tightly gripping the giant black scythe. On top of his chest full of tattoos of the underworlding god, his black mist-like long hair danced in the wind. Although he didn't have much combat power, he burst forth with an aura of a killing god that had trampled countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A shocking momentum, a thunderous roar. The hundreds of strange beings following the underworlding god, Kyoto, fell into silence for a moment, the strangeness filling the streets, all looking at tianju, but not a single one made a sound, as if deeply intimidated. The chief of staff truly deserves to be a divine being. The chief of staff, alone with a horse and a black scythe, single-handedly intimidating the hundreds of strange beings during the ghost festival. Is this still a human? This is the god of our great Xia. The officers were almost driven to madness with excitement. General Huang Sheng even took out his camera personally, excitedly taking pictures of Tianju. The sky was filled with black mist, the hundreds of strange beings, the underworlding god standing tall, but on the other side, there was an iron-blooded black knight, with disheveled hair, bare-chested, proudly wielding his blade. The Knight of 100 Tricks is silent, and the underworld gods are silent. It seems that even the layers of dark clouds pressing over the city and the black mist gate in the city center are silent in front of the young man riding a black gold warhorse. This photo is enough for future generations of Xia to pass down for thousands of years. General Huang Sheng excitedly held the photo. Chief of the General Staff, the first person in the Xia Divine Tattooist, single-handedly intimidating the 100 Tricks Nightwalk during the Mid-Yuan Festival, a scene recorded in history. In fact, it's no wonder people are so excited. Since the strangeness descended, even the army was engulfed in panic, let alone ordinary people. They lived in constant fear, with no place to seek refuge. But Tianju's voice almost shouted away all the gloom in the hearts of everyone who saw the scene. It was as if they saw a god. Step. After a moment of silence, the underworld god with a bull's head took a step, but it wasn't forward, it was backward. The underworld god with a bull's head took a step back. This scene completely shocked everyone. Even the underworld god was retreating in front of the chief of the general staff. Just how powerful and mysterious is the chief of the general staff? You have the blessing of our underworld gods on you. The underworld god with a bull's head looked at the Earth Store Bodhisattva and the king of Fengdu in Tianju's lower abdomen and said in a muffled voice, as insignificant as ants, "You dare to bear the blessings of the Earth Store Bodhisattva and the king of Fengdu. Those who are unworthy will eventually die a violent death. If you have the ability, kill me and take it." Tianju laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. "You retreat instead of attacking, and you still think you can intimidate me. Do you really think I can't see that you dare not touch me?" The underworld god with a bull's head turned pale. Indeed, Tianju hit the nail on the head. Even though Tianju was just a lowly human, with the blessings of the Earth Store Bodhisattva and the king of Fengdu, even if the underworld god had 10,000 times the courage, it wouldn't dare to touch a single hair on Tianju. Seeing the underworld god with a bull's head being exposed, Tianju laughed even more arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, come on, come and kill me." Tianju looked around, laughing madly at the 100 Tricks night walk. But the tricks on the streets stood silently, indifferent. Even the underworld god with a bull's head didn't dare to lay a hand on Tianju, let alone these tricks following behind the bull's head. A strange scene unfolded. Tianju laughed arrogantly, and the black gold warhorse neighed incessantly. But the surrounding tricks and the underworld god were all helplessly silent. The commotion here had long attracted a large number of survivors. There were also many survivors following behind the 100 Tricks night walk. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of countless survivors. Chief of the General Staff, amazing. There was only one word in everyone's hearts. Chief of the General Staff, amazing. But I'm curious, why do you have the blessings of me in horseface? The underworld god with a bull's head suddenly asked in a muffled voice. I don't remember giving any blessings to any mortal with horseface. Is it not okay for me to snatch them? The underworld god with a bull's head was rare speechless, looking at Tianju for a long time with a complicated expression, then helplessly turned and left. Tianju smiled slightly, riding his horse behind the 100 Tricks night walk. He wanted to see what the true purpose of the 100 Tricks night walk was. It couldn't just be a simple display of the power of the underworld, driving away the Western tricks. Otherwise, in the past life, there wouldn't have been so many Western tricks in the Eastern land. And in the sky, there shouldn't have been that terrifying figure that obviously didn't belong to the Eastern tricks. Tianju looked up at the sky, lowered his gaze, and quietly followed behind the 100 Tricks night walk. At the same time, he gave a word to General Huang Sheng. Wherever the 100 Tricks night walk goes, the trick energy is strong, allowing all those with divine tattoos to absorb the trick energy and awaken as divine tattooists. Bang! A hammer fell. Sadako, who had just crawled out of the TV, was instantly smashed to ashes, not even a trace left. The family who thought they had escaped death looked up and saw the towering underworld god, and they fainted in fear again. Bull's head, isn't Sadako an Eastern trick? Why did you kill her along with the others? Tianju rode on a black warhorse and followed behind the Nyotu, asking casually. The Nyotu, the Een god of the underworld, seemed unwilling to pay attention to Tianju. No matter what Tianju said, he remained silent. Do you not like Sadako, or do you not like the small island country? Tianju couldn't be bothered with whether the Kyoto of the underworld wanted to engage with him or not, and he continued to mutter to himself. Speaking of which, when the 300,000 unjust souls from the southern capital entered the underworld, I didn't see you, the Yin god of the underworld, come out to deal with the small island country. It seems that you don't dislike the small island country, but you simply don't like Sadako. The Kyoto of the underworld suddenly interrupted. That's because of the laws of heaven and earth. The Yin gods cannot interfere with the mortal realm. Otherwise, the Emperor of Fengdu would have sent us to cross the sea and conquer Donying long ago. Tianju raised an eyebrow slightly. That's somewhat unexpected, yet within reason. Then why do you slaughter humans? The Kyoto of the underworld turned around, staring at Tianju with a sinister gaze. What, did I say something wrong? Tianju smiled mysteriously. It's not under my control, nor is it under the control of the Emperor of Fengdu. The Kyoto of the underworld blurted out a nonsensical statement. Tianju smiled and didn't pursue it, only glancing casually at the countless terrifying things hanging in the sky. He continued walking westward. Wherever the Kyoto of the underworld went, all the strange creatures from the west, the exotic creatures from the southern continent, and the strange creatures from the small island country were all smashed to pieces by a white bone club, leaving a trail of corpses. With each swing of the club, the Kyoto of the underworld was like a killing machine, tirelessly exterminating all foreign creatures. The other strange creatures in the 100 Strange Night Walk also showed strong hostility towards the foreign creatures. As Tianju said, when the eastern and western strange creatures meet, it is basically enemies meeting, and they fight with intense jealousy. The strange aura emitted by the 100 Strange Night Walk, the strange aura of the foreign creatures that were killed. In Tianju's eyes, it had become so dense that it was visible, like a surging river of gray mist, spreading from the center of Jiangqing City to the suburbs. Throughout the process, there were constantly survivors absorbing enough strange aura and awakening their own divine patterns. Ha ha ha, I've awakened too. My whole body is covered in turtle shells. Even knives and guns can't penetrate. Ha ha ha, we finally have the means to survive and live on. Behind him, the shouts of surprise from the awakened survivors continued. From the beginning, Tianju activated the eye of reincarnation in his throat. At this moment, his throat and skin had turned a deep red. It was a manifestation of the overwhelming amount of strange aura entering his body, which his skin couldn't bear. Tianju didn't touch the strange aura produced by the 100 Strange Night Walk. Those strange auras could be left for a large number of ordinary people to awaken their divine patterns. But Tianju was not a saint either. Why did he always follow behind the Kyoto of the underworld? It was for the strange aura emitted by the Kyoto of the underworld, as well as the strange aura of those foreign creatures that it killed. When Tianju arrived in the suburbs with the 100 Strange Night Walk, the strange aura in his body had reached its peak. The Kyoto and Mamian had evolved to the peak of the 3rd level. Without the jelly, they would probably be stuck at this level. But the Soul Harvester had already broken through to the 1st level of divine patterns and stepped into the 2nd level. Behind Tianju, a larger and more ferocious black sickle appeared. There were scattered holes on this black sickle, a total of 7 holes, and each hole was filled with black mist. And these 7 black mists were the strange auras of the 7 foreign creatures killed by the Kyoto of the underworld. Tianju had a premonition that these 7 holes were equivalent to 7 charges, and each time they were charged, the attack would unleash an extremely powerful force, but it would also consume 1 charge. The black sickle of the 2nd level Soul Harvester feeds on strange creatures. Tianju's mouth curled up, his eyes widened with excitement, and he murmured nervously, the 2nd level black sickle is not only more powerful than the 1st level black sickle, but it can also absorb strange creatures as consumables and unleash unparalleled power. It truly lives up to its name as the Soul Harvester. Tread! The Kyoto of the underworld suddenly stopped, stood still like a black tower. What's going on? Tianju casually asked. Suddenly, there was a violent ground shaking in the southeast, southwest, and west directions. Then, in the southeast, southwest, and west directions, a Hadesian god with a bull's head appeared. At this moment, the 4 Hadesian gods with bull's heads stood still in a strange scene, as if they were in a specific position of some kind of formation. Where did those bull's heads come from? Tianju frowned slightly. There is a mysterious gate in each city, and the bull's heads come out from the mysterious gate. And in the recent few cities, 4 cities in Tiannan province, Jiangcheng, Linjiang City, Fufeng City, and Longcheng, the 4 closest cities, 4 identical Hadesian gods. There is a bull's head in each of the 4 cities in Tiannan, and all 4 bull's heads are here. Tianju frowned and looked at the Hadesian gods with bull's heads. In this situation, his past self, who was still only surviving in Jiangcheng, didn't know the specific reasons for the events. Bang! Moo! The Hadesian god with a bull's head on Tianju's side suddenly stomped on the ground, then looked up to the sky and let out a sonic wave comparable to a level 13 typhoon. Trees swayed wildly, and flowers and grass danced in the sky. In the next second, the Hadesian gods with bulls' heads in the other three directions also made thunderous mooing sounds. In an instant, the wind and storm erupted in the world. For Hadesian gods, like four towers in the wind and waves. What are they doing? Is this the true purpose of the 100 Strange Night Walk? Tianju looked at General Huangsheng not far behind him, tilting his head towards Jiangcheng. General Huangsheng understood and turned around, shouting seriously, "All humans, return to Jiangcheng." Tianju rode his black gold warhorse back to Jiangcheng. Looking at the earth-shattering scene in the distance, General Huangsheng worried and curious, "Chief of Staff, what's going on? How did the 100 Strange Night Walk turn into 4 cows mooing there again?" Tianju looked around and found that a large number of survivors had awakened their divine patterns and were looking at him excitedly. "I don't know, let everyone go back to the gymnasium." Tianju shook his head. "I guess what those cows are going to do is beyond our current ability to intervene, and we may not even have the qualifications to watch." Before he finished speaking, from the direction of the suburbs, there came the sound of bones being cut with a saw and the angry and painful mooing. The 4 Hadesian gods gathered together, and the terrifying things that happened were unknown. But in the free country on the other side of the ocean, amidst the celebration of high-ranking officials from various countries, a strange era identical to that of the Great Xia country arrived. The global magnetic field was chaotic, and all the subways in the free country were paralyzed. The subways that were running all stopped in the pitch-black tunnels after a violent shaking. The subway stopped. No signal on the phone again. Damn it! Why didn't the transportation department warn the public in advance? It was so hard for the subway to resume operation, and now it stopped inexplicably. Are the officials in the transportation department raised on shit? Incompetent, a bunch of incompetent waste. Our taxes are used to support such a group of waste. The tunnel was pitch black, and the subway was filled with voices of people, countless people gnashing their teeth and cursing various departments of the free country. The fire department and the patrol bureau are also a bunch of waste. It's been so long, and no one has come to rescue us. The train conductor walked out, trying his best to calm the people, but panic and anger still spread among the crowd. The free country has always advocated freedom of speech, and countless angry people dared to curse at the officials, let alone the isolated train conductor. Train conductor, tell us, why didn't the transportation department send a notice in advance? It's all your fault. It's all because of you. You trapped all of us in the tunnel. People from all directions rushed towards the train conductor. I don't know either. Just wait. The fire department and the patrol bureau must be trying their best to rescue us. The train conductor shouted helplessly. He barely calmed down the people's anger. But as time passed, the darkness of the tunnel and the long isolation made people's anger rise again, and the train conductor couldn't calm them down at all. Contact the transportation department immediately. I can't reach them either. I don't believe it. Let me into the driver's cabin. Several white young men began to rush towards the driver's cabin. The train conductor was startled. There were so many control buttons in the cabin. If these few reckless people touched them randomly, everyone on the subway would be in danger. You can't go in. It's illegal. The train conductor stood firmly at the door of the driver's cabin, holding onto the handrails. Move aside, old man. A white young man pulled out a dagger, his eyes red as he shouted, I don't want to stay here. Move aside. I want to get into the driver's cabin. You can't go in. You don't understand trains. It's full of control components. You'll kill everyone. Just as the two sides were entangled, a blonde female passenger near the window suddenly trembled and pointed outside. Look, who is that person? In an instant, the white young man and the train conductor fell silent. Countless people followed the female passenger's finger and looked out, instantly horrified. In the dim and dark tunnel, there was actually a terrifyingly tall and slender figure, completely black. That figure was extremely tall. The height of subway tunnels is usually between 3 and 4 meters. But the head of that black figure was already touching the tunnel ceiling. A nearly 4-meter tall and slender figure. And the arms and legs of that slender figure were strangely long, with a 3:7 ratio. The 3 referred to the distance from the head to the waist, and the 7 referred to the legs. What was even more eerie and terrifying was that the 2 arms hung down to the calves like 2 withered branches. Da-da! Someone suddenly trembled, their teeth chattering, their eyes filled with extreme panic, a look of seeing a ghost, and tremblingly said, Don't you think that thing looks like? Before they could finish their sentence, the person suddenly felt their lips moist, wiped their nose, and discovered that their hands were covered in blood. At the same moment, everyone who saw that slender figure uncontrollably started bleeding heavily from their noses, and it couldn't be stopped. Even a mother holding a baby had a large amount of blood flowing from her nose. However, the baby still stared with a pair of watery blue eyes, curiously looking left and right, as if unaware that they were bleeding. Ah! The first to scream was a female student. Then screams echoed throughout the subway. It's it! It's it! It must be it! The female student ran up to the confused train conductor like a madwoman and said, "It's it! The slender ghostly figure! It must be it! Slender ghostly figure?" The train conductor furrowed his brow. "What is that thing?" "I don't know either. I don't know." The female student shook the train conductor's arm frantically, shouting madly, "Run! Quickly think of a way to get me out of here. Anyone targeted by it will mysteriously disappear. Nosebleeds are a sign of being targeted by it." The female student's face was covered in blood, her expression frantic. The train conductor could only try to calm her down. "Don't be too nervous, maybe that thing outside is just a tunnel signal, and your nosebleed is just because it's too hot in the subway, you're overheated." Before he could finish his sentence, the female student suddenly turned around, forcefully pulled out a fire extinguisher, and smashed it hard against the window. Unfortunately, the force was too weak, and the window didn't break. However, the sound of the fire extinguisher hitting the window seemed to have alarmed the slender ghostly figure standing deep in the tunnel. Da-da, da-da, da-da. The sound of footsteps, neither light nor heavy, inexplicably came from outside the subway. The slender ghostly figure was slowly approaching step by step. These footsteps seemed to carry some kind of magic, making the people inside the subway bleed even more frantically. A female doctor suddenly had a large piece of black-red flesh flowing out of her nose. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the flesh from inside her own nose, instantly terrifying her into screaming madly. "It's coming! It's coming!" The female student broke down and burst into tears. White young people also felt the danger, gritted their teeth, and several people pulled out the fire extinguishers on the train, smashing them against a window. Sigh. Looking around, seeing crying and screaming passengers everywhere, the train conductor sighed helplessly and tacitly approved this illegal behavior. Crack! A subway window shattered. A large number of people squeezed out like crazy, each one squeezed with a red face and a thick neck. "Don't push! Don't push! There are other windows!" the train conductor shouted. Soon, one subway window after another was smashed. Some people crawled out and fled in the opposite direction. Some people excitedly took out their phones to take selfies. And some people stood curiously in place, watching a thin, tall figure slowly approaching in the distance. "Hurry up!" A female student crawled out in embarrassment and shouted, "That's not a person! Run!" However, the next second, the thin, tall figure disappeared. The female student felt something behind her, turned around, and saw the thin, tall figure standing quietly behind her. That pale, featureless face looked at the female student in the enveloping darkness. "Ah! Monster! It's really not human!" Everyone fled in madness, and no one dared to save the female student. The female student fell to the ground, trembling all over, and urine leaked out between her legs, clearly scared. In the darkness, people fled. The female student was gradually swallowed by the darkness and shadows behind the thin, tall figure. "What's going on?" The mayor hurriedly rushed to the old copper market, his fat belly shaking up and down, sweating profusely, even though he had come by car all the way. At the scene of the subway station, a large number of firefighters and inspectors had already entered the subway station and were searching forward along the tunnel for the out-of-control train. "We're searching, Mr. Mayor. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking how many people are inside." There are 5 trains in total, probably more than 1,000 people." "Save them! Save them quickly!" The mayor's face instantly turned pale, like an Angus pig, and he muttered in fear, "More than 1,000 people, if something goes wrong, my political career is probably over." However, on the other side, the chief inspector received a phone call and walked over with an unpleasant expression, lowering his voice and saying, "Mr. Mayor, other departments just sent news." "What news?" "All the subway stations in the city have collapsed, and it is estimated that at least 30,000 people are trapped in the remaining subway tunnels." The mayor's vision went black, his knees weakened, and he almost fell on the spot. "Oh my God, 30,000 people trapped, is this what you want to force me to resign?" "But this is only the initial news, Mr. Mayor. Hospitals, crematoriums, sports arenas, major commercial buildings, and major universities seem to have had a large number of murder cases. At least 300 people have died so far." The mayor fell directly to the ground, staring wide-eyed. 300. More than 300 people. The chief inspector lowered his head. "Yes, Mr. Mayor, it seems that our great free country is also experiencing extreme situations similar to the Great Xia Kingdom, the Sha's Kingdom, the Gull Kingdom, and the Eagle Kingdom. The mayor's fat belly heaved violently, his eyes lost focus, and he gasped heavily. Suddenly, the director of the transportation department shouted, "We found it!" The mayor jolted, got up and ran towards the subway station. But the next second, he and everyone nearby stood in horror, witnessing a scene that made their hair stand on end. Countless firefighters and inspectors carried out one dead passenger after another. 1, 2, 3, 100. A total of 100 bodies were placed at the entrance of the subway station. Mr. Mayor, this is only a small part. The director of the transportation department said with a gloomy face, there are still many, many bodies inside. It seems that all the passengers have died inside. With a thud, the mayor fainted on the spot. It's over, it's over, it's over. It's exactly the same as what the Great Xia Kingdom said. The face of the inspector-in-chief turned extremely pale, and his face was trembling. By the dim and profound lakeside, something crawled out of the water. It looked like a person, covered in rotten and foul-smelling clothes, holding a rusty pair of scissors. Not far from the lakeside was a peaceful and tranquil village in the free country, filled with the laughter of children, the sound of truck engines, the ringing of bicycle bells, the laughter of women, and the sound of men chopping firewood, all constantly reaching the ears of this putrid individual. Then, this person lifted their seemingly broken legs, holding the pair of scissors, and slowly and leisurely entered the village. The peaceful village erupted with countless screams from women and roars from men as the first child's head was severed. But the screams and roars gradually diminished along with the sound of heads being cut off, until they completely disappeared. The entire village became as bloody as a battlefield, with countless heads lying on the ground and numerous decapitated bodies scattered in pools of blood. The enormous pair of rusty scissors lightly lifted and fell on the shoulder covered in putrid water plants. The face, pale and swollen from long-term immersion in the lake, revealed a ferocious and excited smile. The piercing laughter echoed faintly amidst the backdrop of people's heads on the street. Gigi. Edward's scissors. Still so sharp. Kill, die, cut. Blood, flesh, perform. Edward, the putrid one, danced gracefully with the scissors, elegantly kissing the blood-soaked heads, like a highly accomplished musician. The capital of the free country, the city of Yonu. A high-ranking official was trembling in his home because his 6-year-old daughter, at this moment, was crawling on the wall like a spider. "Daddy, where did you go?" The daughter's fair face was filled with purple veins, blood flowing from her eyes, her head turning left and right, constantly searching for the high-ranking official's figure. "Where did you go?" The daughter suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, like the sound of 10,000 power generators starting up, hoarse and heavy, shaking the villa to the point where vases shattered and windows were directly shattered. The high-ranking official, hiding behind the sofa, held his head and cried uncontrollably. Finally, seizing an opportunity, the high-ranking official escaped from the villa, trembling as he started the car and madly rushed towards the Capitol building. As soon as he entered the Capitol building, he saw the Prime Minister of the free country standing in the hall with his hands behind his back, calmly directing the affairs of the nation, seemingly unaware of the great changes outside. Thump! The high-ranking official knelt on the ground, tears flowing like a fountain, shouting, "Sir, it's over. We've become like the Great Xia. The demon has appeared." What nonsense! At this moment, a large number of people, officials, journalists, and businessmen rushed into the Capitol building in a state of panic. "Hey! This is the Capitol building. You can't just come and go as you please." The Prime Minister of the free country shouted impatiently, "Security! Get them all out!" However, these people were in a state of panic, as if being chased by some terrifying entity, and no matter how the Prime Minister tried to drive them away, they refused to leave the Capitol building. After all, it was also guarded by armed forces. The Prime Minister of the free country lost patience and was prepared to have the security forces forcibly remove them. But at that moment, a gigantic face slowly floated out from the left side of the Capitol building's wall, then turned around and faced the center of the Capitol building. "Ah, it's coming!" Countless screams echoed in their ears, along with the enormous face skin that seemed to have been torn off from a human face, making the Prime Minister of the free country stand still like a puppet. A chill ran from the back of his heels to the back of his head. Mr. Prime Minister." The high-ranking official grabbed the Prime Minister's pants, crying and sobbing. "It's over. It's really over. The free country is finished. The demon has come. Demons are everywhere." Thousands of people died at the old Copper Market subway station. Many, many people have died in other cities and towns. What should we do? Xia. Yes. Find Xia country. Didn't the national news say they have a solution? Find them quickly. The high-ranking official sobbed and shook the Prime Minister of the free country frantically. "We're finished. Quickly find a way to contact Dissent country. Death descended like a thunderbolt. Only then did the Prime Minister of the free country remember the national news about Dissent country. But it was too late. He ran into his office like a madman, only to find that all satellite phones were already out of service, unable to contact Dissent country at all. Outside the office, sharp and piercing human screams could be heard, sounding like inhumane torture. The Prime Minister of the free country trembled in fear, hiding under the desk, afraid to speak. Time seemed to slow down. Every second, the screams deafened his ears. The Prime Minister of the free country waited in despair. Finally, after half an hour, there was no more sound outside. He walked shakily to the window, cautiously observing, and discovered that the entire Capitol building was filled with corpses, lifeless humans everywhere, and that enormous face seemed to have already left. Even the Capitol building of the great free country has been slaughtered. What about other places? The Prime Minister of the free country dared not think further, gritted his teeth, rushed out of the office, blood covering the ground in a shocking sight. The engine sound of armored vehicles roared. The free country's army arrived at the Capitol building. A group of officers rushed in hurriedly. Are you all just eating for nothing? Sorry, sir, we just received the news. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly mobilize the army into the city, protect the Capitol. Yes, we will. And also, no matter what method, notify all the national armies, choose cities nearby to station, use our guns to eliminate those things that we don't know what they are. Yes, sir. A new 7 days of natural disasters and man-made calamities began. The free country's test would be within these short 7 days. It's just unknown whether the free country can survive these 7 days. Dealing with the second 7 days of strangeness with modern armies, according to Tianju's words, it's like an old lady getting into bed, making me laugh. Tianju, nephew, save me. Tianju suddenly heard a shout. Outside the window, Chen and Nan drove a off-road vehicle, rushing in with dust, discovering that the ancestral home of the old Chen family was empty, shouting Tianju's name aimlessly on the streets. Chief of Staff? General Huang Shang looked curiously at Tianju. Tianju didn't speak, continued to raise his eyes and look towards the direction of the underworld. Guards, go down and take a look in place of the Chief of Staff. General Huang Shang waved his hand. Don't reveal that the Chief of Staff is here. The guards saluted and quickly ran out of the military camp. Stop. This is a heavily guarded military camp, no noise allowed. A group of guards instantly surrounded Chen and Nan's off-road vehicle, steel guns aimed at Chen and Nan's head. I am Chen and Nan. I am Tianju's uncle. Chen and Nan shouted in a panic, proving his identity, even taking out his ID card. Tianju, National Chief of Staff. I am the Chief of Staff's uncle. The soldiers looked half-believing. If you don't believe, you can check. Chen and Nan was anxious, sweating profusely. Wait a moment. The guard saluted, turned around and quickly walked away, returning to the command room of the military camp, reporting the situation to General Huang Shang. Investigate his identity? General Huang Shang looked at Tianju. Just a nod from Tianju would be enough to prove it. But Tianju turned his head and said to the guard, please go to the Emperor Hotel and get the Chen family genealogy from my grandmother. The guard saluted, yes. While waiting, Chen and Nan kept proving his identity to the guards. It's true. I really am the Chief of Staff's uncle. If you don't believe, just ask anyone in Jiangcheng. They all know the relationship between me, Chen and Nan, and the old Chen family. As he spoke, Chen and Nan started crying. It's true. You all don't know how much I've suffered to find my nephew. Many times, I almost died on the way. There was a person in a red robe who kept chasing me, and there were also terrifying bull-headed creatures in the suburbs. I barely escaped with my life to come back here, just to see my nephew, Tianju. The guards remained silent, holding their steel guns coldly. After about 10 minutes, the guards who were heading to the Emperor Hotel came back, carrying the old Chen family genealogy. You say you're Tianju's uncle? The guard touched the genealogy, his expression gradually turning unfriendly. Yes. Chen Anan nodded vigorously. You say you're from the old Chen family in Jiangcheng? Yes. Then explain to me, why isn't your name in this old Chen family genealogy? The guard shouted angrily, pulling out his gun and pointing it at Chen Anan's forehead. Chen Anan was struck as if by lightning, staring at the genealogy with wide eyes, finally recalling that he had long been kicked out of the Chen family genealogy by Tianju. The cause back then has led to the consequences now. Chen Anan almost kneeled down before the guard. It's true. Check the electronic records. There must be records in the electronic files. Shut up. The guard roared, impersonating a close relative of the Chief of Staff, with unknown intentions. According to the highest temporary military order in Kyoto, anyone who poses a threat to the Chief of Staff will be executed on the spot. Executed on the spot. For thunderous roars seemed to echo in Qin Annan's ears. This former arrogant and domineering prince of the old Qin family, at this moment, completely knelt on the ground. No, please. The guard didn't immediately shoot, but turned his head towards the command headquarters. Qin Annan, in extreme despair, sensitive by nature, instantly realized that the guard was waiting for the execution order. In an instant, he shifted his knees and turned towards the direction of the command headquarters. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I remembered it wrong. I am not the uncle of the chief of staff. I made a mistake. It was me, a rotten fish, who wanted to climb the relationship with the chief of staff. Qin Annan began to kowtow frantically. Inside the command center, General Huang Sheng couldn't help but ask, Chief of Staff, what do you think? Is he really your relative? Tianju looked calmly at Qin Annan, who was kowtowing crazily, and searched his mind for any positive memories related to Qin Annan. Unfortunately, there were none, only the increasingly arrogant and domineering appearance of Qin Annan in the ancestral home of the Qin family. It seemed as if he saw the indifference and killing intent in Tianju's eyes. General Huang Sheng hesitated to speak, his face showing difficulty. Forget it. Just as General Huang Sheng was about to persuade, Tianju calmly spoke, he is someone who was kicked out of the family tree for his arrogance and selfishness. He only holds a personal grudge, no need to execute him with the hands of the dirty army. Let him go. Ah, alright, then should we give him some military rations? General Huang Sheng frowned, but, in fact, he wanted to say that since this person is selfish and holds grudges, what if he resents you for this and plots against you? You should be cautious. Let him live or die on his own. He claims to be the king of Linjiang, so he must have abundant resources. There's no need to waste military rations on him, the civilians need them more. Tianju smiled lightly, as if he understood the second half of General Huang Sheng's gaze. I stand in front of him, even if there were 10,000 of him tied together, they wouldn't have the qualifications to harm me. Qin Annan fled the military camp in a daze, only daring to look back when he was 2 streets away from the camp. It's too terrifying. Just mentioning Tianju's name almost got me executed. Qin Annan wiped off his sweat and, after being terrified for a long time, suddenly felt a trauma-like sensation in his brain, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect my nephew's position to be so high now. Just pretending to be a relative would lead to execution. My status has also risen. If I can really find Tianju and return to the old Qin family, wouldn't I be able to rise to the sky? Even if I don't mention being a relative of the royal family, at the very least, I can have great power. Who needs to care about the small land industry in Linjiang? Ha ha ha. After a mad laughter, Qin Annan suddenly noticed that he was in front of the largest hotel in Jiangqing City. My stomach is also hungry. Qin Annan touched the black and mottled shell gun in his pocket, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Chen Long, that old bastard owes me millions. I didn't expect to accidentally end up at the Emperor Hotel. He kicked the hotel door. The door with the words Emperor Hotel shook violently, making a piercing sound of steel impact. Chen Long, come out. Qin Annan kicked the hotel door frantically, but there was no response, and the Grand Emperor Hotel was as silent as a cemetery. Just then, the roar of trucks sounded, getting closer and closer. The ground trembled incessantly, as if it wasn't trucks, but heavy dinosaurs running. Qin Annan turned around and saw a fleet of heavy trucks loaded with steel approaching. He looked puzzled, but the leading truck had already arrived at the entrance of the Emperor Hotel. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Qin Feng's cold and stern face. Qin Feng, it's you. Qin Annan was stunned, then his face filled with joy. I finally found the old Qin family. Do you still remember me? In terms of generations, Qin Feng and Qin Ju were of the same generation. Facing his younger relative, Qin Annan instantly relaxed, vigorously patting the truck compartment, laughing and shouting, "Come down. Qin Feng, I am your uncle. I finally found you all." Qin Feng got off the truck. Qin Jin followed suit. A large group of members from the Sun organization got off the trucks. Seeing that they were all descendants of the old Qin family, Qin Annan became even more excited. Ha, you bunch of brats are all here? Where is Qinghua? Where is the old lady? Where are the Qin troops and the old man? Qin Feng's face turned cold as he walked forward. What are you doing here? How should I address my uncle? I'm asking you. Qin Feng suddenly pulled out a steel knife and placed it directly across Qin Annan's neck, his eyes fierce like a wolf. Why did you come to Jiangcheng? Qin Annan was stunned. In his impression, Qin Feng, the senior patrol inspector, had always been easy to talk to, always polite when speaking to him. But now, without asking any questions, he pulled out a knife. How did things change so much? I am your uncle, Qin Annan. Answer the question, why did you come here? Qin Feng's eyes became even fiercer, and the blade of the knife cut through the skin on Qin Annan's neck. Feeling the pain on his skin, Qin Annan widened his eyes, unable to believe that Qin Feng really wanted to cut off his head. Speak or not. Qin Feng exerted force again. Fresh blood gushed out, staining the blade red. Qin Feng, are you really going to kill me? What did I do? I am your uncle, Qin Annan. You have been deceived by some evil spell. You don't recognize me anymore? Qin Annan shouted in anguish. But the next second, seeing the killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes, he trembled all over and quickly surrendered. I came to find Qin Ju. What do you want with Ju Ji? I want to ask for his forgiveness and return to the old Qin family. Poof. Qin Feng coldly smiled. The Qin family juniors around them laughed even more. Qin Zhen said irritably, Fengji, this old bastard used to be arrogant in the ancestral home, but now that he sees Ju Ji becoming the chief of staff, he wants to cling to Ju Ji's thigh. Don't be polite to him. I know. Qin Feng lowered his head, staring at Qin Annan. Now I'll give you two choices. 1. Get out of Jiangcheng. 2. I'll cut you now. Why should I? I am your uncle. When you were being arrogant, insulting Ju Ji and saying that the old Qin family didn't deserve to have you, why didn't you say you were my uncle? Qin Feng twisted his wrist, the blade of the knife pressed against Qin Annan's body, and he cut it, slicing through Qin Annan's shoulder like cutting tofu. Ah! Qin Annan screamed like a pig. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. It was as if he didn't recognize the Qin Feng before him, full of killing intent, or the gentle and humble junior he used to be. Get out of Jiangcheng. Qin Feng raised the blade. Qin Annan gritted his teeth. No. I came to find Qin Ju. Who are you to make decisions for Qin Ju? What if Qin Ju was willing to forgive me? Aren't you afraid he will trouble you afterwards? Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a headache, his eyes completely darkened. Since you won't leave, I'll leave with your body. You bastard, you're not qualified to use Ju Ji to suppress me. Just as Qin Feng approached with the steel knife, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then Qin Annan saw that the faces of all the Qin family juniors suddenly became serious, all looking behind him. Qin Annan turned around in surprise and saw a woman standing behind him, wearing a red wedding dress and a red veil. Did you see my red wedding dress? A chilling voice sounded. The next second, Qin Annan realized that his clothes had turned into a red wedding dress, as if dyed red with blood. It seems I don't need to dirty my hands. Qin Feng took 2 steps back and said in a deep voice, White blade. Qin Zhen echoed in a deep voice, Tiger shield. All the Qin family juniors raised their arms, and a large amount of black mist surged out of their arms, enveloping them and condensing their arms into thick, sharp black rhino horns. Qin Annan let out a terrified scream, pulled out a black mottled shell gun, and emptied the entire magazine directly at the woman in front of him. The sound of gunfire was like rain. The shells fell like rain. But after the smoke cleared, the woman in the red wedding dress was unharmed, and only hot bullets lay beside her red embroidered shoes. What? The gun didn't work at all? Qin Feng's eyes became wary, and Qin Annan had already collapsed to the ground. Then Qin Feng and the others watched as Qin Annan was tightly entangled by the red wedding dress on his body, and finally strangled to death, his face turning pale as he suffocated. Is it so easy to kill someone? Qin Feng cautiously waved his hand and retreated gently. In order to avoid accidents, all members of the Qin family also stepped back gently. However, the woman in the red wedding dress crossed over Qin Annan's body and reached out her hand with long nails like a dagger, reaching towards Qin Feng from a distance. Have you seen me, the red wedding dress? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. This cunning woman is targeting me again? Just as Qin Feng was about to fight the woman in the red wedding dress, a calm and godlike voice faintly sounded. The red wedding dress belongs to the Yin instrument, and the Yin instrument is under the jurisdiction of the bull-headed horse-faced god. If you want, I can take you to find the bull-headed god. It should be able to help you find her. Brother Ju. When they saw Qin Ju riding on a black gold warhorse approaching, Qin Feng and the others instantly found their backbone. The woman in the red wedding dress turned her head, and the head covered by the red veil seemed to be looking at Qin Ju. Then, in the next second, the wind and cloud surged, and the woman in the red wedding dress disappeared on the spot and appeared behind Qin Ju, extending sharp nails. Ha! Qin Ju's mouth curled up in a cold smile as he murmured softly, I'll just use you to test my brand new Black Reaper. Black mist filled the air, surging arms condensed into a ferocious and huge Black Reaper. On the Black Reaper, 7 holes emitted a faint black light. Ah! A terrified scream echoed in Qin Ju's ears. Ha! A second-level anomaly, and you're still afraid? Before the words fell, the Black Reaper was raised high, and the faint black light from one of the holes completely erupted into a dazzling black light. Swish! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The Black Reaper flickered like a black flash of light. With one slash, the black mist erupted like a raging wolf. Under the power of this Black Reaper, the woman in the red wedding dress let out a sharp and terrified scream, trying to turn around and escape. Unfortunately, it was all in vain, as the smoke dispersed in an instant. The Black Reaper fell, and the black mist engulfed the woman in the red wedding dress. One of the holes lost all its black light, but the dead woman in the red wedding dress became a new source of energy, replenishing the Black Reaper's 7 charges. The Black Reaper was restored to its full power. Brother Jew, 1/to kill. So cool! The members of the Zhou reorganization cheered excitedly. Ignoring the woman in the red wedding dress with the shell gun, she was actually killed with 1/ by Brother Jew. How strong is Brother Jew's power? Xin Feng couldn't help but feel amazed. How did Brother Jew become stronger after going out? Could it be because of the 100 strange night walk? Alright, let's all go in. Xin Ju waved his hand indifferently, as if he was wiping out an ant with ease. The second-level anomalies in front of him no longer interested him. Only the bull-headed god, a great anomaly who had already achieved godhood, could arouse Xin Ju's interest in battle. How much steel did we transport this time? About 5,000 tons. Xin Feng greeted the members of the Qin family who were transporting the steel, feeling deeply moved. The steel plant has been taken over by the military. Originally, all the steel was a strategic resource, but when they saw that we were Brother Jew's people, they immediately allocated 30,000 tons of steel to us without hesitation. We still have to go and transport it a few more times. Xin Ju walked into the Emperor Hotel and began to design the steel fortress he had long planned. Although he now held the position of Chief of Staff, he seemed to have high status and authority, even commanding the military. But during the 7 days of global disconnection, he actually had very little command power. Instead of wasting time in Kyoto, it was better to come back and develop the Zhou reorganization. The mobilization of the entire population had already begun, but this could only ensure the safety of ordinary people and could not truly resist the increasingly powerful anomalies. Brother Jew, is this the steel fortress you designed? Xin Feng looked at it and was shocked, his scalp tingling. You want to replace all the exterior walls of the Emperor Hotel with steel, and then engrave a sufficient number of divine patterns on the surface of the steel. In Xin Ju's sketch, the Emperor Hotel had become a fortress full of iron and blood flavor. The thick steel outer wall stood tall, and the black-brown surface of the Emperor Hotel was covered with various huge divine patterns. What was even more shocking was that on the topmost steel outer wall of the Emperor Hotel, there was a unique divine pattern engraved, which looked like some kind of Taoist talisman, resembling a tripod, with characters that Xin Feng didn't recognize. This is called the 9 heavens responding to the thunder sound universalizing heavenly venerable. Xin Ju nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Do you know who he is?" Xin Feng was greatly shocked but shook his head in ignorance. Xin Xiaowen, however, eagerly raised her hand and said, "I know. It's Lei Zhu." In the Taoist mythological system, among the 3 pure ones and the 6 imperial officials, one of them is the heavenly venerable of the 9 heavens Ingyuan thunder sound universal transformation. He is one of the 6 great emperors, in charge of the military power of the heavenly realm. He is the ancestor of all thunder. In those online novels, the heavenly tribulations that all cultivators encounter are caused by him. He is an extremely powerful mythical figure. Xin Feng scratched his head and asked, "But is it really effective to engrave a Taoist talisman on steel? If it is, then aren't the Taoists very powerful? Those Taoist holy sites, like Longhu Mountain, must have many of these talismans, so those places should also be very powerful, right?" Xin Ju shook his head lightly and said, "It's useless. One of the awakening conditions for the divine pattern is to be engraved with blood, which neither the Taoist priests nor the Taoist holy sites possess. Their talismans are only drawn on paper. So, Zhuge, do we need to engrave this 9 heavens? 9 heavens what? 9 heavens Ingyuan thunder sound universal transformation. Qin Xiaowen excitedly reminded him. Anyway, that's what it means. Do we need to engrave it with blood? We need a large amount of blood. Xin Ju waved his hand and said, "Go to the slaughterhouse, kill a few cows, and collect their blood." "Yes, I'll go right away." The daily organization quickly took action. Soon, all the steel was transported. It piled up outside the Emperor Hotel, resembling a small mountain of steel weighing 5,000 tons. Survivors passing by were curious, with faces full of curiosity. "What's going on here?" Xin Feng returned and Xin Ju threw out another design. "Open up a spacious area of 300,000 square meters near the Emperor Hotel?" Xin Feng asked in shock, "What do we need such a large area for? It can accommodate 100,000 people. Just follow the design." "All right." Soon, the daily organization began its bustling construction tasks. At the same time, a large number of soldiers arrived to help the daily organization expand the wide area. Even the soldiers have come to help. "Zhuge, What are you planning to do? Zhuge must have his own reasons. We just need to focus on our work. Just the thought of following the chief of staff fills me with energy. I'm full of enthusiasm in my blood. The scene of bustling construction fell into Tianju's eyes from the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite. Knocking on the door, the women opened it and found General Huang Shang, almost finished tidying up. I estimate that the military camp will be able to move here in half a day. General Huang Shang's first words shocked all the Qin family women. The military camp is going to move here? The plan is going smoothly. Chief of Staff, with the Emperor Hotel as the center and the military camp stationed here, can it solve the training problem for the 800,000 new recruits? General Huang Shang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stood beside Tianju. Tianju's eyes were indifferent as he quietly watched the bustling construction scene below. With me here, I can cut through all the tricks. With proper training for the 800,000 new recruits, we will have 800,000 divine pattern masters plus soldiers. By then, even if there are third-level anomalies or even fourth-level grade anomalies, Jiangcheng, with its 800,000 divine pattern masters, will have the confidence to annihilate them. On this night of the 100 anomalies, Jiangcheng gained 800,000 divine pattern masters. This was a scene that Tianju couldn't even dare to imagine in his previous life. A city with 800,000 divine pattern masters, what kind of concept was that? In his previous life, all the countries on Blue Star combined had fewer divine pattern masters than the current Jiangcheng. The existence of 800,000 divine pattern masters made the 100 anomalies on this night appear less terrifying. At least, if any starving anomalies appeared on the streets, they would be attacked by the omnipresent divine pattern masters. Although they didn't have the combat skills of divine pattern masters, as they fought, people gradually began to understand their own abilities. Turtle shell is a highly defensive black keratin layer that the body can have, even a dagger can hardly penetrate it. Tiger claw is when huge claws appear on the palm, capable of easily tearing flesh, wood, tempered glass, and more. Pollen is when the skin emits pollen, which covers wounds and accelerates platelet movement, promoting scar healing. The sky cleared, and the sun gradually appeared. The mysterious gate closed last night, and as the sunlight poured into the world, it slowly dissipated like smoke, accompanied by the dispersal of the 4 black tower-like underworld gods in the suburbs. The night of 100 mysteries has passed. Tianju murmured softly, walking out of the Emperor Hotel. The steel walls had already begun to take shape, and beyond the walls, large residential buildings were being demolished, replaced by military camps. Behind the military camps and the Emperor Hotel, there were piles of ruins, and trucks were clearing them. Once the clearing was completed, this would become a training ground covering an area of 300,000 square meters. Chief of Staff, I still don't understand what the Night of 100 Mysteries is all about. General Huang Shang followed behind Tianju, completely puzzled. I always feel uneasy. There is a Night of 100 Mysteries every year. This is just the beginning. Don't think too much about it. Suddenly, a rune master ran past Tianju, and he squinted his eyes and called out to the person. Chief of Staff. The rune master with a middle parting quickly greeted him. Tianju gently pushed aside the person's shirt and saw a tattoo of a bull's head. It couldn't compare to his own imposing appearance, but it was still somewhat similar. It seemed that it was most likely done at a street tattoo shop. Where did this tattoo come from? A few years ago, I was ignorant and got it at a random tattoo shop in Dragon City. The rune master with a middle parting answered honestly. Have you awakened? It seems like I have awakened. Activate it and let me see. The rune master with a middle parting nodded, took a deep breath, and began to exert force with a red face and a thick neck. Thick layers of skin appeared on his fists, resembling bullhide, and black hair appeared on his face. He looked like a monster with the head of a horse and the skin of a bull. Tianju lost interest in his expression. This was not the appearance of the awakening of the underworld god. Instead, it looked more like an ordinary bull and horse. Did you encounter any special situations last night, such as being targeted by a big mystery? No, I was in the gymnasium the whole time and didn't encounter anything. All right, you can go. Tianju waved his hand, but frowned, as if pondering something. General Huang Shang curiously asked, "What's wrong with that person?" "I'm thinking about why both he and I have bullhead tattoos, and we have both awakened, but the underworld god with the bullhead only noticed me and not him." "Hey, is it a good thing to be targeted by the underworld god?" General Huang Shang laughed heartily, "But he can't be compared to you. You were the first rune master to awaken, at least invincible in Disya." Tianju did not agree with General Huang Shang's words. He pondered for a moment and finally remembered the special aspect of his bullhead tattoo. Jelly, the little boss in the Huaxia building. It was that jelly that pushed his bullhead and horse face to its limits. Thinking about what the underworld god with the bullhead said, there was a key word: blessing. What is a blessing? It is being different from others, being special, breaking free from mediocrity, and reaching the top in one step. Breaking through the limits with a bullhead and horseface is equivalent to reaching the top in one step. Could it be the jelly that gave me the so-called blessing, allowing both the bullhead and horseface to break through to the third level? It seems like I need to find an opportunity to verify it. Tianju realized the uniqueness and importance of the jelly. The Huaxia building is a place, and that bloody neat bun is the boss of the Huaxia building. Could it be that only the boss of a specific map can drop the blessing jelly? Blessing jelly, Tianju gave the jelly a new name. He checked his own divine pattern and found that after last night's mysterious night walk and the recent hunting of the red wedding dress woman, half of the mysterious aura had already accumulated. He estimated that after killing a few more second-level anomalies, he would be able to reach the third level. The limit of the soul hook messenger should be at the peak of the third level. Before the global reconnection and the next 7 days of calamity, it should be possible for the soul hook messenger to break through the limit and reach the fourth level. At the same time, I need to prepare for the next higher quality divine pattern. Mysterious aura. I need to obtain more mysterious aura. Just as Tianju muttered to himself, there was suddenly a burst of exclamation and shouting on the construction site. A group of divine pattern masters who were expanding the training ground were moving one of the steel pipes inserted into the ground when the pipe suddenly exploded, spraying out a large amount of blood, directly drenching 2 divine pattern masters in blood, and causing the surrounding divine pattern masters to be shocked and staggered. Blood. It's blood. There's blood underground. There's blood underground. Tianju frowned and asked Qin Feng, what was the predecessor of the Emperor Hotel? Brother Ju, it was the Wanzhong Hill. Qin Feng suddenly remembered and exclaimed, the Emperor Hotel was built in 2000. This place was still in the outskirts of Jiangcheng that year, and there was the largest cemetery in the entire Tiannan province in the outskirts, which is here. Chen had already found information and said in a deep voice, Brother Ju, Wanzhong Hill was originally under official management, but it was later taken over by a private company. However, that company went bankrupt, so this place was abandoned. On the construction site, the burst steel pipe suddenly shattered. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It immediately attracted the horrified gazes of countless divine pattern masters, soldiers, and members of the daily organization. This used to be Wanzhong Hill. What's going on here? General Huang Shang's face darkened. Has an anomaly appeared? Tianju drew out his dragon scale tang knife and nodded. Wanzhong Hill has accumulated mysterious aura for years, and its intensity is not low. There are probably quite a few of them. Now, Tianju's dragon scale tang knife, influenced by the soul hook messenger, had already shown a black and red entangled color on the entire blade, gradually breaking free from the ordinary iron weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of decayed and rotten hands suddenly appeared with a slap on the edge of the pit created by the exploding steel pipe. Anomaly. It's not an anomaly. It's a zombie. Have you watched too many movies? Zombies? Should we use glutinous rice wine like Uncle Ing? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a hoarse roar sounded. It sounded like there was a lump of phlegm stuck in the throat for decades, hoarse and nauseating. Everyone evacuate the scene. Everyone evacuate the scene. This is an order from the Chief of the General Staff. The piercing alarm was sounded by the guards and echoed throughout the construction site. Those divine pattern masters who were eager and excited, although they all wanted to try to confront the anomalies head-on, obediently retreated upon hearing the alarm. It was not only because they were obeying military orders, but more importantly, because the Chief of the General Staff was here. All the divine pattern masters in Jiangcheng maintained absolute obedience to the orders of the Chief of the General Staff. As countless divine pattern masters evacuated the construction site, a large number of fully armed soldiers were already lined up with explosion-proof shields and firearms of various calibers. They formed a shield wall, surrounding the pit created by the explosion. Countless gun barrels and bazookas were aimed at the pit. In the next second, something with a rotten body that was only left with a skeletal frame crawled out of the pit tremblingly. Indeed, it's a monster. Tianju's mouth curled up in a cruel smile. The serious expression he had just now disappeared instantly. Monster? General Huang Sheng curiously asked. Judging from the Chief of the General Staff's expression, it seems that this monster is simpler than anomalies? More or less, among anomalies, this kind of low-level physical killing type anomaly is like a package of experience for divine pattern masters. Tianju waved his hand. Soldiers, use machine guns and cannons to sweep first, and then all soldiers and divine pattern masters, cooperate and engage in close combat with knives and guns. Slaughter them. Kill them all. General Huang Shang was overjoyed. Good. As the first zombie crawled out, countless zombies followed suit, stumbling and crawling. The soldiers stood ready, their faces filled with determination, waiting for the command. Fire! The military order echoed. In an instant, the sound of gunfire rang out like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 The golden bullets rained down mercilessly on the zombies. These zombies had sturdy skeletons, but no skeleton could withstand the continuous bombardment of 7.62mm bullets. Soon, the zombies were reduced to bone fragments. A large number of anomalies also emerged, surging through the construction site, randomly entering the bodies of all the soldiers and rune masters. Although there were tens of thousands of soldiers and rune masters here, as the saying goes, when there are too many people, it becomes a sea of people. But the anomalies continued to generate endlessly. Moreover, new zombies kept crawling out of the pits. After one round of shooting, the magazines were emptied. The second round of soldiers quickly replaced the first round, continuing the continuous shooting. The guns never stopped. The bullets quickly piled up into small mountains. The bone fragments around the pits also piled up into mountains. Time continued to pass, and the anomalies continued to generate. The soldiers in the front row, with their white rune boards, had reached their limit. "Alright, let the soldiers in the back row take over," Tianju quickly said. "There is no more room for improvement for the soldiers in the front row." The soldiers in the front row stepped back, nearly 500 of them. The soldiers in the back row continued to take their place, absorbing the anomalies. "Ha ha ha, this is so cool. All we need to do is pull the trigger, we don't even need to move," the soldiers exclaimed excitedly. It feels like playing Counter-Strike in an internet cafe before enlisting, using godlike weapons to kill zombies. No need to move, just shoot, reload, shoot, and keep absorbing anomalies. I'm willing to keep shooting here. The chief of staff really found a great place, directly giving us experience points. Yes, the key is that the zombies in the pits keep coming out endlessly, as if there is no end. They can only climb up a few dozen meters before being turned into bone fragments. This feeling of absorbing anomalies is really amazing. Half an hour had passed. The soldiers had already changed their magazines more than 10 times. The ammunition brought by the army was constantly being consumed. Although a large number of soldiers had reached saturation with anomalies, reaping rich rewards in soaring and combat power, General Huangshang couldn't help but worry. At this rate of consumption, in less than 2 hours, the entire 5th Infantry Brigade will run out of bullets. At this moment, Tianju suddenly took a step forward and spoke. "Alright, stop shooting, let the soldiers and rune masters come over and start close combat harvesting." General Huangshang was overjoyed and couldn't help but draw his steel knife, personally following Tianju to harvest anomalies. Upon receiving the order, countless rune masters, who had been waiting eagerly, cheered and ran over with various weapons. "Ha ha ha, finally, it's our turn." Yes, seeing those veterans harvesting anomalies like killing monsters, my eyes turned red with envy. Countless rune masters approached the pit. All new recruits follow behind the veterans. The soldiers attached bayonets to their rifles and armed their entire bodies with turtle shell, ready to engage in close combat with the zombies. When they came face to face, the soldiers realized that it was completely different from fighting humans up close. Stabbing a person with a bayonet would usually render them immobile. However, the flesh of the zombies had long rotted underground for years, leaving only their skeletal frames. Stabbing them with a bayonet wouldn't kill them at all. Abandon the bayonets, switch to Tiger Claw. The guards shouted, use Tiger Claw to dismantle their skeletal frames. The soldiers' eyes lit up. Yes, the bayonets couldn't effectively kill the enemies, but Tiger Claw could. The soldiers unleashed their Tiger Claws and began to cooperate with the rune masters. One by one, the zombies were forcefully dismantled, their skeletal frames torn apart. And the close-range attacks of the zombies, it seems that only biting and slapping, all of which can be offset by the turtle shell. Therefore, the soldiers and rune masters without any worries are becoming more and more excited as they fight. Gradually, both sides have pushed the zombies back into the pit, and whenever one pops up, it is instantly torn apart by the Tiger Claws from all directions. The soldiers and rune masters have flushed faces, enjoying the process of slaughtering zombies. It turns out that carving rune marks can really counter the strange, and it feels so good to fight against them. The chief of staff is truly worthy of being the chief of staff. Even General Huangsheng squeezed in and happily fought monsters and absorbed the strangeness with the soldiers. If we can continue to gain strangeness by fighting monsters like this in the future, then it might not be unacceptable in this era of strange revival. The soldiers and rune masters couldn't help but think of this idea. However, Tianju, who had never participated in the massacre of zombies, had been standing nearby with his arms crossed, watching. While activating the Eye of Reincarnation, he automatically absorbed the strangeness dispersed in the air, while silently watching the pit, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the hilt of his knife, as if waiting for something. With such a large number of zombies at Wanzhong Hill, there should be a boss. The time for slaughtering zombies had already reached the 3rd hour. According to the refresh rate of 8 zombies per second, there were probably already over 2,000 zombies. The strangeness generated by over 2,000 zombies was enormous, and it had already pushed the blank rune marks of tens of thousands of soldiers and runemasters to their limit. About 2,000 zombies have come out, so there are still 8,000 left, which can still push the blank rune marks of 100,000 runemasters to their limit. What a perfectly timed monster spawning location, Tianju murmured softly. At this time, many runemasters who had absorbed enough strangeness had already withdrawn from the surroundings of the pit, their faces flushed and satisfied. Let's see if there are any other Wanzhong hills near Jiangcheng, Tianju said to Qin Feng, who had returned with a full harvest. Okay. Qin Feng quickly returned, shaking his head helplessly, with a regretful expression. Brother Ju, there are none. This is the largest one, the rest are funeral homes, small cemeteries, crematoriums, and the like. Similar to the crematorium we first fought, they are all small fries. What about the other 3 cities in Tianan province? Definitely not Linjiang, it is a new first-tier city. In recent years, the government has been rectifying and expanding it, and all non-compliant cemeteries have been cancelled and replaced with unified funeral homes. They only contain ashes, there are no zombies at all. Fufeng City might have a slight possibility, but it's unlikely. It is a grain reserve city, a resource city, and there are not many permanent residents. As for Longcheng, it is possible, after all, that city is notorious for its chaos, with gangs running rampant and numerous associations. There are fights on the streets every day, just like the Kowloon-walled city in Hong Kong. Many people have died there, so there might be a Wanzhong Hill or something similar. Okay, after finishing Jiangcheng, we can consider going to Longcheng. Tianju nodded, continued to close his eyes and rest, quietly absorbing the strangeness with the eye of reincarnation. Time continued to pass. Another 3 hours later, the soul harvester reached the peak of level 2. Tianju exerted a little force, circulating the strangeness throughout his body, and heard a cracking sound from his bones. Then, the soul harvester on his left chest near the collarbone instantly entered the 3rd level state. After the ox head and horse face, the second stronger level 3 rune mark. Finally, a slightly stronger power. Tianju opened his eyes, exerted a little force to the left and right, and a large amount of black mist spewed out like a steam train. The black mist condensed into a larger black scythe. The level 2 black scythe is the size of a truck tire. Now, the level 3 black scythe is as big as a door, wide and long. Holding it in hand is like holding a door. But the key is the new evolved ability. 7 holes have turned into 14 holes, and each hole is in the shape of a Tai Chi diagram, divided in half by a thin line but still a hole. Oh, Tianju squinted slightly. Does this mean that one hole can absorb 2 strange meanings, doubling the power? The next second, the original 7 strangeness began to merge into the new holes. Every 2 strangeness merged into one hole and coexisted. It seems that it is true, 2 strangeness coexisting in one hole. That is equivalent to doubling the amount of energy storage, doubling the power of a single power attack. Not bad. Tianju was secretly satisfied and put away the black sickle. He looked down at his left chest. The tattoo on his left chest was the red-clothed Zhong Kuei, who fought evil spirits with a raised sword. Now, the red-clothed Zhong Kuei has turned slightly black, indicating that it will awaken soon. The Soul Hook Messenger can reach the peak of level 4 with the help of Blessing Jelly. The red-clothed Zhong Kuei can also reach the peak of level 5. And Blessing Jelly can only be seen by those with blood eyes, which means that my divine tattoo is naturally one quality higher than others. It's not in vain that I died in my previous life for blood eyes. Time continued to pass. 3 hours later, the bone frame near the pit had piled up into a bone mountain several meters high. The soldiers and divine tattooists had retreated to the surroundings, leaving enough space for the zombies. General Huang Sheng came back sweating, grabbing Tianju's hand excitedly. Chief of Staff, my Tiger Claw, Turtle Shell, and Pollen have all reached the peak of level 1. What other divine tattoos can I carve? 5 more hours passed. 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 5. The soldiers and divine tattooists had been fighting monsters for 14 hours. The number of zombies killed had exceeded 9,000. The people filled with strangeness had reached over 90,000. The level of divine tattooists in Jiangcheng had suddenly increased by a level. Suddenly, a scream came from near the pit. It was a blood-red arm that stretched out from the pit with an unimaginable length, directly grabbing a divine tattooist. What is this thing? It's not a zombie. Who cares what it is? Brothers, attack together. Divine tattooists from all directions rushed forward. The soldiers picked up their bayonets and stabbed fiercely. However, even though this terrifyingly long blood arm was stabbed like a hedgehog, it did not let go. The grabbed divine tattooist struggled frantically but gradually became powerless and died under the grip of the blood arm. Dead, dead. Someone died. Chief of Staff, someone died. The scene became chaotic. What is that thing? General Huangsheng turned his head and asked Qin Ju, but Qin Ju, who had been by his side just now, was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a tall black figure appeared in mid-air. People looked closely and were shocked to find that the figure was actually a huge black sickle. The black sickle burst out with two dazzling black lights, carrying a rolling sound wave, and fiercely slashed at the blood arm. Swish! The blood arm was directly severed and fell to the ground. At the severed arm, a large amount of black blood gushed out like a spring. At the same time, a terrifying roar sounded from the pit. Thud! In front of everyone's eyes, Qin Ju, wearing black gold armor and holding a third-level soul-hook black sickle, landed heavily on the bone mountain, splashing countless bone fragments. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Qin Ju's mouth curled up into a grim smile. Before anyone could react, he jumped into the pit. In an instant, the pit erupted with continuous roars, causing the ground to tremble like waves of earthquakes. General Huangsheng trembled all over and led the soldiers to push away the bone mountain, surrounding the pit. Chief of Staff, are you okay? There was no answer, only the sound of roars and the sound of blades tearing through flesh. The soldiers looked at each other. General Huangsheng gritted his teeth, preparing to lead the troops into the pit. But in the next second, a bloody giant creature flew out of the pit as if it had been thrown out. Large, at least 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Upon closer inspection, it was a horrifying zombie, but it had flesh and blood, unlike the previous zombies that were just skeletons. Whoosh! Qin Ju, covered in blood, jumped out of the pit like a cannonball, with a demonic smile on his face, raising a huge black scythe in midair. This time, all 3 holes in the scythe emitted a black strong light. So this is a level 3 zombie king. Qin Ju's sinister laughter echoed in the air. The 3 holes emitted a bright light, and the black scythe angrily struck down. Black blood splattered in the sky, and the giant zombie was split in half. In the drizzling black blood rain, Qin Ju stood tall like a demon god. Everyone around was dumbfounded. We didn't react in time. Is it over just like that? The level 3 zombie king was split in half by Qin Ju in an instant, and a tremendous amount of eerie energy continuously surged out. The sheer quantity of eerie energy was so great that even the soldiers and rune masters in the distance could feel their own flesh and blood rapidly strengthening. Qin Ju stood amidst the zombie king's corpse, and the red clock on his left chest had been activated. His skin began to show faint red patterns. Upon closer inspection, they were blood vessels spread all over his body, as if a mysterious and inscrutable garment covered his surface. The red clock of Zhong Kuei has awakened too. I wonder what abilities the red clock of Zhong Kuei has. Qin Ju exerted force, and a large number of blood vessels became more prominent, forming a set of blood-red vibrant clothes on his body, covering his hands and feet, in an ancient style, majestic and imposing. Is it just a set of clothes? Qin Ju frowned slightly and murmured, Zhong Kuei is the boss of all soul collectors, and soul collectors all have a black scythe weapon. Does Zhong Kuei not have a weapon? And my tattoo is Zhong Kuei bravely fighting demons with a sword. Where is the sword? Qin Ju tried again, but the blood-red clothes remained unchanged, and no weapons appeared. No way, is the ability of the red clock of Zhong Kuei just a simple piece of clothing? Qin Ju turned around, frowned and shouted, Guards, shoot at me. The guards were stunned. Don't worry, just shoot. But, this is an order. I want to test the new equipment. General Huangsheng sighed helplessly and waved to the guards, shoot, use 5mm bullets. The guards could only raise their guns, aim at Qin Ju, and pull the trigger. Bang bang bang. Golden bullets were shot out. Ding ding dang dang. After coming into contact with Qin Ju's blood-red clothes, each bullet fell to the ground. The tip of the bullet had flattened, as if it had encountered a defense comparable to bulletproof steel plates. What? Even 5mm bullets can be immune? General Huangsheng widened his eyes, staring at Qin Ju in disbelief, his face filled with shock. Damn! What kind of thing is that red clothes that Brother Ju is wearing? It can directly resist bullets? Qin Feng looked at it with a grimace, his expression of envy almost overflowing from his eyes. I've seen the tattoo on Brother Ju's body. It should be Zhong Kuei wearing red clothes. Qin Chen had a pensive expression. Zhong Kuei? Isn't he the one who catches ghosts? How come his awakened ability is defensive? Then go ask Brother Ju yourself. The crowd discussed one after another, all filled with envy. Qin Ju had already put away his blood-red clothes, and a large number of blood vessels once again hid beneath his skin, with no abnormalities visible on the surface. South of the Great Xia Kingdom. the Buddhist kingdom, the Wa kingdom, the Tianju kingdom, and other small southeastern countries. They had no resistance against the strange revival, especially the people of the Buddhist kingdom, the Wa kingdom, and the Tianju kingdom, who mostly believed in an ancient evil god. At this moment, in the capital of the Tianju kingdom, the largest city square, tens of thousands of people were participating in a strange ceremonial event. The raging flames burned in the center of the square, surrounded by various types of beef and mutton, and many strange-looking people were chanting scriptures as if they were performing a ritual. In the back of the square, inside the official building. Sir, will this method really be effective? A government official with study abroad experience anxiously said to the Prime Minister of Tianju, after all, it is feudal superstition and cannot really save the world. Before he finished speaking, a slap fiercely slapped him, from the red-eyed Prime Minister of Tianju. Then tell me, what else can we do? The Prime Minister of Tianju shouted with bloodshot eyes, in just over 10 days, the whole country of Tianju has fallen into chaos. Do you know how many people have died? The great Ganges River that shelters Tianju is almost filled up. But sir, holding a grand ceremony is useless. It is feudal superstition. It cannot really save Tianju. I have studied in Western countries, I know. Smack! Another slap came. The Prime Minister of Tianju exploded in anger. Don't think that studying in the West can make you forget the Brahmin blood flowing in your veins. You are a Brahmin of Tianju, not a student of the West. What you should do is use your own faith to save Tianju when science is useless. But sir, I haven't seen any use in this ceremony. The study abroad official, who had been slapped 3 times, argued unwillingly. But at this moment, in the city square, a group of Chedili people slowly walked with a huge statue, each person with a solemn expression, and the statue covered with a black cloth, full of mystery. Stop talking. The Prime Minister of Tianju immediately lowered his head. Quickly bow down, otherwise the Great Black Mother will not help Tianju. Looking at the Great Black Mother covered in black cloth on the square, worshipped by countless people of Tianju as a deity, the study abroad official looked disdainful. The Great Black Mother, a bluffing thing. If believing in these things really worked, how could Tianju be filled with corpses now? Moreover, the Great Black Mother is a demon in legends. Would a demon help humans? Anyway, I don't believe it. The study abroad official stood tall and straight, with the image of a civilized pioneer who feared no divine authority. Respected Great Black Mother. The Great Black Mother was placed on the pyre, and the surrounding worshippers began their rituals and prayers. With the sound of the rituals, countless people of Tianju lowered their heads, their faces filled with both fear and anticipation. The Great Black Mother will definitely help us, right? We are all creatures nurtured by the Holy River. We have suffered from natural disasters and man-made calamities. The Great Black Mother should not ignore us. We face you with the most devout hearts. These are offerings to the Mother. Someone raised a butcher knife, chopped off the heads of cows and sheep, and threw them into the fire. The smell of fat instantly spread, attracting countless people of Tianju to salivate. Most of the Tianju people here have a haggard appearance, as if they have just experienced disasters. Naturally, they have been hungry for several days, and now they are starving. Mom, I'm hungry. The skinny child swallowed his saliva and looked at the meat of cows and sheep on the altar with longing eyes. Don't move. Bow down quickly. Otherwise, the mother will punish you. The child's mother knocked her head frantically, chanting the mercy of the mother. But the young child didn't care about these things. Like a newborn calf not fearing the tiger, he quietly moved forward, taking advantage of his mother's bowing and confessing to the mother, and approached the vicinity of the altar. The Tianju people were all bowing and praying, and the priests were closing their eyes and reciting scriptures, causing no one to notice the child. Seeing that no one noticed him, the boy suddenly reached out his hand and reached for the meat on the altar. Meat! It's meat! The boy's eyes were filled with the red meat, completely unaware that a ritual had just finished, and a priest happened to open his eyes and saw the boy reaching for the offering. Catch him! This despicable slave dares to touch the mother's offering. The priest's face instantly became ferocious, roaring in anger. The boy panicked and looked up, and the executioners around him had already rushed over. The bloody butcher knives made the boy's pupils tremble frantically. Catch him! Burn him to death with fire! In the shabby and dilapidated city square, countless people from Tianju roared like wild beasts, directing all their anger towards a young boy. He has desecrated the ritual. He will anger the Great Black Buddha Mother. Burn him alive. Quell the wrath of the Great Black Buddha Mother. The star of calamity, the star of Tianju's calamity. Cries, roars, and accusations filled the air without end. Everyone's faces contorted, their bloodshot eyes fixed on the young boy. The butcher seized the trembling boy and interrogated him about why he had stolen the offering. But the boy was already terrified to the point of incoherence, unable to explain himself clearly. "Officer, they want to kill that child." A foreign official couldn't bear to watch and pleaded, "Don't kill him, even though he did steal the offering. It's not a capital offense. If you speak for that outcast again, be careful, I'll burn you, a Brahmin, alive as well." The Prime Minister of Tianju looked at the furious crowd and waved his hand indifferently, to appease the public anger and the wrath of the Buddha Mother. "Kill him." And so, the executioner's blade was raised high, and the young boy's head was publicly severed. That tender head, the innocent eyes of the child, remained wide open, crying out to the heavens through a layer of blood mist and dark clouds. "Great Black Buddha Mother! The Great Black Buddha Mother has opened her eyes." With the boy's decapitation, a sudden wave of joy and cheers erupted from the crowd. On the blazing high platform, the eyes of the statue of the Great Black Buddha Mother slowly opened. What terrifying eyes they were! Pure black, as if bottomless black holes, devoid of life and utterly still. They did not resemble the gaze of a carbon-based organism, but rather that of a higher dimensional being. The statue, which had the head of a small elephant and a sturdy material, suddenly appeared with countless cracks on its surface. Fragments of the statue fell away, revealing a dark color underneath, which continued to wriggle like countless black worms crowded together. Great Black Buddha Mother! The Great Black Buddha Mother has appeared! The legendary spiritual figure of Tianju had appeared, and countless people from Tianju rushed forward in ecstatic joy, everyone wanting to witness the true form of the Buddha Mother with their own eyes. "Kneel down! Worship the Buddha Mother!" The priests shouted at the top of their lungs. People awakened and fell to their knees one after another, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, but their eyes filled with excitement. "Look!" The Prime Minister of Tianju suddenly rejoiced and slapped the face of the foreign official hard. "You're lucky you're a Brahmin from Tianju, otherwise you wouldn't even be qualified to receive the protection of the Buddha Mother." The foreign official was deeply shocked, as the Great Black Buddha Mother had indeed appeared. However, at that moment, when the awakened Great Black Buddha Mother broke free from the statue and appeared before the world, the terrifying appearance that contradicted all expectations sent shivers down everyone's spines. The Great Black Buddha Mother had no feet, but she had 1,000 arms, completely black, with a gigantic face. From a distance, she looked like a deformed giant baby, and when the Great Black Buddha Mother opened her mouth, it was even more horrifying. Her oral cavity was different from that of a human. It was filled with countless teeth, layer upon layer, from the gums to the throat, as if an onion-like structure, extending deep into the throat. It looked like a black hole of teeth. A single glance caused an abnormal feeling of discomfort, nausea, sadness, and depression. "Is this the Great Black Buddha Mother?" People froze, fear appearing in their eyes. But the priests shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid. This is the true form of the Buddha Mother." The first words she says to her believers, "Don't be afraid, my child," are because of this. As they spoke, the priests felt themselves enveloped in a shadow. Looking up, they saw a dense mass of teeth, the end of the black hole of teeth, the silent darkness of the throat. The Great Black Buddha Mother opened her mouth, and under the horrified gaze of the people, her mouth gradually stretched into a massive net. With a snap, the black hole of teeth closed. 5 priests were instantly swallowed by the Great Black Buddha Mother. Only a few pools of blood on the ground silently tell what happened here. Silence, a deathly silence. Countless people stared in shock, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Even the Prime Minister of Tianju, who was watching from a distance, was shocked and stunned by this sudden scene of slaughter. "Ah, they're eating people." After a long silence, the city square erupted with screams like a landslide. Countless people panicked and scattered. Newspapers danced in the wind, garbage rolled around the square, and the entire city square instantly became chaotic. "Don't be afraid. This may be the salvation of the Bodhisattva." They weren't eaten, they were saved by the Bodhisattva. Some extreme Tianju religious fanatics cheered with excitement. In their understanding, being eaten by the Bodhisattva was equivalent to being chosen by the Bodhisattva. So, what is the purpose of this selection in the end times? It must be salvation. Why are you running? This is the salvation of the Bodhisattva. Ha ha ha, they're all fools. Faced with the salvation of the Bodhisattva, they all ran away. Ha ha. The fanatical laughter of these extremists was abruptly silenced as they were swallowed alive by the gaping black hole of the Great Black Bodhisattva's teeth, their bones crushed, and countless blood flowing from the lips of the Great Black Bodhisattva. "Bodhisattva, save me too." People became even more panicked and fled. The fanatics, however, laughed and walked towards the Great Black Bodhisattva. In the face of this readily available flesh and blood, the Great Black Bodhisattva wasted no time and swallowed them all. In just a few seconds, all the fanatics were chewed into a pulp by the Great Black Bodhisattva, bones and hair mixed together and swallowed into its stomach. "Commander, why is the Great Black Bodhisattva different from what's written in the books?" An official asked the Prime Minister of Tianju with trembling fear. The Prime Minister of Tianju gritted his teeth and turned to run. "Sir, aren't you going to continue watching the Great Black Bodhisattva?" a foreign official exclaimed in surprise. "Watch my ass. The most important thing is to save our lives." The Prime Minister of Tianju didn't even look back, tremblingly shouting, "If you want to die, go ahead, don't stop me." His shout woke up everyone in the office, and they all rushed to the door, not daring to waste even a second here. "Ah! Run! The Bodhisattva is eating people!" Amidst the cries from all directions, the great black Bodhisattva used its 1,000 arms behind its back to support itself as it descended from the altar. It seemed like it hadn't eaten enough. The great black Bodhisattva extended its thick and crimson tongue, like a python, and began to hunt recklessly in the city square. No one could escape the tongue of the great black Bodhisattva. Soon, one by one, living people were swallowed whole by the great black Bodhisattva. From the day the great black Bodhisattva awakened, Tianju country fell into darkness and despair. The Prime Minister of Tianju, who managed to escape, set his sights on the north as a place of hope. He led tens of thousands of troops and hundreds of thousands of Tianju people, abandoning billions of people in the entire country, and fled in a sorry state to the southern border of Daxia. "Stop! Crossing the border is prohibited." The border soldiers of Daxia raised their guns with cold eyes. "We just want a piece of land to survive." During this special period, all population outflows and migrations are strictly prohibited. The two sides confronted each other for a long time, but in the end, the Prime Minister of Tianju couldn't withstand his panic and began to incite the Tianju army and people to attack the border of Daxia. "We just want to survive." Countless Tianju people shook the iron fence of the borderline frantically, shouting madly, "Let us in." Selfish Daxia people, they see death and don't save others, selfish and self-centered. Selfish and self-centered? See death and don't save others? Inside the border post, Major Zhao, who was in his 50s, glared angrily and walked out with a steel knife in hand. Facing these Tianju people who wanted to forcefully cross the border of Daxia, as a soldier of Daxia, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly raised his steel knife and ordered the border soldiers to be ready to shoot at any time. "Get lost!" Major Zhao glared. "This is the border of Daxia. Anyone who dares to cross the border will be killed without mercy." The crowd of Tianju people became restless, shaking the border iron fence continuously. Bang! 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 Major Zhao snatched the soldier's rifle and fired into the ground as a demonstration. "Get lost! You all want to die here, don't you?" The piercing gunshot instantly silenced the people of Tianju. They looked both fearful and angry, but not guilty. The Tianju people have never cared about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Otherwise, they would not have continued the notorious system of racial discrimination to this day. "I am the secretary of the Tianju Prime Minister. Akimis." A bearded Tianju man stepped forward, dressed in gold and jewels, in stark contrast to the surrounding Tianju refugees. "There has been a major upheaval in our country. According to international conventions and United Nations disaster laws, we can directly enter the territory of Daxia to escape the disaster." The bearded secretary confidently spoke, citing a section of United Nations legal provisions. Major Zhao laughed in anger, but the prerequisite for entering the territory of Daxia is to obtain permission from Daxia. If you can't even understand the United Nations legal provisions, why are you pretending to be a big shot here? "No, we can directly enter the territory of Daxia. This is reasonable and just to avoid disaster. It is you, Daxia, who are obstructing us." "What does that mean? Do you want to defy the United Nations? We can propose to revoke your P5 status." The bearded secretary's face turned from embarrassment to anger as he pointed at Major Zhao's nose. "Propose to revoke our P5 status? Then go ahead and propose it." Major Zhao couldn't be bothered to argue with these Ganges refugees. He directly ordered the soldiers that anyone who crossed the border would be shot on sight. In such a special period, when the country is in turmoil, if these Tianju monkeys dare to cross the border, then shoot their dog paws directly. Yes. Over 20 border soldiers stood in formation, holding their weapons and keeping a close watch. The Tianju Prime Minister also lost all patience and whispered to the bearded secretary, "Incite everyone to forcefully cross the border." "Sir, do we really want to forcefully cross?" The bearded secretary hesitated. After all, forcefully crossing the border of another country could be a big deal. If it escalates, Daxia could completely refuse to accept them. "What are you afraid of? Don't you understand the character of Daxia? They are just bluffing. Once we really cross over, they will definitely issue a protest statement first, and then reluctantly help us build a gathering place." The Tianju Prime Minister chuckled. Daxia has always had such a weak character. Otherwise, a few years ago, they wouldn't have let the northern country cross the border and kill several Daxia soldiers. "Sir, you are wise. The bearded secretary began to incite emotions. Daxia wants to see us die at the border. The border is right in front of us. If we cross the border, we can survive. Are you all willing to stay in the country and be killed? Don't be afraid of those Daxia soldiers. They are just using guns to scare you. If they dared to shoot, they would have done it already. Don't pay attention to them. They have strict military rules and regulations. Anyone who kills civilians will be imprisoned for life, so they actually dare not shoot. Charge. Cross the border and we can survive. Under the incitement of the bearded secretary, countless Tianju people's eyes gradually turned red, and they finally charged forward like ants, crawling over the shaky border fence. Charge, Brahmins. The great Brahmins will continue to shine on the land across from us. Charge, Shudras. The noble Shudras are always the bravest Tianju warriors. You will definitely tear apart the fragile and laughable border of Daxia. Countless Tianju people in front fiercely charged forward. The bearded secretary in the rear shouted at the top of his lungs, waving the flag. Captain, what should we do? The border soldiers looked at Major Zhao. Major Zhao raised his rifle, aimed at the bearded secretary's head, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Charge, Brahmins. The inciting voice abruptly stopped. The bearded secretary's head exploded from the bullet. Red and yellow splattered all over the ground. However, this did not stop the madness of the Tianju people. Instead, many of them let out crazed shouts. The Secretary General was killed by Daxia for us. Charge. Revenge for the Secretary General. Damn Daxia people. Damn animals. They are even worse than the lowest Shudra. They are pigs in a pigsty. The people from Tianju became even more frantic as they charged towards the border. The iron fence was shaking and cracks had appeared. Major Zhao said in a deep voice, "Open fire." All the border soldiers started shooting. The sound of gunfire was like rain, and bullets were flying. Instantly, dozens of people from Tianju were wailing in pain, falling off the iron fence. Even if they didn't die from being shot, they were trampled into a pulp by the following people from Tianju. Crack, crack, crack. More and more people from Tianju died. Don't be afraid. They don't have many bullets. The Prime Minister of Tianju found another official. The official shouted through a loudspeaker, "For the great Brahmins, charge forward. Even in death, we can enter the holy river for purification. Don't be afraid. For the deceased Secretary General of the Brahmins, charge." The fear that had just arisen was dispelled by a few words, and more people from Tianju crazily surged forward, not caring how many people died around them. Captain, we don't have many bullets left. Captain, there are too few of us guarding this post. We can't hold them back much longer. There are too many of them. They're like madmen. The border soldiers fired frantically, their gun barrels becoming hot and red. But the 20-odd border soldiers couldn't stop the tens of thousands of people from Tianju. And there were more and more people from Tianju arriving. Finally, the border collapsed with a loud crash. Countless bloodshot-eyed people from Tianju rushed in, knocking down the border soldiers one by one, using their teeth, fists, and lower bodies to brutally beat and humiliate the border soldiers. Major Zhao was also knocked down by the crowd, and dozens of feet kicked him at the same time, while dozens of fists rained down on him. Several naked people from Tianju pounced on Major Zhao like raging bulls. Ah! Major Zhao's furious roar echoed through the sky. Suddenly, his body showed a surge in hormones and emotions, awakening the turtle shell directly, but only temporarily, and the intensity was much weaker than normal. Major Zhao climbed up fiercely, his hair disheveled, his eyes red, and he grabbed a steel knife and swung it wildly. One by one, people from Tianju had their hands and feet cut off by Major Zhao. Those Tianju people who wanted to humiliate him had their legs cut off by a single knife. "I'll kill you bunch of bastards." Major Zhao's voice, filled with madness and despair, echoed on this crazy border. The remaining sunlight of the setting sun stained the sky with blood. The bodies fell in the red flowers and grass, their unblinking eyes staring blood-red at the Tianju people who were cheering and laughing as they rushed into Daxia's territory. Major Zhao, relying on the defense of the turtle shell, killed dozens of people from Tianju with a steel knife, but in the end, he fell in the midst of the continuous onslaught of the surrounding crowd. His physical strength was depleted, and a Tianju child smashed his head with a stone, with brain matter flowing out of his body. The figure of the war god, staggering, also fell. These soldiers who died for their country did not die at the hands of the mysterious, but were trampled by a neighboring country. The Tianju people trampled over the bodies of their own people and the Daxia border troops, cheering and leaping as they rushed into Daxia's territory. Like locusts passing through, they rushed into a village. The village appeared isolated and helpless in the blood-red sunset. Only children and elderly people remained in the village, trembling as they watched groups of foreigners rushing into their homes. "Chickens! There are chickens here! Ha ha ha! There are even ducks. I'm starving, finally something to eat. The Tianju people shamelessly plundered the chickens, ducks, and fish of the common people. These poor children and elderly people had no ability to resist, they could only watch with tears in their eyes as their homes were trampled and their belongings were looted. In just 2 hours, a village was completely plundered by tens of thousands of Tianju people. During this time, some stubborn elderly people tried to stop the Tianju people, but they were either seriously injured or beaten to death by the Tianju people. The bodies of the elderly lay in front of the children in the house. The shouts of the elderly, the cries of children, and the sound of the Tianju people feasting on meat turned this village into a living hell. After plundering a village, the Tianju people continued to move north, leaving behind a mess and elderly people crying on the ground. Mr. Prime Minister, the air in Dacia is really good. Haha, finally got rid of that terrifying Buddha. It feels really good to be alive. The surrounding voices were all praises. When the Tianju Prime Minister was feeling proud, he couldn't help but worry about what would happen if Dacia came looking for trouble. And when they broke through the Dacia border, what was the deal with that Dacia officer whose body was suddenly covered in a black horny layer? Could it be the so-called God Mark Master that Dacia mentioned before? Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The Tianju Prime Minister looked back and his expression instantly turned ecstatic. Countless Tianju troops were following them. A large number of Tianju tanks and soldiers came like a torrent of steel, and the mighty and domineering motorcycle army was filled with an unstoppable momentum and a sense of security. Tianju's Major Corps, reporting to you. A large number of Tianju troops stood in front of him, and the Tianju Prime Minister was overjoyed, and his worries disappeared. As long as they had a strong army, what trouble could Dacia cause? Our great Tianju country should have replaced Dacia long ago and become the new Five Constants. And those so-called nonsense God Mark Masters are just dreaming. How could the great Brahmins possibly tattoo those ugly and lowly tattoos on their noble bodies? Moreover, when the Tianju army set off, they already carried a large number of weapons and ammunition, especially automatic rifles, with a minimum of 200,000, and dozens of motorcycles. These rifles were distributed to the Tianju people, and the Tianju army instantly expanded by over 100,000 people, bringing the total number of troops to 300,000. Mr. Prime Minister, we still have over 1 billion people in our country, how should we handle them? The military commander asked. Don't worry, we are the vanguard of Tianju, and we must find a more suitable place for the billions of people to survive. Besides, we have such a large population, even if there are severe natural disasters, it is impossible to kill all the Tianju people. The Tianju Prime Minister confidently said, so, there's no need to worry at all. Once we find a place to live, we can slowly relocate the domestic population and ultimately move all the Tianju people into Dacia's territory, completing an unprecedented epic drama. Then, Mr. Prime Minister, what about the Ganges River? The Tianju people can't abandon the Ganges. What's there to fear? When the time is right, we will dig a canal and divert the great Ganges here, so that Dacia can also enjoy the protection of the great Ganges. By then, they will be grateful to us. Ha ha ha. Mr. Prime Minister, you are brilliant. In that case, let's move towards the nearest city. The mighty Tianju army set off again, with their destination being the city of Blan, 130 kilometers away. Blan City in the western region province of Dacia was the closest city to the Tianju country, so the Tianju Prime Minister set his sights on it. Today is the 6th day, and in a few hours, there will be another signal reconnection. Chen had already left Jiangchang and was sitting in the special car to Kyoto, driven by one of the 4 great royal dragons, Xiaolong. Yes, sir. Xiaolong said seriously, it is estimated that this time, the whole country will be completely shocked. In 7 days, it is enough for people all over the country to discover your brilliance and authenticity. Sir, today you will truly become famous for all eternity. Chen face remained calm. Everything he did was according to his own will, never for fame or profit, and he was too lazy to pursue fame or profit. In Chen eyes, fame and fortune were not as meaningful as a high-level god mark. Soon, Chen arrived in Kyoto. Just as he entered Kyoto, the global signal reconnected. The huge Kyoto resounded with the deafening sound of radio reconnection, awakening the world. It's reconnected. Finally reconnected. Hurry, quickly force all domestic electronic devices to turn on. Prepare for live news broadcast. Immediately contact the station military forces in major cities and demand them to report the current situation in each city. In each provincial capital, immediately start counting the number of deaths, the number of rune masters, and the extent of damage to social infrastructure. Logistics Department. Immediately investigate the supply situation in each city. Use large military transport planes to airlift various types of supplies to cities in need. Speed must be fast. Efficiency must be high. We only have 1 hour. Before reaching the Red Palace in Kyoto, the urgent shouts of the elderly inside the palace could be heard. Countless security guards, intelligence officers, messengers, soldiers, doctors, geologists, and logistics personnel were shuttling back and forth in the Red Palace, each with a look of tension and urgency. In order to make the most of this precious hour, Kyoto was on guard against the arrival of something strange while training personnel from various departments, all for the moment when the national machinery, which had been shut down for 7 days, could quickly start moving and transfer the lifeblood of the country to every struggling corner of Dixia. The atmosphere was bustling. Tianju pushed open the gates of the Red Palace. Before greeting Wang Lao, the Dragon King, and the 3 Grand Marshals, several intelligence officers suddenly stood up, their eyes burning with anger as they raised the latest intelligence they had received and said to Wang Lao, "Wang Lao, we have received intelligence from the Pran County in the western regions. Nearly 300,000 Tianju troops have broken through the western border and have now entered the nearest Pran County to Tianju." Buzz! In that instant, the entire Red Palace seemed to be hit by a cold wind in the 12th lunar month, bringing with it an icy chill that fiercely struck the faces of everyone, instantly plunging the bustling atmosphere into a deathly silence. "What did you say?" Tianju's voice, as cold as the god of death, rang out first, shattering the silence of the Red Palace, igniting the raging anger in the heart of this country's highest center of power. "Tianju has invaded our Dixia's western border for no reason. They killed border soldiers, broke through the sentry stations, and entered Pran County, wanting to seize it. The Lord of Pran County, Chui Jianghao, is desperately defending the county and has sent a request for assistance." Inside the Red Palace, as the intelligence officer finished speaking, the faces of everyone present gradually filled with boundless anger. How dare Tianju invade our Dixia's territory? Wang Lao's eyes were filled with anger as he slammed the table. Regardless of the reason or the number of invaders, kill as many as they send. Order the Western Region Military Command to mobilize troops to encircle and suppress Tianju. Yes. The intelligence officer immediately turned around to send the national order. Wang Lao turned to Qin Zhu and asked in a deep voice, "Chief of the General Staff, we just received a report from Jiangcheng in the southern province, saying that they already have several 100,000 rune masters. Is it true?" Buzz. Once again, the entire Red Palace fell silent, and everyone looked at Qin Zhu in disbelief. Several 100,000 rune masters in Jiangcheng? What kind of situation is this? Can several 100,000 rune masters pierce through the heavens? Yes, it's true. Qin Zhu nodded in agreement. In this moment, countless voices of anticipation filled the air. Wang Lao nodded, his face serious as he slightly lowered his head. Wang Bu is here, sincerely asking the Chief of Staff if it is possible to send some Jiangcheng god markers to the western regions to suppress the invasion of Tianju. Wang Bu's attitude was a bit. Qin Zhu couldn't help but say, "Don't be like this, you are an elder, there's no need." Wang Lao smiled and said, "This is the Red Palace, and you are the Chief of Staff. Alright, then I won't be polite. Let's directly send 30,000 god markers from Jiangcheng to the western regions. It just so happens that information is scarce in the western regions, and these god markers can open up the domain of god markers there." 30,000 god markers. Just casually sending 30,000 god markers. If it were in the past, Qin Zhu would definitely think this was a fantasy. But in this life, as he smiled faintly, 30,000 god markers were being dispatched without any hesitation or stinginess, as if they were soldiers sent by the god of war to the mortal realm. Great! Well done! Wang Lao patted Qin Zhu's shoulder with satisfaction. The rapid development of Jiangcheng under your leadership has provided examples and ideas for all major cities in the country. Given time, our great Xia will surely be filled with god markers everywhere, and we will no longer fear those monsters and demons. Ding ling ling! Several urgent phone calls rang out at the same time. The intelligence officer quickly stood up. Wang Lao. It's the other permanent member countries and a large number of developing countries. The next moment, dozens of phone calls rang out. Wang Lao. It's the United Nations, the International League, the International Red Cross, the Blue Star Treatment Organization, and more than 30 international organizations calling. Inside the office area of the Information Department, the sound of ringing phones was like a vast ocean. We anticipated this a long time ago. Long Wang, with a kind and gentle expression, stood beside Qin Zhu and smiled. When you announced the emergence of god markers and the arrival of the strange, those foreign powers knew very little. But this 7-day calamity has made them suffer and panic completely. As expected, every international call that was answered was filled with anxious inquiries about Qin Zhu's identity. The intelligence officer looked at Wang Lao and, after receiving a signal from him, connected all the calls to the same channel. "Hello, this is Wang Bu." Wang Lao put on his earpiece and spoke in a cold tone. Eagle Country, thank God. Great Xia can finally be contacted. Gaul, unbelievable. We actually have God markers in our country. It's a master tattoo artist who awakened the purple gold flower prince and swept through a city with a golden sword. But it's so hateful. Lane refused our recruitment and insisted on going to your Great Xia, saying he wanted to find Chief of Staff Tianju. Can you help us convey the message and make sure Lane returns to Gaul? Gaul cannot lose Lane, just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. The voices of the highest officials of the two permanent member countries immediately sounded in the earpiece. One was the Eagle Queen, the other was the Prime Minister of Gaul. Obviously, a powerful god marker had appeared in Gaul, but why did he have to come all the way to Great Xia to find Tianju? The two of them had never met in this life, but in the previous life. Wang Lao, if Lane appears in the country, notify me immediately. Tianju suddenly spoke casually. Alright, is that person special? Wang Lao keenly asked in return. He's quite talented, more or less, Tianju answered casually. Wang Lao nodded and continued to handle the calls from various countries. Lane, born into a noble family in Gaul, learned piano, swordsmanship, politics, horseback riding, and other aristocratic skills since childhood. However, he deviated from the traditional path and, after growing up, fled from his family to become a tattoo artist wandering in Paris. Rejecting the noble family and becoming a street tattoo artist, you're truly rebellious. In the previous life, amidst the brutal wilderness, mountains of corpses, and blood-stained sunsets, Tianju often used this phrase to tease Lane. If I obediently stayed as a noble, would you still be able to accompany me in this damn northern free continent and enjoy the lion meat I roast? At that time, Lane often used this kind of retort against Tianju. During the days when I was searching for the Mayan temple on the North Freedom Road, I had the company of Gaul's sword god, Lian, and occasionally enjoyed lion meat roasted by Lian. It was indeed one of the few good days in my past life. In this life, I heard Lian's name again. Tianju thought of his past life and couldn't help but smile. William Lian. Seeing a comrade from a past life again. Feels pretty good. People from Tianju, answer the phone for me. Suddenly, Wang Lao's voice sounded faintly. Tianju followed the sound and saw the extremely crude information department of Tianju connected to the international channel. No matter why you invaded our Great Xia Western regions, since you have already done so, don't blame our Great Xia warblades for being merciless. Wang Lao said coldly, get out of the channel. Click. The Tianju Information Department didn't have time to speak before being removed from the international channel. This rapid pace of events left the other countries bewildered. Ahem, can we? Suddenly, the Information Department of the Free Nation appeared on the international channel. Can we send warships to transport and then have Great Xia provide us with some rune masters to help stabilize our free nation? Wang Lao narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent. But the international channel exploded. Tianju reconnected, oh my god. Even the Great Free Nation has to bow down and seek help from Great Xia. Tianju has been kicked out of the international channel. Tianju reconnected. Can't even the Great Free Nation hold on anymore? Tianju has been kicked out of the international channel. Eagle Empire. Our country is willing to pay 8 million for each rune master to lease from Great Xia. Gaul, we are also willing to lease. Money, food, oil, anything we have, we are willing to use as payment. Free Nation, Tianju wants to use despicable provocation to strain our friendly relationship with the benevolent Great Xia. We don't need to pay attention to them. Returning to the topic, is Great Xia willing to lease rune masters? For a moment, all the countries eagerly awaited Wang Lao's answer. Since the Gulf War, the first thing people thought of when it came to the 5 constant glories was the Free Nation, which swept through enemy countries in just a few days. In that Gulf War, the Free Nation abandoned traditional tactics and used cutting-edge technology like dimensional strikes, giving the whole world a lesson. To be honest, at that time, Great Xia realized that numbers and ammunition were no longer the winning weapons, but cutting-edge technology and satellite defense systems were the new era's trump cards for victory. Therefore, since the Gulf War, many countries have started to cling to the Free Nation. Even the Xia Nation quietly developed and no longer confronted the Free Nation head-on. It can be said that the Free Nation has become the true number one in the world, and even Great Xia can only silently catch up with the Xia Nation. But today, as the world's number one free nation, it actively seeks help from Great Xia. At this moment, countless countries once again realize that they don't need to compete for dominance, they just need to survive. And to survive, cutting-edge technology and satellite systems have fallen from their pedestal, and the Great Xia Rune Master system has climbed back up to the top. However, the unfortunate discovery of the various countries is that although tattoo culture is prevalent abroad, the number of rune masters is scarce. Currently, the only Gaul country with rune masters, described as Lian, who swept a city with a golden sword, has caused the various countries to develop a fanatical pursuit of rune masters. Therefore, at this moment, the eyes of the global high-level officials are eagerly looking at Great Xia. They only hope to lease a few rune masters from us. We are willing to pay any price. After a long time, Wang Lao's voice faintly sounded on the international channel. Leasing is possible, but the conditions are harsh. If you are willing, come, if not, there is no need to force it. Before he finished speaking, the various countries couldn't wait to express their willingness. Willing, absolutely willing. Seeing even the free nation eager to say they are willing, Wang Lao casually threw out a knife. All countries that lease Great Xia rune masters, all the descendants of the high-level officials of those countries must be relocated to Great Xia. The old man said, these people are all pawns of various countries. Those who dare to violate the agreement will have their pawns killed first, and then their countries destroyed. Wang Lao slowly uttered the 8 words, kill their pawns, destroy their countries, showcasing his cunning and decisive nature. The international channel fell into silence. Tianju, standing behind Wang Lao, had a faint smile on his face. Wang Lao was actually quite ruthless. If the countries were to be destroyed, the world's anomalies would surely gather in Xia. Sending out rune masters to the countries was equivalent to creating layers of defense for Xia. It was reasonable to have the pawn plan to prevent the countries from rebelling against the treaty. That's right, Tianju whispered. Wang Lao raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and smiled, continuing to wait for the country's response. I agree. Finally, the first country unable to withstand the pressure appeared. It was the Buddha kingdom located in the south of Xia, known for its beautiful people and demons. I agree too. Like a chain reaction, the other countries also expressed their agreement. In the end, only the remaining permanent members of the council remained silent. Don't want to? So be it, Wang Lao said calmly. Guards, record the countries that just agreed and prepare to send 100 rune masters to each country. 100 rune masters. In the capital garden of the Eagle Empire, the Eagle Queen was instantly stimulated. If Gaul only needed 1 rune master to sweep a city, then wouldn't the Eagle Empire be invincible with 100 rune masters? Could they also end their long-standing feud with Gaul and take advantage of Xia's rune masters to swallow Gaul? The Eagle Queen didn't bother to think about why Xia could casually send out so many rune masters. She immediately grabbed the microphone and shouted, "We agree. The Eagle Empire agrees. We will send all members of the royal family to Xia as pawns." Wang Lao's voice came through the earpiece. Good, plus the Eagle Empire. The Eagle Empire agreed, and Gaul couldn't sit still. Damn it! That old woman. Don't think I don't know what she's thinking. The leader of Gaul was furious in the official building. That old woman wants to use Xia's rune masters to swallow our Gaul. We refuse. How can we agree to this? Quickly contact Xia and tell them we agree to send pawns. We can't let the Eagle Empire possess 100 rune masters. It would be a disastrous blow to Gaul. That old woman is truly cunning. Gaul also agreed on the international channel. Just as the Shah's country was about to make a statement, a new country connected to the international channel. The small island country has connected. Moses. Thank God, we finally contacted you. Wang Lao said, kick the small island country out. The small island country has been kicked out of the international channel. Wang Lao smiled and said, alright, the interlude is over. Speak, President of Shahs. The President of Shahs helplessly said, we agree. As long as it allows our country to continue to exist, there is still hope. Sending pawns is not unacceptable. Only the free country remained. Prime Minister of the free country, I have no heirs, only 7 wives. They are all mistresses and have no binding force. Wang Lao smiled faintly, decisively, and swiftly, then hand over all advanced technology, satellite defense systems, core data of various types of aircraft carriers, nuclear weapons control, LAS laser fighter data, high-speed supersonic technology data, intercontinental missile systems. The international channel fell silent once again. Only Wang Lao's voice continued to echo. Every time it sounded, it struck the heart of the free country's prime minister like a thunderbolt. These things were the core power that made the free country the world's #1 since the Gulf War. What would be the consequences of losing these core powers? It would mean that the free country would completely lose its technological and military advantage and would no longer be able to threaten Xia. And these cutting-edge technologies will also be absorbed by the Great Xia Kingdom. Even without relying on rune masters, in terms of technological level alone, the free nation no longer has any advantage. For a moment, countries around the world looked at the free nation with sympathetic eyes. It's so miserable. It's even worse than sending protons. Don't want to? Wang Lao asked. With a faint tone, it fell into the ears of the Prime Minister of the free nation, tantamount to provocation and contempt. This instantly ignited the anger of the free nation, which was accustomed to pride and hegemony. Fuck! You bunch of yellow monkeys are taking advantage of the situation. Wang Lao didn't say anything, just squinted his eyes quietly. Let me tell you, Wang Bu, if you don't help us, we can all die together. On the international channel, the real-time image of the Prime Minister of the Free Nation suddenly appeared. At this moment, the Prime Minister of the Free Nation held a black briefcase and stared with wide eyes, roaring angrily, "As long as I press the nuclear launch button inside here, don't talk about any bullshit runmasters, we will turn your great Xia kingdom into ashes along with the rest of the world. Wang Bu, you better think it through. Whether you choose to help us through this difficult time or choose to die together with your great Xia kingdom and the rest of the world." The international channel instantly fell into silence. The Prime Minister of the Free Nation had already opened the briefcase, and inside was indeed a nuclear missile launcher with flashing lights. His finger was already on the launch button, and his actions were full of threats. Gaul, don't be impulsive. Eagle, can you put down that box first? Sasha, are you threatening the world with nuclear weapons again? The president of Sasha also released a real-time image. There was also a nuclear missile launcher in front of him. If you dare to press it, I will press it too. The president of Sasha said seriously, your Free Nation is destroying the world. Ha ha ha, if we can't survive in the Free Nation, is there any need to consider the world? The Prime Minister of the Free Nation laughed maniacally. Wang Bu, think it through. I'll give you 5 minutes. The Prime Minister of the Free Nation, holding the nuclear missile launcher, turned around and threatened Wang Lao. Wang Lao remained silent, seemingly weighing his options. The international channel exploded, even the black countries of the hot continent emerged one after another, taking turns persuading the Free Nation. However, the more they persuaded, the more confident the Free Nation became, and the sound of their crazy laughter and stubbornness echoed continuously. Wang Lao, there are 30 minutes left. Tianju suddenly walked behind Wang Lao and whispered, agree to him first. Wang Lao instantly looked up and picked up the earpiece. Okay, you win, I agree. Ha ha ha, that's it. Why did I have to show you the nuclear weapons before you agreed? But the original conditions remain unchanged. Hand over all the top-level descendants of the Free Nation, not just yourself. Fine. Take them all. The Prime Minister of the Free Nation put down the briefcase and smiled happily. The countries of the world were itching with jealousy. However, the 5 permanent members, who possessed nuclear weapons, had some thoughts. Gaul and Eagle, we also have nuclear weapons. Since the Free Nation used nuclear weapons to make the Great Xia Kingdom compromise, we should be able to do the same. Sasha remained silent, probably also considering this matter. Between countries, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The small island nation was excluded. I hope no country will threaten us with nuclear weapons again. Otherwise, we won't even send a runmaster. Wang Lao said calmly, so, for your countries to survive smoothly, it's best to pray that no second country threatening with nuclear weapons will appear. In an instant, the gaze of all countries focused on Gaul, Eagle, and Sasha. After all, only the 5 permanent members openly possessed nuclear weapons. Fuck! The chief of Gaul and the queen of Eagle secretly cursed. This old man, with just a few words, shifted the conflict onto us. No, my Gaul firmly supports the Great Xia Kingdom. If anyone dares to threaten the Great Xia Kingdom again, our Eagle will be the first to stand up for the Great Xia Kingdom. We, Sasha, are the same. Under pressure, the 3 permanent members of the Security Council have all expressed their determination to defend the Great Xia country. Of course, Wang Lao just listened to these words. Alright, we still have internal affairs in Great Xia. The Divine Mark Masters will be dispatched to the capitals of various countries one after another. Wang Lao ended the communication directly and turned to Tianju. Chief of Staff, what is your plan? Tianju calmly touched the hilt of his sword and smiled indifferently. Invade the free country, destroy all nuclear missile launch silos, cut off global communication, and the free country will never be able to build a new launch silo again, once and for all. The 3 grand marshals stood up. Zhao Shui grabbed Tianju excitedly and said, good man. If you can really destroy all the nuclear missile launch silos in the free country, I will directly award you the rank of Major General. Huang Gan added, appoint you as the Governor General of the 5 provinces of Tiannan, Liangguang, Yanyu, Fujian, and Huizhou. Zhang Zhong added, grant you the title of Champion Marquis, cast a golden statue. Although your military rank is lower than that of the Grand Marshals, your status is equal to ours. Buzz. These 3 statements made everyone present feel dizzy. Even Wang Lao looked at the 3 Grand Marshals with a surprised look, as if looking for signs of their impulsiveness. But unfortunately, the 3 Grand Marshals did not seem impulsive. The Dragon King also stood up with a smile, patting Tianju on the shoulder. If you can really accomplish it, I will appoint you as the Dragon Prince of the Dragon King's palace. and you will succeed the next Dragon King, commanding the elite warriors and war gods of the entire country, surpassing tens of thousands of people. Wang Lao almost cursed. Isn't this too exaggerated? Another major general rank, another governor general of 5 provinces, and the next Dragon King. Are you trying to create a god or draw a big pie? It may not be possible to accomplish it. Tianju smiled faintly. But I should have no problem breaking through the free country. Just give me at most 1 month. Tolerate 3 rounds of 7-day disasters in the free country. Wang Lao, the 3 grand marshals, and the Dragon King all nodded, their eyes full of anticipation. Alright, it's up to you then. At this moment, there is still half an hour left. Wang Lao dare not rest and immediately starts arranging domestic affairs. The major cities have also basically transmitted their data to the capital. Northeast 5 provinces, estimated 3 million casualties. Jiangnan 5 provinces, estimated 5 million casualties. Central Plains 5 provinces, estimated 7 million casualties. Western Regions 3 provinces, estimated 3 million casualties. Desert North 3 provinces, estimated 2 million casualties. Wang Lao frowned tightly. Just the first 2 rounds of 7-day disasters have caused 20 million casualties in Great Xia. These casualties. The atmosphere in the Red Palace instantly became sad. 20 million, in intelligence, it's just data, but in reality, it's a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Those are the mountains of corpses and seas of blood of the sons and daughters of Great Xia. Wang Lao's eyes became moist. The 3 grand marshals also clenched their teeth. There is no way, this is the era of global human catastrophe. Tianju was relatively calm. Some countries have already suffered billions of casualties, and Tianju country has already suffered nearly 3 to 4 billion deaths and injuries. In this disaster, no one can escape. We can only see who can hold on until the end. Wang Lao wiped away his tears and took a deep breath. That's right. Now in our Jiangcheng, in the Tiannan province, we have only 1 city with hundreds of thousands of divine mark masters. We still have more than 1.3 billion compatriots. We can definitely cultivate millions, even tens of millions of divine mark masters. We can't avoid the disaster, so let's develop madly and confront the disaster head-on in Great Xia. From ancient times to the present, Great Xia has never submitted to disasters. When disasters come to Great Xia, we wield our butcher's knives against them. So what? Colleagues, for the sake of Great Xia, give it your all. Wang Lao lowered his head. Everyone in the Red Palace instantly bowed. Their faces were blood red, and their shouts were like a tsunami. For the sake of Great Xia, we will give it our all. In the remaining half an hour, Wang Lao and the others raced against time, constantly issuing orders to the provincial capitals throughout the country. At this time, various provincial capitals across the country gradually sent out the information of expanding their military forces. The 3 provinces in the northeast have completed their expansion tasks and officially expanded their forces by 53 million. The 5 provinces in the Central Plains have completed their expansion tasks and officially expanded their forces by 110 million. When Tianju received the intelligence from the 5 provinces in the Central Plains, he was shocked. The 5 provinces in the Central Plains have the largest population in the country. Expanding the military by 100 million people is a remarkable event in the 5,000-year history of Xia. It's amazing. Just the 5 provinces in the Central Plains have expanded their military by 100 million. This was unimaginable in the previous years. The high-level officials in the Red Palace couldn't help but sigh. Wang Lao grabbed the phone and praised the top officials of the 5 provinces in the Central Plains. You just focus on expanding the military. Just focus on training. Don't worry about food. The granaries in the 3 provinces in the northeast can supply the whole country. I only ask that this army of over 100 million can demonstrate combat effectiveness, and it would be even better if you can train hundreds of thousands or even millions of rune masters for me. The high-level officials of the 5 provinces in the Central Plains agreed repeatedly, but then urgently sought out Tianju. Hello, this is Tianju, Chief of the General Staff. We are the high-level officials of the 5 provinces in the Central Plains. Can you send us some rune masters? Although most of us have tattoos, we are not clear about how to awaken and evolve. We don't need many, just a few would be enough. Can you, Chief of the General Staff? The high-level officials of the 5 provinces in the Central Plains asked cautiously. Seeing that Xia only sent 100 rune masters to each country, they thought that rune masters were very scarce, so they didn't dare to ask for too many, only a few cautiously. A few? Just a few? Yes. Please, Chief of the General Staff, you must agree. We might be asking for too much, but even 2 or 3 would be fine, as long as they can guide us. Tianju interrupted the high-level officials of the Central Plains. I'll give you 10,000. Ha? What? The high-level officials of the 5 provinces in the Central Plains were stunned, thinking they were hearing things. I'll give the 5 provinces in the Central Plains 10,000 rune masters. Tianju repeated. Chief of the General Staff, may I ask if Dissent has so many rune masters? You don't have to send all the rune masters in the country to us. The high-level officials of the Central Plains still couldn't believe that Tianju could easily send 10,000 rune masters. Enough with the nonsense. Save time. The 10,000 rune masters will be transported to the 5 provinces in the Central Plains on a designated day. You can send people to pick them up at the high-speed rail station. Oh, okay. Click. The call with the 5 provinces in the Central Plains ended. But on the other side, the high-level officials of the Central Plains looked at each other with surprise. Did the Chief of the General Staff really say he will send 10,000 rune masters to us? Did I hear it correctly? You heard it correctly. It's confirmed. It's really 10,000 rune masters. Thinking about how other countries in the world could only rent 100 rune masters with a huge amount of resources, even resorting to protons, while their Central Plains could easily obtain 10,000 rune masters, the strong contrast left the high-level officials of the Central Plains dumbfounded. Has Dissent become a place where rune masters are everywhere? If the other countries in the world find out that they have to spend a huge amount of resources, even protons, to rent 100 rune masters, while Dissent can easily mobilize over 10,000 rune masters internally, I wonder if they will go crazy. The Dragon King smiled and said to Wang Lao, looking at Tianju as if he were his own son, giving them 100 rune masters is already kind enough. Wang Lao lowered his head and focused on observing the national strategic map. Chief of the General Staff, can you give us the specific number of rune masters in Zhangcheng? 200,000 rune masters. Tianju gave an accurate answer, then added, 1 month later, I am confident that it will expand to 500,000, and 3 months later, I can expand it to 1 million. 3 months, 1 million rune masters. Wang Lao's eyes instantly lit up like the scorching sun. Since that's the case, we'll leave 100,000 god markers in Jiangcheng and dispatch another 100,000 to various provinces across the country. Do you think the Chief of Staff would agree? It's all good, Tianju casually replied. Great. Then let's send 10,000 god markers to the 3 provinces in the northeast, and 10,000 to the 5 provinces in the Central Plains, another 10,000 to the 5 provinces in Jiangnan, and 10,000 to the 3 provinces in the northern desert. In the western regions, we'll send 20,000 god markers, and another 30,000 to pacify Tianju, making a total of 50,000 god markers. Wang Lao's fist slammed heavily on the map, specifically on the 3 provinces in the western regions, his eyes burning like fire. With 50,000 god markers gathered in the western regions, I will firmly establish the western regions as an inseparable part of Dissent. At the same time, we will exterminate all the invaders from Tianju and make those bastards pay for their blood debts. The sound of his fist hitting the 3 provinces in the western regions was a resolute and iron-blooded pledge to the motherland. Throughout history, the western regions and the Central Plains have had their ups and downs, but this time, Wang Lao wanted the western regions to become an integral part of Dissent. The old man's gaze was incredibly determined and passionate. Let's continue. We have already dispatched 90,000 god markers, leaving 10,000 to guard the capital. The expansion of the 5 provinces in Jiangnan has been completed, with an additional 53 million troops. The expansion of the 3 provinces in the western regions has been completed, with an additional 35 million troops. The expansion of the 3 provinces in the northern desert has been completed, with an additional 48 million troops. The intelligence officer finished the last sentence, his eyes burning with excitement. Wang Lao, the national plan to expand the military by 300 million has officially been completed. At this moment, Dissent had an army of 300 million. The high-ranking officials were all delighted. Great! Immediately provide training plans to each province, Wang Lao said, almost roaring in anger. During the 3rd round of the 7-day calamity, each province must reduce the casualty rate for me. With the support of the god markers from Jiangcheng and customized training, if any province causes more than 1 million casualties, I will personally skin all the top officials of that province. Yes, the training programs have been sent to each province. Wang Lao nodded, and the high-ranking officials continued with the next project. As time passed, everyone's faces were filled with tension and urgency. Food problems, training problems, livelihood problems, social problems, construction problems, urban-rural problems, and most importantly, the mysterious problems. Strategies had to be developed and conveyed to each province. Is there anything we need to pay attention to during the 3rd round? Wang Lao turned to Tianju anxiously. Tianju had already discussed this matter with Wang Lao. The 3rd round was basically similar to the previous 2 rounds, with the only difference being the appearance of many weaker level 3 anomalies. The word weaker was relative to tianju. After all, when he killed the level 3 anomaly king, he didn't feel that it was particularly difficult. But level 3 anomalies were strange. They had a high upper limit and a low lower limit. At least in his previous life, level 3 anomalies had ruled the world for a total of 8 months. During this period, the most powerful level 3 anomaly caused a huge wave in the Western Strait, toppling over a dozen cities in the Western Alliance and claiming the lives of tens of millions of people. The weakest level 3 anomaly, on the other hand, was like the anomaly king, just a slightly stronger zombie. Everything that needs to be said has been said, Tianju said. Wang Lao felt relieved. That's good. Let's continue discussing the next issue. Should we relocate the entire rural population to the cities? If so, how should we do it, and do we need the protection of the god markers? Jiangcheng. In the suburbs, the weather was sunny, a rare clear day. Near the intersection of the national highway, hundreds of buses were neatly lined up. Each bus was filled with god markers. According to the highest order from Kyoto, the Chief of Staff's command, we are now dispatching 100,000 god markers to various provinces across the country. The inspiring horn continued to sound on the buses, filled with both new and veteran god markers, all with fiery eyes and eager anticipation. Our Jiangcheng is about to become the center of dissent. The god markers in Jiangcheng communicated with each other, their faces full of excitement and pride. Yeah, almost every province in the country needs our Jiangcheng god tattooists. Even countries around the world need us. It feels like our Jiangcheng god tattooists have become hot commodities in an instant. And guess what? Have you heard? Over 30,000 Jiangcheng god tattooists have been sent by the military to the western regions to fight against tianju. Go to the western regions to fight against tianju? What's going on? Damn, are you living under a rock? Didn't we just reconnect the signal today, and there's trouble in the western regions, near the city of Blan? Hundreds of thousands of Tianju troops have invaded the western region's border and are about to enter the city of Blan. Damn, that's our county in Daxia. Yeah, that's why they urgently recruited 30,000 Jiangcheng god tattooists to assist the western region's army in suppressing Tianju. Damn it! I heard that dozens of border soldiers were torn apart by the Tianju people. Damn it, I also want to go to the western regions to fight against Tianju. Just hearing about it makes me want to tear Tianju apart with my bare hands. I want to tear those Tianju bastards apart with my tiger claws. Rumble. The bus started, gradually entering the national highway. Alright, brothers, we all have our own tasks. When we return to Jiangcheng, we'll listen to those brothers who went to the western regions and hear how they beat up the Tianju people. Beat them up. Definitely beat them up. Thousands of buses filled with god tattooists, like blood vessels delivering life, appeared from Jiangcheng and began to transport life-saving blood to various parts of the country. Thousands of meters high in the sky, the hurricane was fierce, and the blue sky and white clouds were already beneath their feet. The Jiangcheng god tattooists in the cabin were somewhat mesmerized. Clap. A military officer clapped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, I believe you all know why we are leaving Jiangcheng to go to the western regions, right?" The Jiangcheng god tattooists suddenly snapped back to reality, their eyes instantly turning bloodshot. "Destroy those damn Tianju bastards!" A young man with a square face angrily roared, clenching his iron fist, which was instantly covered with tiger claws, filled with rage. "Yes! Crush Tianju! They dare to invade our daxia, let's crush their dog teeth!" The emotions in the cabin instantly intensified, and everyone was filled with anger. The officer nodded heavily. "I hope everyone will give it their all to defend our homeland and let the border soldiers who were killed by the Tianju people rest in peace." Countless god tattooists roared, "Destroy those damn bastards!" Outside the window, the blue sky and white clouds. Dozens of large transport planes were running at full power, burning fuel crazily as they rushed to the western regions. They had to reach the western regions within a few tens of minutes. The captains had already pushed the fuel boosters to the maximum, and the engines of the transport planes were running like wild horses. The theoretical maximum speed of these large transport planes was 1,000 kilometers per hour. But now, the speed of the transport planes had reached 2,000 kilometers per hour. This kind of crazy speed was equivalent to a suicide mission. They were sacrificing the lifespan of the aircraft for speed. Even the orders received by the captains were, even if they arrived at their destination, the planes would be scrapped directly, but they had to deliver the 30,000 god tattooists to the western regions by 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Dozens of large transport planes rushed and finally arrived at the airport closest to the city of Blan. As soon as the plane stopped, the clock pointed to 1 o'clock, and the cockpit instantly lost signal, with various instruments flashing and sounding alarms. Finally arrived. The captains took off their headsets and let out a heavy sigh, only to realize that their faces were covered in sweat and their shirts were completely soaked. Ha, it's like racing against the Grim Reaper. The captain and co-pilot looked at each other and smiled, relieved. If the plane lost signal in the air, everyone would have encountered a plane crash and died. Fortunately, they had finally arrived. The captain looked out the window, and the densely packed Jiangcheng god tattooists had already poured out of the cabin and were leaving in fuel-loaded transport vehicles. Warriors, may you return victorious, the captain murmured as he looked out the window. The 30,000 divine pattern masters quickly left the airport. More than 1,000 transport vehicles had been mobilized in the 3 major provinces of the western regions. They formed a mighty divine pattern master convoy and headed straight for the city of Blan. At this moment, the once beautiful city of Blan was in ruins. Blan was a county inhabited by ethnic minorities, a modern city that had no defensive walls against external enemies. It only had a patrol bureau and a military monitoring force of over 100 people as armed forces. Faced with hundreds of thousands of tianju troops, the patrol bureau and the military monitoring force of Blan fought desperately. After killing thousands of tianju people, they were eventually defeated one by one. Blan, the county, was thus lost. Hundreds of thousands of tianju people destroyed residential buildings, demolished the homes of ordinary people, and used construction materials to build defensive lines. They turned Blan into their stronghold. The Tianju prime minister had thought it through thoroughly. As long as they held on to this county, Dixia would definitely compromise in the end. In the end, they would probably be given a piece of territory. If Dixia couldn't spare the energy to deal with them, that would be even better. They would occupy Blan directly without any effort and then slowly occupy the entire western regions. After all, in ancient times, the western regions did not belong to Dixia. The Tianju prime minister thought to himself, feeling even more at ease. Has Dixia not reacted yet? In the county office of Blan, the official residence, the Tianju prime minister leisurely sipped tea, satisfied, and asked, "Sir, it seems that the military of the western regions has sent troops, but their numbers are no match for our hundreds of thousands of Tianju troops. They dare not attack. Sir, you are truly brilliant. Turning Blan into an iron fortress and gathering all the people of the county together, the military of the western regions simply dare not launch an attack against us. Haha, as long as we have hostages, Dixia will obediently listen to us. Sir, you are truly brilliant." Listening to these words, the Tianju prime minister gradually became elated. He wanted to celebrate with alcohol, but after searching through the entire county office, he could only find a bottle of cheap liquor. Don't even have a decent bottle of wine? Drink this garbage? Forget it, I might as well drink the water from the Ganges River in front of my house. The Tianju prime minister shook his head and casually threw away the bottle of Red Star liquor. The bottle exploded, and in that instant, the ground began to tremble rhythmically. Ground tremors? Some Tianju people looked at the table, their faces instantly filled with fear. The water in the cup on the table rippled. The yellowed chandelier on the ceiling also swayed. Earthquake! Run! All the Tianju people ran out of the official building. Even these ignorant people knew that staying inside during an earthquake meant certain death. In Blan County, countless Tianju people were in a panic, awakened by the trembling of the ground. Don't panic. This should be just a small earthquake. The magnitude is not significant. Don't panic. Stay calm. Just then, soldiers from the outskirts of the county rushed in a state of panic. Outside, there are many people from Dixia. The Tianju soldiers gasped for breath and shouted in fear and panic, "Many, many. We can't see the end at a glance." In an instant, all the Tianju people panicked. This wasn't an earthquake, but the vibrations caused by the marching of the Dixia army? How many Dixia troops had come? They were able to make the ground tremble. Could it be that the Dixia army in the western regions was preparing to attack the city? Why panic? Even if the Dixia army in the western regions attacks the city, so what? The Tianju prime minister shouted hysterically, "We'll fight them. Go, tie up all the people in Blan County and send them to the front lines. Let's see if those damn Dixia troops are willing to pay the bloody price for their foolish actions with the lives of the entire population of Blan County." The Tianju soldiers quickly took action. Cries and screams filled the city of Blan for a while. Even babies in swaddling clothes were thrown onto motorcycles by the Tianju soldiers and sent to the trenches on the outskirts of the county. Damn it! Why struggle? Seeing many ordinary people in the city of Blan County dragging their feet, a Tianju military officer became furious and ordered the soldiers to tie hundreds of ordinary people together with a hemp rope as thick as a child's arm, driving them to the frontline trenches like herding livestock. The crude Tianju frontline trenches were crowded with the ordinary people of Blan County. The ordinary people were in agony, crying and seeing the flag of the Dixia army in the distance. For a moment, the trenches were filled with a dense chorus of shouts. Da Xia! Fellow countrymen! Save us! In front, the land was adorned with vibrant daxia flags fluttering in the wind. Beneath the flags were the densely packed Jiangqing god markers. Each Jiangqing god marker heard the cries and pleas coming from the front. They saw the tianju people lifting up infants still in swaddling clothes. They also saw the tianju people forcing countless elderly people to kneel in front of the trenches. The cries of the children and the shouts of the elderly were deafening swords and daggers, piercing the ears of every Jiangqing god marker, causing their eyes to turn blood-red and their hearts to roar like wild beasts as they set foot on the territory of Blan County. Roaring, "Kill them! Kill all the Tianju invaders! Commander! There's a situation! The Tianju people are using the ordinary people of Blan County as hostages to threaten us." Upon hearing this, the daxia military officer commanding the Jiangqing god markers clenched his teeth, his eyes blood-red like a bloodthirsty tiger. "Bring them out!" the daxia officer roared. At the same time, the Jiangqing god markers stopped in their tracks. The Tianju people in the frontline trenches burst into piercing laughter. "Ha! The daxia people are scared. Prime Minister's decision to use these people as hostages is spot on. I want to see if the daxia people dare to attack us. With so many hostages here, unless they want all the hostages to be killed. If the daxia people dare to take another step forward, I will kill this baby right now." The Tianju person holding up the infant in swaddling clothes laughed like a wild dog, shaking the baby as he spoke. Listening to the baby's cries of pain and fear, he became even more arrogant. The daxia people would never dare to take another step forward. The Tianju Prime Minister, who saw the scene from afar, also put his mind at ease. As long as they could use hostages to restrain the daxia army and slowly wear them down, daxia would eventually compromise. The whole world is in chaos now, and daxia certainly doesn't want to waste energy fighting against our hundreds of thousands of Tianju troops. Prime Minister, look, daxia seems to have brought out the cannons. Cannons! The Tianju Prime Minister's heart trembled, and he quickly looked up, feeling a chill running from the back of his heels to the back of his head. He saw a breach in the daxia army, and from the breach slowly emerged a huge black caterpillar-tracked vehicle, with a towering iron-blue cannon platform on top, reaching a height of 3 stories. The dark giant cannon muzzle seemed capable of swallowing an elephant alive. That's daxia's 250mm giant cannon. Oh my god, that giant cannon can blast through the Ganges River, right? This is madness. Is daxia so crazy that they want to use a giant cannon against us? The Tianju military in the trenches instantly fell into chaos. The Tianju Prime Minister also panicked. He was well aware of the terrifying power of that 250mm giant cannon, a weapon capable of annihilating everything within a 5 li radius, a giant cannon that even the great Tianju country had not been able to develop. If that cannon were fired, the entire city of Blan County would likely be reduced to ruins, right? Prime Minister, don't panic. Daxia won't do something as foolish as mutual destruction. They must want to use the giant cannon to threaten us, so that we release the prisoners. Hearing the reassurance from those around him, the Tianju Prime Minister felt it made sense and ordered, "The people on the front line, don't panic. Don't worry about what daxia does. Just hold the trenches. If we can hold them, every Chakravartin has a chance to become a great Brahmin." The caste system in Tianju is an ironclad system. As soon as they heard about the possibility of promotion based on race, all the Tianju people in the trenches started shouting excitedly. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent came from the daxia army. "What you see now is just one 250mm cannon. But on the Tianju border, my daxia has deployed 300 250mm cannons, and even 10 cruise track cannons. You have 5 minutes to release all the residents of Blan County. Otherwise, Tianju will suffer an unprecedented bombardment from the cannons. Believe me, several cities near Tianju, close to daxia, will instantly become ruins, and millions of Tianju people will die because of you." Upon hearing this, some Tianju soldiers stuck their heads out and laughed madly, saying, "Ha! Don't think you can threaten us. If you have the guts, use the cannons to bombard us." The trenches in Tianju echoed with piercing laughter. Hearing this laughter, a Jiangqing tattooist holding a tang sword frowned and walked up to the daxia officer. "Sir, when the chief of staff announced the tattoos, did the 3 provinces of the western regions force the residents of Blan County to get tattoos?" "You are Qin Feng from the old Qin family in Jiangqing. The chief of staff's man. Wait a moment, let me ask." The daxia officer hurriedly looked for the western region officials who had traveled with them and received an accurate answer. 80% of the residents of Blan County have basically gotten the turtle shell tattoos provided by the chief of staff, but they all refused the tiger claw tattoos because, due to religious reasons, tigers are not allowed to be tattooed in Blan County. Sheen Foam suddenly laughed, having the turtle shell is enough. Time passed, and soon it was dusk. As the last rays of the setting sun fell behind the western mountains, the Tianju people in the trenches finally relaxed their vigilance and began mocking the Dixia army. Those Dixia soldiers outside haven't moved for hours, from the afternoon to the evening. They haven't done anything except threaten us by displaying the cannons. Seeing that they can't threaten us, they just sit there like turtles. Ha, it's so funny. Yeah, I thought the Dixia army was tough, but it turns out they're like this. Since the afternoon, when the cannons were brought out, the Tianju army didn't care at all. Both sides were locked in a stalemate in silence. Until now, the Tianju army finally confirmed that the cannons outside were useless, just a threat from Dixia. What's the situation inside the country? Has the Dixia army bombed us? The scouts we sent out have returned, and there are indeed many cannons from Dixia on the border, but they haven't fired a single shot. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister of Tianju laughed heartily, mocking the ineffectiveness of the Dixia army. So what if Dixia is one of the 5 powers? So what if they bring out cannons? It's still the same old hostage-taking tactics. Let me tell you, as long as you have hostages in your hands, whether it's the Dixia army or the Dixia Patrol Bureau, they will deeply fear you. At this time, no matter what conditions you propose, they will agree. This is the true weakness of Dixia. Ha. The Prime Minister of Tianju waved his hand and turned back to the county building. Alright, since Dixia wants to drag this out, then we'll drag it out. After all, there is plenty of food in Bland County, and we can afford to wait. Let's see if the Dixia army on the other side can hold out until the end and bow down to us. I'll go back and rest first. You guys continue to keep watch here. If the Dixia army shows any movement, bring out the hostages until Dixia can't bear it anymore and compromises with us. Got it? Don't worry, sir. The Prime Minister of Tianju returned to the county building with satisfaction and chose the most luxurious room. He comfortably started taking a hot bath to prepare for rest. But as he was bathing, the Prime Minister of Tianju suddenly felt a chill on his back. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but it became colder and colder, like the fierce cold wind in the 12th lunar month. What the hell is this? The Prime Minister of Tianju complained as he turned around, only to widen his eyes and scream uncontrollably, "Ghost! It's a ghost!" At this moment, a woman with blood all over her face, sinisterly smiling, twisted and broken leg bones protruding from her knees, stood eerily in front of the Prime Minister of Tianju. Not human. It's eerie again. The Prime Minister of Tianju was on the verge of tears. It was hard enough to escape from Tianju, thinking that they wouldn't encounter anything strange in Daxia, but now they have encountered it again? Ah, do you think I'm beautiful? The woman with blood all over her face said with a sinister smile. The Prime Minister of Tianju's head was buzzing, and he turned and ran. Bump! But his feet didn't obey, his vision flipped, and he harshly came into close contact with the ground, the stench of blood rushing into his nostrils, his mouth bleeding from the impact. The fallen Prime Minister of Tianju didn't care about any of this, screaming as he crawled towards the door. But the more he crawled, the farther away from the door he got. Sinister laughter echoed from behind his neck. Do you think I'm beautiful? The Prime Minister of Tianju turned around and almost fainted on the spot. The woman with blood all over her face had already separated her head from her body, her head supported only by a bloody cervical vertebra, floating eerily behind the Prime Minister of Tianju's head. Ah, beautiful. You're so beautiful. Don't. Upon hearing the response, the woman with blood all over her face smiled slowly, her cracked mouth extending all the way to her ears, her open mouth carrying a smile, almost splitting her face in half, with a bloody mouth in the middle. Then be like me, beautiful. Scissors appeared. They cut open the corners of the Prime Minister of Tianju's mouth, all the way to his ears. The screams of the Prime Minister of Tianju echoed throughout the county building, but strangely, not a single person came to save him, as if this room had been cut off from the world. So beautiful. After cutting open the Prime Minister of Tianju's mouth, the woman with blood all over her face smiled with satisfaction, but then suddenly frowned, touching the cervical vertebra that supported her head, staring at the Prime Minister of Tianju's neck, muttering to herself. Different? There's still something different about you and me. You need to continue to become beautiful. With his lips cut to his ears, the intense pain almost made the Prime Minister of Tianju faint, but upon hearing these words, he suddenly realized something terrifying. His eyes widened as he screamed for mercy. Please, please, no, we agreed to be equally beautiful. No, please, please spare me, someone save me, help me. The Prime Minister of Tianju struggled, howled, and cried like a slaughtered pig. The woman with blood all over her face held the Prime Minister of Tianju down with one hand, as if holding down a New Year's pig, and picked up the scissors with the other hand. Stop screaming, just wait a little longer, soon you'll be as beautiful as me. The woman with blood all over her face muttered. She cut the Prime Minister of Tianju's neck with the scissors. The Prime Minister of Tianju trembled madly a few times, and then, after his neck was cut open like tofu, he suddenly became motionless. Then his head was pulled out, along with the bloody cervical vertebra. But it wasn't completely pulled out, there was still a part of the cervical vertebra inside his body. Now you're as beautiful as me. The woman with blood all over her face laughed obsessively. It was as if she was looking at a perfectly beautiful piece of art. Hey, you lowly Chatua, do you have any cigarettes? Lord Chatua, I don't have any. Useless. You don't even have cigarettes, truly living up to your naturally lowly and poor status. Lord Chatua, a Tianju person, kicked the Chatua Tianju person's foot hard, then prepared to ask someone else for cigarettes. But suddenly, the humiliated Chatua Tianju person began to growl unusually low. What? You lowly slave, dare to bare your teeth at me? Lord Chatua, a Tianju person, infuriated, swung his weapon without hesitation, using the butt of the gun to hit the Chatua Tianju person's face, covering it in blood. Alright, stop hitting. Another Lord Chatua, a Tianju person, stepped in to mediate. Don't tire out your noble body. That slave still has to deal with the Disya army. Two Chatterley Indians laughed heartily. The surrounding Chatterley and Shudra Indians dared not speak out in anger, bowing their heads in silence. The caste system is a divine system in Chatterley. From birth, it is branded on every Chatterley person. If you are born a Brahmin or a Chatterley, you will have a life of ease and even become a high-ranking official. If you are born a Shudra or a Shudra, you will have a lowly life, only able to do cleaning, security, and Shudras can also be small traders, but Shudras can only do the dirtiest and most tiring work. However, no one rebels, as if this is the natural order of things. It was just suddenly that a Chatterley Indian was knocked down by a shadow, and that shadow crazily tore and bit the Chatterley Indian, blood splattering and cries of pain resounding. In an instant, all the Indians around, whether Chatterley, Shudra, or Brahmin, were shocked and stood still. The one who knocked down the Chatterley Indian was the Shudra Indian who had been humiliated earlier. Like a mad dog, like a devil, he tore and bit the flesh of the Chatterley Indian. Damn slave! How dare you attack a Chatterley? All the Chatterley Indians around roared and rushed over. According to common sense, this Shudra would be beaten to death with sticks, then thrown into a cesspool to soak until completely rotten. But the next second, there were heart-wrenching cries coming from the trenches. Countless Shudras and Shudras, like demons, attacked all the Chatterley Indians madly. Not far away, in the Disya army that had been waiting quietly for several hours, Qin Feng's cold and iron-blooded face showed a cold smile. Gentlemen, it's time. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? They've gone mad. Are all these slaves crazy? Damn slaves, kneel before the noble Chatterley. In the trenches, the Chatterley Indians fought back frantically, but they were gradually being killed one by the Shudras and Shudras. The people of Bland County watched this chaotic scene in horror, trembling in the corners. From time to time, the bodies of Indians fell in front of them, scaring the people of Bland County even more. However, at this moment, a roar sounded in the distance. Now is not the time to run. What are you waiting for? The people trembled, looked at each other, and gritted their teeth as they fled. Now is the best time to escape the clutches of the Indians. Catch them. They're trying to run. The Indians who tried to intercept the people were just getting up when they were knocked down by a Shudra Indian, torn open their chests, and died in a pool of blood. In this way, with most of the people of Bland County escaping from the Indian trenches, in the pitch-black distance of the night, the Jiangcheng god marksman, carrying terrifying knife lights, stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step, they increased their speed, transforming into countless warwolves, galloping fiercely on this vast plateau, carrying terrifying knife lights, heading straight for the Indian army. Qin Feng charged ahead, approaching the Indian army, and could even see the panicked expressions of the Indians. He grinned ferociously, raised his steel knife high, and swung it down like a crescent moonblade. You damn beasts, die! The dark yellow tiger claw instantly covered the Tang sword. The Tang sword swung down, lightning flashed, from the top of an Indian's head, directly splitting his body in half from the tailbone. Blood rained down, flesh flew, and Qin Feng, the butcher, took the lead in harvesting the lives of the Indians in the trenches. Countless Jiangcheng god marksmen rushed into the trenches. The already chaotic Indian army was unable to organize an effective attack, and coupled with the fact that the military quality of the Indian soldiers was garbage, in just a short 10 minutes, there were large-scale routs in some areas. Countless Indian soldiers fled in panic, even throwing away all their weapons and equipment in order to run faster. Kill! Qin Feng raised his knife high. Jiangcheng warriors, conquer India! Countless Jiangcheng god marksmen roared in unison. Jiangcheng warriors, conquer Tianju! At this moment, the morale of the Dixia army reached an unprecedented height, directly overwhelming the unformed momentum of the Tianju army. Swish! Qin Feng charged forward like a demon. Every Tianju person who stood in his way, whether it was a Shaolai or a mad Shudra, met the same fate of being killed by his sword. Qin Feng's body was covered in the stench of blood, and coupled with the continuous killing, he felt an intense heat. He tore off his clothes, revealing a large tattoo on his chest. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating! It's so satisfying to kill these beasts. Qin Feng laughed loudly and continued his onslaught. This carefree and domineering spirit infected the nearby god pattern masters, who also took off their clothes, bared their tattoos, and with the help of their turtle shell, tiger claw, and rhino horn, they swept through the Tianju trenches, killing countless enemies. Monsters! These are monsters! One Tianju person seized the opportunity and shot Qin Feng in the back. Qin Feng staggered, feeling an intense pain in his back. He touched it and found blood, realizing that he had been shot, but he was grateful that his back was covered by the turtle shell, which prevented him from being killed by the bullet. He turned around, drew his sword, and without hesitation, struck back. Seeing Qin Feng withstand a gunshot and continue to move so swiftly, the Tianju person who shot him was instantly dumbfounded, shouting in disbelief, "How can a human withstand a rifle bullet?" Amidst the desperate and confused cries, Qin Feng's blade came down, ending the life of this Tianju person. Qin Feng stepped on the Tianju person's chest and spat, "Damn it, you have the guts to shoot me, but you don't dare to face me head-on? You weak and incompetent beast." Qin Feng looked around. The trenches were filled with smoke and the air was filled with blood and cries of agony. Scenes of Tianju soldiers being crushed were everywhere. There were also Tianju people fleeing from battle. Humph, a worthless country that can't even hold its ground. Qin Feng spat again, full of disdain and disgust, muttering, "With this level of ability, they dare to invade Dixia? Winter is coming, it's time for Tianju to be destroyed." Many Tianju soldiers chose to flee. This siege battle had already reached its conclusion. Half an hour later, the Dixia army completely occupied all the outer areas of the Blan County. Because the Tianju prime minister had tied all the civilians of Blan County to the front lines, the Dixia army had no more concerns about the city. "Listen, everyone inside," a Dixia officer shouted angrily through a loudspeaker, "You have 10 minutes. All Tianju people, come out and surrender. Otherwise, for everyone we catch, we will execute one." The angry shouts continued to echo in Blan County. After breaking through the trenches, the Dixia army quickly cleared the battlefield. The god pattern masters did not hesitate to directly kill the mad Shudras and Shadalas, harvesting their sinister energy. The civilians of Blan County also benefited from this, and many of them awakened as a result. "Brother Qin Feng, how did you know that the anomalies would occur?" the Dixia officer curiously asked, "And why do the anomalies only affect the low-ranking Tianju soldiers and ignore the people of Blan County?" "It's simple," the chief of staff explained, "that the anomalies reappear at midnight. The anomalies preferentially target the weakest individuals. Tianju doesn't have many god pattern masters, they are mostly ordinary people. So when midnight strikes and the anomalies reappear, they will heavily contaminate the low-ranking Tianju people without god patterns. Perhaps when the Tianju people are almost completely contaminated, it will be the turn of the people of Blan County." Qin Feng smiled faintly, "It's just a matter of timing." "Impressive, I admire you. The chief of staff is truly visionary." The Dixia officer couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With the chief of staff personally leading the Jiangchen warriors, within just a few days, they have become the core force supporting the entire country and even the world. We, the soldiers of Dixia, truly admire and respect. Meanwhile, in Blan County, there are probably over 200,000 Indians who have escaped back to the county town, and the crowded streets make the town look like a narrow sardine can. Listening to the continuous persuasion outside, countless Indian soldiers easily broke through the defense, crying and regretting how they came to Dixia to cause trouble. The Prime Minister of India is now dead. Several senior Indian officers naturally became commanders. Faced with the final mercy of the Dixia army, these Indian officers did not choose to surrender. Instead, they did something absurd that could harm their ancestors for generations. They set fire to the county town of Blan. Then, taking advantage of the raging fire in the county town, more than 200,000 Indian troops fled like dogs towards the border, intending to escape back to India. Trying to escape. Looking at the raging fire in front of them, countless Jiangchen god markers almost bit their teeth off. Burning our city, killing our people, insulting our wives and children. The Dixia officers slowly raised their heads, their eyes no longer merciful, but filled with raging anger and killing intent. "Chase! Chase them to death. No matter where they escape to. We can kill them all the way to the capital of India." When in history have foreign people dared to burn, kill, and plunder on the land of Dissya, only the island nation that all Dissya people hate to the bone. And now, India has set fire to the county town of Blan, this is burning. India has killed border soldiers, this is killing. India has looted the village's cattle, sheep, chickens, and pigs, this is looting. India has invaded the county town of Blan, this is plundering. Burning, looting, India has done it all. At this moment, every Jiangqing god marker with a conscience is filled with raging anger in their chest, their eyes are filled with anger, and their teeth are grinding. In their ears, they hear the cries of countless people in the county town of Blan, who are facing the burning of their homes. My house, I bought it with a 50-year loan. All the food, all gone. Listening to these cries, every soldier on the scene is filled with humiliation in their hearts. India burned the county town of Blan in front of them, this is a naked insult and trampling on their dignity. If the county town of Blan is burned, let it be burned. The country has ordered all residents of towns and counties to go to the big cities as much as possible. When you arrive in the city, the officials there will compensate you. If they don't compensate or delay for no reason, I, on behalf of the Dissya military, will stand up for you. After comforting the people for a few words, the Dissya officers turned around and prepared to attack India. Everyone, rise up and advance to the border of India. With a military order, tens of thousands of Jiangqing god markers and tens of thousands of soldiers quickly boarded the vehicles, with swift steps and fiery eyes, as if the air was filled with anger and hatred. Large numbers of armed transport vehicles roared like beasts, engines running at full power, charging into the territory of India like fierce beasts. The border of India was directly crushed. The land of India was filled with the roar of Dissya military vehicles. Soon, the Dissya officers caught up with the Indian army. The Indian army of over 200,000 people was like a bloated pig, unable to outrun the armed transport vehicles of Dissya. Open fire! Without hesitation, the Dissya officers gave the order to open fire. Countless firearms sprayed bullets, deafening on this foreign land. After we have burned, looted, do you still think you can just leave? The Dissya officers roared, kill them all. Blood for blood. Kill them all. Blood for blood. These words made countless Indians shiver, their expressions as if they were about to cry. We have all escaped back to our country, why are they still chasing us? Must they be so relentless and intimidating? Bang bang bang. Gunshots filled the air, and Indians fell one after another in a pool of blood. Following the Indian army of over 200,000, hundreds of Dissya armed transport vehicles were like ferocious tigers, biting tightly onto their prey. In just a few minutes, thousands of Indians were shot and their heads fell into the grass and stone piles. Damn Dissya people! The Indian military officer turned around and narrowly avoided getting shot in the head by a bullet. Instantly terrified, he broke out in a cold sweat and dared not turn back, only urging the driver to move forward. Life and death, escape and pursuit, all played out on this unfamiliar land. From the Indian border to the Indian city of Akasa, the pursuit never stopped. It was a distance of over 300 kilometers, and the Indian army finally managed to escape to the first Indian city. But the price they paid was nearly 80,000 Indian people dead on the escape route. In order to survive, many Chatterjee Indians would throw their fellow Chatterjee Indians off their motorcycles to lighten the load and make the vehicle go faster. The Chatterjee Indians thrown off the motorcycles looked at them with despair and resentment, only to be shot by relentless bullets. A bloody road of over 300 kilometers. Just as they escaped into Akasa, the Indian military officers shouted in anguish, "Close the city gates! Quickly close that damn city gate!" The Indian culture was conservative and backward, and many cities still had the heavy and tall city gates from the last century. They were made of copper and iron, and were the most secure shield for the Indian people against external enemies in the last century. But now, a thick and fiery bazooka rocket was launched. The huge city gate shattered, dust filled the air, and it collapsed with a loud crash. "Keep killing," the Dacia military officer said ruthlessly. Nearly 100,000 Dacia Iron Army soldiers directly crushed the city gate of Akasa, with bullets flying, flames soaring, and a terrifying killing intent. Akasa had only one city gate. Once the city gate was crushed, there was no way out. This high city, which they regarded as their hope, became the grave of over 200,000 Indian troops. On that day, the crimson flag of Dacia swept away all the Indian statues in Akasa, standing tall at the top of the city. On that day, the Dacia army used the most thunderous means to annihilate all the Indian invaders who had invaded Dacia. Blood debt must be repaid with blood, not just empty words. It had to be supported with the most ruthless methods. Qin Feng deeply understood tianju style, showing no mercy to the invaders, killing one after another until there was no invader left standing. Of course, the Dacia army also had its principles. The civilians in Akasa were not harmed, which was the difference between Dacia and India. Even if we hate you, even if we have broken through your city gate, we will not harm those innocent and fearful civilians. Blood debt must be repaid by those who owe it. Of course, during this time, many Indian soldiers hid in the homes of the residents, and out of kinship, many residents would also shelter the Indian soldiers. Faced with this scene, the former island invaders in Dasha's land would kill all the residents of the city along with them, so that the city of Nandu would have 300,000 crying and resentful souls every night in the years to come. Dasha's approach was neither merciful nor cruel. In the world of rune masters, we can see the strangeness. Chen Feng suggested, last night, something strange happened in the city of Blan. Any Indian who managed to escape here would have an invisible strangeness on them that ordinary people cannot see. Therefore, as long as we gather all the people in the city together, we can distinguish who was in the city of Blan last night and who the invaders are. The Dasha military officer looked around and found that most of the residents of Akasa looked terrified. He asked, but if there is also strangeness in this city, then the residents here should also have strangeness. How do we differentiate between the two? It wouldn't be good if we killed the wrong person. Chen Feng thought for a moment and pointed out two Indian individuals. One was a local resident, and the other was an Indian soldier. Although the local resident had the same terrified look in his eyes, at least he was dressed cleanly and didn't smell of blood. The Indian soldier, on the other hand, was completely different. He was covered in the smell of blood, his clothes were tattered from the escape, and he looked fearful and avoided making eye contact with Chen Feng. Fleeing 300 kilometers, even if you ride a motorcycle, your butt will still get sore, right? Chen Feng smiled. Then, the rune masters gathered all the suspicious-looking people from Tianju and set up makeshift tents, taking off their clothes one by one for inspection. Sure enough, a large number of Tianju soldiers who had been hiding in the homes of residents were found. Even though they had changed into clean clothes and some had even washed away the smell of blood, the blisters on their bodies couldn't be faked. Captain, they have all been identified. There are over 430 people. The captured Tianju soldiers looked terrified, some kneeling on the ground and begging. The officers of the Great Xia army fell into silence. Had they already avenged enough? Should they stop this almost massacre-like slaughter? But when they thought of the border soldiers who were killed, the Blan County town that was burned down, and the many suffering cries of the people of Great Xia, I have no right to forgive you for the harm you have caused to the people. Bang. The sound of a gunshot ended everything. Not a single Tianju civilian was harmed. Not a single damned beast escaped the retribution of bloodshed. That's right. Quickly contact Great Xia, the Imperial Garden, capital of the Eagle Empire. The Eagle Queen suddenly remembered something and shouted anxiously, ask about Great Xia's expansion of 300 million troops. Just now, because they had sought the help of the Rune Masters, they had forgotten about Great Xia's shocking plan to expand by 300 million troops. Realizing this, the Eagle Queen became anxious. If Great Xia could easily send 100 Rune Masters to each country in the world, then has their plan to expand by 300 million troops also succeeded? Queen, the signal has been interrupted. A group of officials from the Eagle Empire looked at each other. The Eagle Queen instantly became anxious, but helpless. She could only pray that Great Xia had not completed the expansion of 300 million troops. 300 million troops. This was clearly a plan to dominate the world. At the same time, Gaul and Shas also remembered the matter of Great Xia expanding by 300 million troops. But after thinking it over, the chief of Gaul and the emperor of Shas could only sigh helplessly. Even if Great Xia had really completed the expansion of 300 million troops, who in this world could stop them? Even the free nation had to rely on nuclear threats to get assistance from Great Xia. Other countries had no power to threaten Great Xia at all. Let's not think about it. The most important thing now is to deal with the internal chaos. If Great Xia wants to expand by 300 million troops, then let them expand by 300 million troops. The chief of Gaul put down the radio with a helpless expression on his face, and turned to arrange the reception of the Great Xia Rune Masters. The emperor of Shas was equally helpless. The former Shas Empire was once the most powerful hegemon in the world, but now the Shas country itself was in utter chaos, and they had no energy to deal with Great Xia's affairs. Moreover, the Shas country now also depended on Great Xia. They had no right to say anything about Great Xia's plan to expand by 300 million troops. Only the Prime Minister of the Free Nation, after receiving the rescue of the Great Xia Rune Masters, became mentally active. Great Xia is still continuing to expand by 300 million troops. Their finances will completely collapse. The Prime Minister of the Free Nation narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, as long as we delay and don't return the Rune Masters, the internal chaos in Great Xia will eventually erupt completely, and by then, Great Xia will definitely not have the ability to demand anything. It's a win-win situation. Mr. Prime Minister, just like Qin Shuas 100 years ago. The secretary smirked. When the great Xia rune masters arrive, we will offer all kinds of benefits, first making them have a good impression of our country, and over time, they will become dependent. If they insist on leaving in the end, can they just leave our territory? Ah, you really understand me. After making up his mind, the Prime Minister of the Free Nation began to eagerly await the arrival of the great Xia rune masters. But as the days went by, there was still no news of the great Xia rune masters. In addition to the global signal disruption, the Prime Minister of the Free Nation and others were extremely anxious. They even personally rushed to the west coast, eagerly anticipating the appearance of a Xia warship on the horizon. Why haven't they arrived yet? The Prime Minister of the Free Nation's eyes were filled with anticipation and worry. Wang Lao, the divine pattern masters from various countries have already been dispatched. The divine pattern masters supporting the Free Nation have all gathered in the East Sea, but they have not set off yet. They are only waiting for your orders. It's alright, let them wait. Wang Lao put down the pen in his hand, and behind his reading glasses, his eyes were cold and ruthless. Every 7 days, if they urge us, tell them that the distance is far, the Pacific crisis is severe, and we need more time to navigate carefully. Understood. Also, how is the suppression of Tianju going? Just now, intelligence officers from the western regions rushed over. The assistant handed over a new piece of intelligence. Wang Lao opened it and immediately smiled with joy. He handed the intelligence to Tianju, who was beside him. Take a look, the divine pattern masters you brought out are truly unparalleled warriors. Tianju stood quietly beside Wang Lao. Wang Lao reviewed the confidential intelligence of the entire country, and he could casually lower his gaze to see the whole picture, not avoiding anyone. Not bad. Tianju gave a faint evaluation, as if he had already anticipated this result. According to the intelligence, tens of thousands of Xia divine pattern masters joined forces with the Western region's army to chase and annihilate more than 200,000 Tianju troops who were fleeing, breaking through the border and directly attacking the city of Tianju, completely annihilating the enemy without leaving anyone behind. Moreover, their own casualties were minimal. It was definitely an extremely beautiful and decisive victory. Very good, I have given orders to all provinces in the country to train according to the model of Zhangchang. The chief of the general staff has indeed presented a perfect and beautiful template to the whole country. Wang Lao laughed. Just to let people survive. Tianju gave a faint smile. Although his expression was so indifferent, it appeared bright and warm in the eyes of everyone. Perhaps, this was the style of the chief of the general staff. What about Tianju? Should we withdraw our troops now? The 3 grand marshals hatefully said. They burned and looted within our Xia territory. Can the problem be solved just by winning and withdrawing our troops? Wang Lao looked helpless. We have already won, what else can we do? The 3 grand marshals were momentarily speechless. Tianju suddenly spoke in a calm tone. If necessary, we can let those divine pattern masters stay in Tianju instead of rushing back. Let them stay and suppress Tianju continuously. Zhao Shui's face showed a pleased expression and she asked with admiration, what is the purpose of staying in Tianju? What is the purpose? On one hand, it is to continue suppressing Tianju. I have always believed that only by killing the enemy can the problem be completely solved. If one emerges, kill one. If 10,000 emerge, kill 10,000, until no one in Tianju dares to have any ambitious thoughts. Speaking with such a cold and murderous intent, Tianju's expression remained calm. On the contrary, Zhao Shui, with a smile on her face, kept patting Tianju's shoulder. To be the chief of the general staff, one must have this iron-blooded approach. I really admire you. The second purpose is that Tianju also has anomalies, and their numbers are not small. Since they have all gone to Tianju, there is no need to waste time returning to the country. Just stay in Tianju and hunt down the anomalies, awaken and evolve. Suppress Tianju on one hand, and evolve into something stronger on the other. It's that simple. After Tianju finished speaking, he received unanimous agreement from all the high-ranking officials present. Soon, the intelligence officers from the western regions drove their off-road vehicles overnight to Tianju with the orders from the capital. The divine pattern masters in Zhangchang, after receiving the orders, although they were all eager to return to Tianju's side, when faced with the final signature of Tianju on the intelligence, everyone chose to obey without hesitation. Even Qin Feng suppressed his desire to go home and resolutely drew his steel knife, looking towards the Tianju country amidst the vast mountains. Everyone, suppress this country, hunt down the anomalies. This is the military order personally issued to us by the chief of the general staff. Countless divine pattern masters in Zhangcheng tightly gripped their steel knives. Yes, since that's the case, let's start pushing forward. Qin Feng grinned menacingly and said, from the northern part of Tianju to the southern part, let's see how powerful our tens of thousands of divine pattern army can become. Yes, kill. Countless divine pattern masters from Jiangcheng and the Western Region Army, like black mad wolves, charged towards the southern part of Tianju. The killing intent was overwhelming and unstoppable.